Chapter 172, Black Crow Arrives. Chapter 172, Black Crow Arrives. You are. How? Fong Yaojiang, who was burnt like charcoal, laid on the ground at his last gasp. He still could not believe what just happened. Yi Yuan looked at Fong Yaojiang very innocently and said with a smile, "You're talking about this?" While talking, Yi Yuan beckoned with one hand. The cleansing sandal flame lotus released the origin fire essence once again. But that origin fire essence did not have the intention of attacking Yi Yuan. Instead, it circled around Yi Yuan like it was fawning on him and begging for mercy from him. Fong Yaojiang could not move, but when he saw this scene, his S nearly popped out. This fellow, he faked it all along. Only now did Fong Yaojiang understand that how was this Yi Yuan helping him retrieve the essence fire? It was essentially digging a hole for him to jump, and he even jumped down happily. But how is this possible? That was a Tier 4 essence fire. Even if Sea Transformation Realm powerhouses came to subdue it, they would be filled with trepidation and exercise extreme caution. Even if this brat came from a hermit family clan and had a brilliant fire-controlling technique, with this brat's strength, it was also impossible to make the cleansing sandal sacred flame do so, right? This cleansing sandal sacred flame actually seemed to fear this brat. How is this possible? Just what was this brat's background? Poochie. Fong Yaojiang could not hold back anymore and vomited a mouthful of blood. The burnt blackened partnered with the bright red blood made him look very miserable. Fong Yaojiang, have been scheming against people my entire life. I didn't think that in the end, I would be schemed against by a little fellow. Truly retribution. Fong Yaojiang wailed sorrowfully in his heart. This Fong Yaojiang had always been very low-key among demonic beast hunters and did not reveal his capabilities. But he relied on his brilliant concealment skill and connived against many in the same occupation. And also because he schemed against people, Fong Yaojiang ACCU, Mulatama, Civ amount of wealth. He relied on these ACCU, mulations to break through to the crystal formation realm, and even became an alchemy grandmaster. But who would have thought that he would be reverse stabbed by Yi Yuan when he originally came prepared to ambush Yi Yuan? And this bout claimed his life. Yi Yuan no longer bothered with Fong Yaojiang, but prepared to subdue the cleansing sandal flame lotus. With Yi Yuan's alchemic standards, he could naturally easily determine Fong Yaojiang's injuries. He already no longer had the ability to threaten him. Because of Fong Yaojiang, too much time had already been wasted. Yi Yuan must get a tight hold on time to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus to prevent a long night from being fraught with dreams. Yi Yuan's hands created phantoms as he formed seals. The origin fire essence was instantly trapped by Yi Yuan again. Except that this time, Yi Yuan did not show any painful expression at all. Instead, he appeared to do it with ease. Even though he was mentally prepared long ago, Fong Yaojiang was still angered to the point he vomited blood again. That cleansing sandal sacred flame was trapped by Yi Yuan. It gave off chirping sounds like it was begging for Yi Yuan to spare it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't need to do this. Following me, your name will shake the 9 heavens in the future. Even if you remain here, you also can't escape the conclusion of being subdued by others. Rather than becoming those fools' slave, you might as well follow me. Perhaps there would come a day where not only can you obtain your freedom, you could become much more powerful." It seemed to have understood Yi Yuan's words. That cleansing sandal sacred flame actually struggled no more and allowed Yi Yuan to trap it. Yi Yuan only gave a faint smile when he saw the situation and started to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus. This cleansing sandal flame lotus was a natural spiritual object. It could naturally sense Yi Yuan's distinction. Although Yi Yuan was not strong, the cleansing sandal flame lotus could sense the power of the depths of Yi Yuan's soul. And from Yi Yuan's divine soul, it could even faintly sense an existence which made it palpitate. Hence, its instinct also told it that submitting to Yi Yuan was its best option. At the gorge, the Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor's fight had reached its white-hot stage. Eh, what's happening? The treasure ripples from the depths of the cave became unstable. Could it be someone sneaked inside? Black Crow Old Man gritted his teeth and said hatefully to Dare S. Hey, TC, HOA my Black Crow's jackpot, truly tired of living. Finus, H, I, plussing. Black Crow wielded his staff and beckoned with both hands. All the essence energy in the bottom of the gorge was thrown into disorder. The staff in Black Crow's hands gave off a faint azure glow, and with the increased buildup of essence energy, the more terrifying Black Crow's staff became. You feathered beast, to dare ruin my beautiful thing. You really think I can't do anything to you? Take this move of mine, Essence Chi Wave. Go and die. Black Crow gave an enraged cry. Black Crow was currently angry to the extreme. There was actually someone who sneaked in from under his eyelids and TC had the priceless treasure belonging to him, Black Crow. How could this not infuriate him? In Black Crow's heart, the valuable treasure born in this Lotus Moon Gorge was already long his. Others were absolutely not allowed to have a share. And now, there was really someone who dared to pull his tiger whiskers. Truly tired of living, an extremely powerful undulation came from the Essence Chi Wave. It felt like it was about to turn everything into nothingness. The Golden Sword Condor was similarly Tier 4, and also this Lotus Moon Gorge's master. Its thoughts were actually roughly the same as Black Crow. It naturally also refused to back down at this time, only to see that its bird mouth opened wide and an extremely powerful essence energy beam shot out. In a blink, the two powerful attacks collided together. Rumble. Sand and pebbles immediately blew everywhere in the entire gorge wildly. The area between Black Crow and the Golden Sword Condor was practically raised into flat ground. A bird cry resounded throughout the valley. The Golden Sword Condor actually flew away. It's actually Black Crow Old Man, who is superior. Looks like these few years, Black Crow Old Man obtained quite a bit of lucky chances. His strength is actually powerful to such a degree. Yeah, under ordinary circu, stances, early stage tier 4 demonic beasts are stronger than first level C transformation realm human martial artists. But Black Crow actually suppressed the Golden Sword Condor. So scary. The battle between Tier 4 and C transformation is indeed earth-shattering, completely not on the same level as Crystal Formation realm martial artists. Many curious people surrounded to watch this fight from far away. Seeing the Black Crow actually chased away the Golden Sword Condor, they could not help being greatly shocked, which further dispelled the thought of getting some small gains. While he chased away the Golden Sword Condor, Black Crow was also not feeling too good. The clothing on him was already tattered rags, and he also suffered internal injuries which were not light. But compared to the priceless treasure, what did this small injury even count for? Black Crow did not wish to ultimately prepare the wedding gown for others after a great battle. He recuperated for a short while before charging into the cave, sweeping past towards the underground at maximum speed. And at the current moment, Yi Yuan's refinement had already reached the final juncture. He circulated the Fire Source True Sutra with full strength. Although he was a major realm lower than Fang Yaojiang, his speed was several times faster. Seeing this scene, the fury in Fang Yaojiang's eyes had already turned into sorrowful hatred. Simply not on the same level. Why did you pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? If I knew beforehand that this brat was so powerful and so sinister, couldn't I have just withdrawn straight away? Currently, Fang Yaojiang's intestines were already green with regret. It was truly wanting to cry, but have no tears. Right at this time, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching this place rapidly. Fanned, Yaojiang sweated heavily. It looked like the outcome was decided outside. Wonder if it was Black Crow Old Man or the Golden Sword Condor. However, the results seemed to be the same. Fang Yaojiang's eyes could not resist turning towards Yi Yuan. A thick mockery intent was revealed in his eyes. Brat, you plotted against your father, but isn't your outcome still death? I don't believe that you can escape alive from the hands of a sea transformation realm. Chapter 173, Last-Minute Breakthrough. Chapter 173, Last-Minute Breakthrough. The approaching person was clearly releasing a powerful aura on purpose. The goal was to make the other party surrender. Black Crow Old Man was powerful and simply did not care who was inside. Either way, as long as he found out, the outcome was death. This was the powerful confidence in his own strength. Where art thou from, little thief, to dare spoil this old man's business? Quickly leave, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this old man will extract your soul and refine your bones. Black Crow Old Man's angry roar had exceedingly powerful penetrative force as it instantly spread throughout the entire underground cave. From Black Crow Old Man's voice, one could tell just how enraged he was right now. The reason why Black Crow Old Man was so infuriated was that the treasure's undulations were becoming progressively smaller. It was evidently about to be taken away by someone else. And even though he raised his speed to the maximum right now, he was still unable to arrive immediately, so he wanted to use words to awe the other party. The entire underground cave was full of twists and turns. No matter how great Black Crow's speed was, it was also hard to rush to the deepest part right away. However, his angry cry did not have any effect at all, because Yi Yuan would not even buy it. Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to Black Crow's warning, as if he was unable to sense the aura belonging to a sea transformation realm powerhouse. He continued to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Heart like still water realm was no joke. Forget about sea transformation realm. Even if it was the aura of soul sea realm, it was also impossible to disrupt him. This brat has such powerful concentration. That warning, that should be Black Crow Old Man. Such an incredible aura. Even I'm almost unable to withstand it. He's actually not affected in the slightest. Fang Yaojiang was secretly alarmed. He discovered that other than Yi Yuan's realm not being high, he had no C, H, I, N, KS in virtually all other aspects. Just what kind of hermit family clan could actually nurture such a breathtaking youth? At least within the scope of the Tranquil Cloud sect, Fang Yaojiang had never heard of such a powerful family clan. Even if it was the Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciples, they were probably inferior when compared to this young man in front of him, right? Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who had his eyes shut this whole time, suddenly snapped open both eyes. A brilliant light shone from his eyes. Fang Yaojiang was secretly shocked. He finished refining the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Yi Yuan's refining speed was actually multiple times faster than him. This brat was truly leaking mystery from all over his body. Black Crow Old Man, who was currently Russ. I, Plussing over paused his footsteps and clenched his jaw tightly in anger. The aura of that fire attribute treasure totally could not be sensed anymore. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. L has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. Looks like this old man has not come out for a long time. Many people in the outside world have already forgotten the terror of me, Black Crow. Regardless of who you are, I will let you know just how tragic the outcome of pitting against this old man will be. Black Crow Old Man gnashed his teeth and said. Black Crow moved and swept towards the bottom floor again. But he stopped his footsteps again after just a few steps. What's going on? This is Essence Energy Storm? Could it be that this little thief wants to break through here? Really does not know how the word death is written. After S, N, A, T, C. Hing this old man's treasure, he did not think about fleeing, but actually dared to stay at the spot to break through. I want to see if you have the strength to withstand old me after breaking through. Black Crow Old Man said with a cold smile. At the bottom floor, Fang Yaojiang's eyes revealed astonishment again. After Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he actually not did run away immediately, but chose to take advantage of the opportunity to break through. Could it be that this brat wanted to confront Black Crow Old Man face to face? But Yi Yuan was only at the first level spirit condensation realm. Even if he broke through, it was only second-level spirit condensation realm. That was on a completely different level from Black Crow Old Man. Just what on earth is this brat thinking? Although Feng Yaojiang was heavily injured, he was thrown into disorder by Yi Yuan's actions. He initially thought that after Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he would flee frantically or find a place to hide. That way, he could see the despair on Yi Yuan's face in his death throes. But who would have thought that this brat's actions would exceed all expectations? He actually chose to break through on the spot and sit here waiting for Black Crow Old Man's arrival. Yi Yuan's expression was currently calm, as if he did not sense the approaching danger. He just absorbed essence, energy, frenziedly and greedily. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was a tier 4 natural spiritual object. By itself, it contained vast quant. 1. Ties of essence energy. After Yi Yuan refined it, he already became one with the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Borrowing that colossal essence energy from the cleansing sandal flame lotus, it was not surprising for Yi Yuan to take advantage of the situation to break through. It was just that the timing and venue he chose was unbelievable. In truth, it was not that Yi Yuan did not wish to run, but because he knew that he already could not flee. Entering the heart like still water state, Yi Yuan had an abnormally vivid grasp on the situation. From Black Crow Old Man's undulations, he had already crossed that hidden cave entrance. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to flee, there was already no place to escape. Since there was no place to run to, then there was only meeting the enemy face to face. At this very moment, even another portion of strength was good too. What Yi Yuan was about to face was a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Hence, he chose to break through without hesitation. Perhaps to others, sea transformation realm was an unmatchable existence. Any form of resistance was futile, but Yi Yuan would not think that way. He had a clear understanding of a sea transformation realm powerhouse's strength, and also had a clear understanding of the cards in his hands. Yi Yuan felt that he had the strength to fight. Another 9-spirit liquid drops gradually formed within Yi Yuan's dantian. He was about to break through to the second-level spirit condensation realm. Right then, an aged but ice-cold voice sounded out. I was wondering which expert dared to steal my Black Crow's item. Turns out that it's merely a first-level spirit condensation realm little punk. The younger generation should really be feared. To actually even dare to do a last-minute breakthrough. Such bravado is worth complimenting. However, it ends here. Black Crow casually fired out a ball of light, which flew towards the currently breaking through Yi Yuan with tremendous speed. Even though it was just a casual blow, this strike made even Feng Yaojiang palpitate. Putting aside that he was currently heavily injured, even if he was perfectly fine, he also would not dare to receive it head-on. Bang! It did not happen like Black Crow imagined. The ball of light SMAs. H.I. Plussing Yi Yuan to smithereens. Just now, Yi Yuan suddenly turned into 9 in an instant. And that light ball pa-s said through the center Yi Yuan just like that, striking a rock behind. Then, the 9 silhouettes combined into one, and Yi Yuan's figure appeared. The current Yi Yuan actually already successfully broke through. Black Crow Old Man's expression stirred and said, "Oh, really have some capabilities. No wonder you would do this sort of suicidal thing. Brat, hand over the treasure. This old man will not just spare your life. I can even take you in as my disciple. How's that?" Yi Yuan looked at Black Crow Old Man indifferently and said, "You don't have the qualifications yet to be my master. What you can teach, I know them all. But what I know you might not." Haha, what an unbridled brat. Since that's the case, I'll take the treasure myself after I kill you. I want to see just what do you know that even I, this sea transformation realm, can't teach you. Yi Yuan's words were simply ignorantly rampant in Black Crow's ears. Only Feng Yaojiang lying over the ground knew that what Yi Yuan said might not be false. Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said nonchalantly, "Yuan Fei, come on out." When Yi Yuan said that, Black Crow's face changed. With his sea transformation realm divine sense, he actually did not discover that there were still people around here. Could it be? Chapter 174, 7-Star Ephemeris Grand Array. Chapter 174, 7-Star Ephemeris Grand Array. Under Black Crow Old Man's horrified eyes, Yuan Fei appeared out of thin air. Yuan Fei's arrival gave him a huge shock, but what followed was wild elation. Spatial artifact. You actually have a spatial artifact. Ha ha ha. The heaven has truly opened its eyes. Not only did it let me, Black Crow, obtain a priceless natural treasure, it even let me acquire a spatial artifact. Black Crow laughed madly without restraint. Seeing Black Crow Old Man's appearance, Yi Yuan could not help secretly lamenting that he was an idiot. He even dared to show the spatial artifact. Could he not have any self-assurance at all? Why is everybody so presumptuous and opinionated? Fang Yaojiang was so, Black Crow Old Man too. It was like every time a treasure appeared, it was prepared for them. If Fang Yaojiang could straighten out his mentality, it would not have been such an easy thing to invite him into the pit. Yuan Fei, how did the practice of the 7-Star Ephemeris Grand Array go? Yi Yuan transmitted. Under young master's guidance, after these few days of drilling, my clan members and I already have a preliminary grasp on this set of grand arrays. As a matter of fact, this set of arrays is truly miraculous. It can actually allow me to borrow my clan members' strength and temporarily let my strength break through to Tier 4. Even if Yuan Fei had always been very composed, his words also faintly revealed his excitement. These few days, Yi Yuan had been doing things alone, but he did not let Yuan Fei rest. Yuan Fei was Yi Yuan's greatest aid for a period of time after today. Raising his strength was equivalent to raising his own strength. But if he let Yuan Fei cultivate by himself, he would not know just when he could break through to middle stage Tier 3. Hence, Yi Yuan blazed a new trail and imparted him a set of array technique, which was this set. The 7-Star Ephemeris Grand Array. 7-Star Ephemeris Grand Array was a Tier 4 array with tremendous might. If 8 Sea Transformation Realm powerhouses were proficient in this array, they could even cross ranks to challenge a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Once such an array leaked out, all the great sects would surely to see H viciously over it. If there were 10 Tier 3 demonic beasts like Yuan Fei using this array, killing a first-level Sea Transformation Realm like Black Crow Old Man would be like slaughtering a dog. But sadly, among Yuan Fei's clan members, there was only Yuan Fei, this one Tier 3 demonic beast. Therefore, Yi Yuan chose 7x7, 49 late-stage Tier 2 long-arm stone apes among Yuan Fei's clan members. Every 7 long-arm stone apes formed a miniature 7-Star Ephemeris Grand Array to coordinate with Yuan Fei to form such an array. Even though the might was not as strong as a genuine Tier 3 demonic beast, it could still let Yuan Fei's strength soar a rank. The essence of the 7-Star Ephemeris Grand Array was to allow 7 people's attack power go through the amplification of the array by Pas, sing through the array's development, and finally let the 8th person unleash an overwhelming blow. The 7 people's attacks would multiply layer by layer when transiting through the array. By the time the 8th person released it, the might would be so great to the extent where it caused people to be struck with awe. Yuan Fei and his clansmen formed this grand array. Although it was only an elementary understanding, it should not be an issue to trap Black Crow Old Man. Brat, you aren't thinking that with a Tier 3 demonic beast, you can deal with me, right? Ha ha ha. Black Crow could not resist laughing out loud again when he saw Yuan Fei's strength. Yi Yuan's move was simply childish to the extreme. Yi Yuan simply smiled and said, "You're wrong. Not Yuan Fei alone, but it's a whole bunch." Once Yi Yuan's voice fell, 7x7, 49 late-stage Tier 2 long-arm stone apes instantly appeared. These 49 long-arm stone apes each formed a team of 7 AS, summing a 7-star position, protecting Yuan Fei in the center. It faintly gave off a pressure which did not lose out to Black Crow Old Man. But Black Crow Old Man did not find it too impressive. He said lightly, You actually have an entire clan of long-armed stone ape spirit beasts and also possess a spatial artifact. Looks like your background is extraordinary, but precisely because that is so, you have to die today beyond doubt even more. What a joke. Just an early-stage tier 3 demonic beast and a bunch of late-stage tier 2 demonic beasts. Simply a bunch of trash. What kind of threat could they pose to him? A sea transformation realm. At the very most, it was just delaying the time it took for Yi Yuan to die. However, Black Crow Old Man was indeed somewhat fearful of Yi Yuan's item. One Tai, a second-level spirit condensation realm rookie, who not only could he subdue a tier 3 demonic beast, but he even owned a spatial artifact, a priceless treasure. His background was probably not simple. It looked like he had to make sure not a single drop of water leaks out right now to prevent any future troubles. Is that so? You can come and test. Towards Black Crow's posturing, Yi Yuan had an indifferent face. Test then test. Just a bunch of ants. Could you flip the heaven? Black Crow Old Man behaved as if he looked down arrogantly upon the world. Waving his staff, he attacked Yuan Fei. This blow looked light as a feather, but when it arrived in front of Yuan Fei, its momentum was akin to MT Tai. Black Crow Old Man smiled coldly as he prepared to crush Yuan Fei with a single blow. Facing a sea transformation realm powerhouse, Yuan Fei naturally did not dare to slight him. Long before Black Crow Old Man made his move, the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array already activated. Presently, Yuan Fei's Iron Palm struck out. He actually wanted to clash head-on with Black Crow Old Man. The two blows collided and Black Crow Old Man was struck dumb with amazement. Yuan Fei's blow was actually not the slightest bit weaker than his. How is this possible? Boom! The two blows caused an explosion in midair. Equally matched, sea transformation realm experts had already transcended mortal and secular. Therefore, in their eyes, all those below sea transformation realm were akin to ants. Black Crow Old Man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a sea transformation realm expert. How could he fight to a draw with a bunch of ants? And at this time, Black Crow Old Man was already surrounded dead by a bunch of long-armed stone apes in the center. This is an array? Yes, this is definitely an array. But what kind of array could actually have such power? To actually let an early-stage tier 3 demonic beast possess the combat power of a sea transformation realm expert? This is too inconceivable. Black Crow Old Man currently, apart from astonishment, was still in astonishment. Senior Black Crow, I wonder if the test results are satisfactory? Yi Yuan said laughingly. Black Crow Old Man's face fell. This brat was really unforgiving about the situation. I really did not expect that there was still such a miraculous array in this world. However, this is already your greatest reliance, right? You're also looking down on sea transformation realm experts too much. Black Crow Old Man said with a cold smile. How am I belittling sea transformation realm experts? It's Senior Black Crow who is pressing me too hard. That's why Junior had to resist. Why don't we both take a step back and Senior let me leave? How's that? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Black Crow Old Man's eyes flickered, and he said, It's also not out of the question to let you leave, but leave behind that natural spiritual object, spatial artifact, and this set of array technique. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, Senior has no sincerity at all. If I hand over these items, then what capital do I have to contend with Senior? The way I see it, Senior probably doesn't plan on letting me leave, right? Afraid that I'll return home to find the elders in my clan? Black Crow Old Man's eyes turned piercing at once. This brat was young, but not easy to hoodwink. So what? This old man refuses to believe that just a mere set of arrays can let a bunch of ants threaten a sea transformation realm expert. Finus. Plussing. Black Crow Old Man's body released a powerful aura. The surrounding essence, energy, seemed to have been plundered by him alone. This was the horrifying aspect of sea transformation realm experts. Chapter 175, Awe of Sea Transformation Realm. Chapter 175, Awe of Sea Transformation Realm. Sea Transformation Realm powerhouses could communicate with heaven and earth essence energy around, maneuvering them for one's own use. Although Sea Transformation Realm only touched upon some superficial knowledge of communicating with heaven and earth essence energy, this modic M was sufficient to let them declare hegemony in front of martial artists beneath the Sea Transformation Realm. Black Crow Old Man waved his staff. All the essence energy in the underground cave was churned up by him. An extremely powerful aura emitted off of his body. The undulations were way stronger than earlier. Yuan Fei entertained Senior Black Crow cordially. Remember what I said to you before? Yi Yuan did not panic when he saw the situation as he said this to Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei's gaze flashed when he heard that. Yes, young master. Yuan Fei naturally remembers. Just like facing the Golden Sword Condor, Black Crow Old Man's staff gathered vast quant. 1. Ties of essence energy. A very terrifying aura spread out. But right then, Yuan Fei's iron palm landed. Yuan Fei obviously would not smack Black Crow Old Man's staff stupidly. He attacked his lower half. Yuan Fei's attack could virtually draw with Black Crow Old Man. How would he dare to slight it? Hence, he hurriedly pulled back to defend. The essence energy collected halfway by the staff vanished with a trace. Currently, Black Crow Old Man was stuck deep within the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array. This feeling was just like facing a same-rank opponent. And this 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array was aberrantly profound. Every time he wanted to break the array by eradicating those Tier 2 long-armed stone apes, the final opponent was always Yuan Fei. You gotta be joking. Yi Yuan was a grandmaster of the array Dao. How could the array he planned to be broken so easily? How could Yi Yuan not have considered these flaws in Black Crow Old Man's eyes? Unless one's strength were immense to a certain degree to break the array using force. And if one did not understand the principle of array Dao, Black Crow Old Man's opponent would forever only be Yuan Fei. Black Crow Old Man was not powerful to that sort of extent yet. Although Yuan Fei was not as powerful as Black Crow Old Man, he was still a peak early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast. His strength was roughly equivalent to a human 3rd-level crystal formation realm. Through the compounding by the array formation, he already possessed the strength to fight with Black Crow Old Man. Of course, the prerequisite was to not let Black Crow Old Man mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Black Crow Old Man was presently so depressed that he wanted to puke blood, because each time he mustered up heaven and earth essence energy, it would be disrupted by Yuan Fei very shamelessly. Yuan Fei's timing was grasped very well. Each time he attacked was when Black Crow Old Man mustered a small portion of heaven and earth essence energy. And the place he attacked was also a vital area. This small amount of heaven and earth essence energy simply could not cause much harm to Yuan Fei. Furthermore, Yuan Fei attacked a vital point. This left Black Crow Old Man no choice but to give up ACCU, mulating heaven and earth essence energy. This was also the attacking method Yi Yuan incited Yuan Fei to do. Sea Transformation Realm experts were indeed powerful, but if they were unable to muster heaven and earth essence energy, their might was limited. If the opponent were just an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist, a Sea Transformation Realm could completely crush him. But if the opponent's strength and theirs were roughly the same, Sea Transformation Realm experts would rarely have the chance to summon heaven and earth essence energy. Previously, outside the cave, Black Crow Old Man also fought intensely with the Golden Sword Condor for a long time before finding the opportunity to unleash a big move. And now, Yuan Fei relied on the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array. His strength was already roughly the same as Black Crow Old Man. In the battle circle, the more Black Crow Old Man fought, the more secretly alarmed he became. If this continued, wouldn't he, a Sea Transformation Realm expert, be exhausted to death? He could not refrain from regretting now that he was overly KY at the start, so as to fall into the other party's grand array. If he were not inside the array formation, no matter how strong Yuan Fei was, he would also be unable to prevent him from gathering heaven and earth essence energy. The powerful aspect of array formations lied in this. Once trapped within, it was like sinking into a quagmire. Thinking of coming out then would not be so easy. It was also because Yuan Fei and his clan members had only come into contact with this array formation not long and could only unleash 10% to 20% of this array formation. Otherwise, the current Black Crow Old Man would already be a corpse. Black Crow Old Man gritted his teeth tightly. He knew that this could not continue any longer. The matter on hand was to break this array formation first, or else he might really have to fall here today. Black Crow Old Man dodged a blow from Yuan Fei. The staff in his hand started to gather heaven and earth essence energy once more. Yuan Fei was already accustomed to this because of previous experiences on how to defeat this blow from Black Crow Old Man. He attacked a vital area once again. But this time, Black Crow Old Man did not dissipate the essence energy to pull back and protect his vital area. Instead, he forcefully took a palm from Yuan Fei. Not good. Careful, Yuan Fei. Quickly retreat. By the side, Yi Yuan was greatly alarmed when he saw the situation. He also did not think that this Black Crow Old Man would actually be so decisive. But it was already too late. Black Crow Old Man sprayed out a mouthful of blood in midair, but a trace of sneer still hung at the corner of his mouth. Essence Chi Wave, explode for me. It was making use of this time gap that Black Crow Old Man already completed the mustering of heaven and earth essence energy and successfully coagulated the Essence Chi Wave. Although time-wise, it was rather rushed, so this Essence Chi Wave was not as strong as back when dealing with the Golden Sword Condor. However, it was sufficient to deal with Yuan Fei. Furthermore, Black Crow Old Man was currently within the array formation. The Essence Chi Wave was too close to Yuan Fei and the others. Yuan Fei clearly also did not expect that Black Crow Old Man would play such a hand. By the time he heard Yi Yuan's warning, it was already too late. In a hurry, he spurred the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array and forcefully carried out a defense. Yuan Fei could rival Black Crow Old Man, but that was only under the circumstances where he did not gather heaven and earth essence energy. Essence Chi Wave was not something he could defend against using just the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array. Boom! Yuan Fei, along with his clansmen, was blown apart by the Essence Chi Wave like a flower blooming as they flew out. Yuan Fei took this blow face on. He withstood the bulk of the attack and was also the most heavily injured. The white-colored Yuan Fei was currently drenched in blood, appearing very miserable. Luckily, he mobilized the Grand Array at the 11th hour and neutralized most of the damage. When otherwise, he would probably be dead right now. The might of the Sea Transformation Realm was devastatingly powerful. Bang! Black Crow Old Man's body smashed heavily on the rocks. Cruce. Plussing the rock behind him into powder. He forcefully took a blow from the Grand Array. His present situation was also not too good. In reality, back when Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor clashed, he was already injured. It was just for the sake of Russ. Plussing to the underground cave that he forcefully suppressed his injuries the whole time. Currently, having suffered a heavy blow, his strength was already far from before. Yi Yuan saw that the situation was not good and immediately activated the spatial artifact, storing away all the long-armed stone apes. Are you all right, Yuan Fei? Yi Yuan's figure moved, and he appeared beside Yuan Fei. I won't die, young master. It's just that I did not manage to aid young master with your problem. Yuan Fei is useless. How so? You were a huge help. You enter the spatial artifact to quietly recuperate first. Leave the rest of it to me. Don't. I can still keep up. This person is too powerful. I'm afraid that young master is not his match. Yuan Fei did not have the intention to belittle Yi Yuan. In truth, it was after he exchanged blows with Black Crow that he could sense the other party's might clearly. Yi Yuan's realm was too low after all. There was simply no possibility of winning. You recuperate in peace. When have young master ever let you down before? Relax, I'll take revenge for you. Yi Yuan said as he looked at Black Crow, old man frostily. Chapter 176, Avatar Body. Chapter 176, Avatar Body. Bang! A foot sent a large piece of rock in front flying. Black Crow Old Man walked out of the gaping hole, which he blasted out himself. Currently, Black Crow Old Man's clothing was in rags. Where was there even a trace of the bearing of an expert? He was totally a beggar. Very good. Excellent. A bunch of ants actually forced this old man to such an extent. You all can be amply proud. However, the price for that is all of your lives. Black Crow Old Man did not conceal his killing intent at all. He was truly enraged. Before coming to S.A.T.C.H. the treasure, Black Crow Old Man already calculated it. The biggest opponent during this trip will be the Golden Sword Condor. But who would have thought that this brat which popped out from DS knows where, not only did he S.A.T.C.H. away his treasure, he even gave him severe wounds. Inside the endless forest, Black Crow Old Man was a veteran powerhouse, especially ever since he broke through to the sea transformation realm. He had never sustained such heavy injuries before, and all of these was bestowed by this brat in front of him who was still wet behind his ears. Without a doubt, Black Crow Old Man already had his killing intent triggered. As luck would have it, Yi Yuan currently also had his killing intent invoked. Ever since submission, Yuan Fei had been performing his duties diligently. Yi Yuan had already accepted this demonic beast servant. And just now, Black Crow Old Man nearly killed Yuan Fei. If not for Yuan Fei defending it at the last moment using the might of the Grand Array, he would probably be dead already at this time. Yi Yuan had always been a protective person. Black Crow Old Man's actions thoroughly incensed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan kept Yuan Fei away into the spatial artifact as well. He stared at Black Crow Old Man frostily and said, "This little lord's life is right here. Come and take it if you have the capabilities." Looking at Yi Yuan exuding fighting spirit, Black Crow Old Man laughed wildly. "Ha ha! Isn't your greatest reliance the Grand Array just now? Now that the Grand Array is broken, you're actually straining to be arrogant in front of this old man. Truly have no idea of death." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "If it was you at your heyday, I'm obviously not your match. But you're originally already injured outside. You also received Yuan Fei's blow just now. I'm afraid that your injuries right now isn't light either, correct? How much strength can you unleash still? 60%? Or is it 50%? Being seen through by Yi Yuan, Black Crow Old Man's face involuntarily changed. He immediately snorted coldly and said, "Humph. Even if I can only exert 30% of my strength, killing you is also no different from squaws. Plussing an ant. Is that so? This little lord wants to see just how you squash me, this ant, to death." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Finest. Plussing." Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill straight away. His aura instantly skyrocketed. This was the Tier 2 5-element spirit link pill Yi Yuan refined before the trip. Under Black Crow Old Man's panic-stricken eyes, Yi Yuan's realm soared and instantly broke through to 3rd-level spirit condensation realm, and finally stopping at 5th-level spirit condensation realm. What medicinal pill is this? To actually directly broke through 3 realms. However, it should only be temporary, right? Black Crow Old Man said with a scoff. "It's enough to deal with you." Yi Yuan said frigidly. Haha, how wildly arrogant. If you can break through to the crystal formation realm, I might still fear you a little. Only raising 3 minor realms in the spirit condensation realm. What can that change? Yi Yuan did not waste his breath anymore. He directly turned into 9 silhouettes. 9 sword beams combined into 1. Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art. 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan used his strongest killing move when he came up. Black Crow Old Man's eyes revealed a faint surprise. He clearly did not think that a mere spirit condensation realm could actually release such a valiant sword move. Yi Yuan was currently releasing the Nine Swords stance with the 5th level Spirit Condensation Realm. Its might went up a level. Except, facing a Sea Transformation Realm powerhouse, this sword seemed to be lacking. Black Crow Old Man just lightly tapped with his staff, hitting that sword beam directly, and the sword beam immediately vanished into nothingness. Powerful, a might which made people feel despair. The Nine-Sword stance, which had always worked, could not even cause an iota of threat to Black Crow Old Man. Even if he could only exert 50% of his strength, the power of Black Crow Old Man still made people feel hopeless. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not be naive enough to think that he could settle the other party based solely on this one sword. He was just probing Black Crow Old Man's strength. Evidently, Black Crow Old Man also saw through Yi Yuan's thoughts, so he brought out his strongest side. It looked to be a relaxed resolution, but tremendous shock surged in Black Crow Old Man's heart. He originally thought that this sword was only SOSO, but when he came into contact with the sword beam, the tremendous attack power of the sword beam still made him somewhat ill-prepared. This sword could already virtually hurt Crystal Formation Realm experts, and his strength now was only around middle-stage Crystal Formation Realm. If not for his thick base, just that move earlier would have already wounded him. He nearly failed in an easy task. This made Black Crow Old Man secretly furious. Paltry tricks. You already finished fighting. Now it's my turn. Black Crow Old Man decided to show Yi Yuan a thing, or two properly, to let him know what was called Sea Transformation Realm. He held the staff horizontally in front of his chest and started gathering the horrifying heaven and earth essence energy once more. Black Crow Old Man's staff was obviously a spirit artifact. It had the effect of boosting the ACCU, mutilation of heaven and earth essence energy. It was also precisely this aspect which allowed him to defeat the Golden Sword Condor. Now, Black Crow Old Man gathered heaven and earth essence energy. While it was not as terrifying as the heaven and earth essence energy previously, it was also not something that a spirit condensation realm martial artist like Yi Yuan could withstand. Yi Yuan's expression faltered when he saw the situation. He gritted his teeth and formed 9 bodies once more. Unleash. Plusing the 9-sword stance once again. However, in front of the heaven and earth essence energy ACCU, mulat by Black Crow Old Man, this move was too insignificant. It could not even cause a small wave. A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Go and die. Black Crow Old Man strike lightly. The essence chi wave hurtled towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly executed his movement technique to try and escape. But the essence chi wave's speed became faster and faster, and followed after like a shadow. Rumble. The essence chi wave exploded once again. The insides of the cave became a brilliant patch of white, blinding the eyes. Black Crow Old Man sensed that Yi Yuan's aura had already vanished with trace. It was evident that Yi Yuan was already dead beyond dead. Stinky brat who looks down on other people. Finally dead. A puny little spirit condensation realm actually dared to be so wantonly conceited. Truly tired of living. Black Crow Old Man had also been taken advantage of fully by Yi Yuan today. He had been in an extremely bad mood. Now that he knew Yi Yuan died, a mouthful of turbid air in his chest was finally exhaled. His heart had unspeakable carefreeness. Who knew how many years it had been? Black Crow Old Man was actually gloating over killing a spirit condensation realm. After a few moments, the light dissipated. Black Crow Old Man looked towards where Yi Yuan originally was, and his laughter stopped abruptly. Following that, his expression changed. That place was actually completely empty. If Yi Yuan became residue, Black Crow Old Man would not even find that strange. But that piece of land did not even have a hair. Since when did the power of the essence chi wave become so powerful? Could it actually vaporize Yi Yuan entirely? What kind of joke was this? Right then, Black Crow Old Man felt Guseb. MPS all over his body. There was danger. Black Crow Old Man did not even think about it, as his body shot backward with immense speed. Boom! A streak of sword beam shot out from the ground, punching through the earth's surface, piercing straight towards Black Crow Old Man's face. Swaz. H. Plus the sword beam grazed against Black Crow's face, shaving off a few strands of hair. So close. And right at this moment, Yi Yuan's figure also leaped out from the ground. Black Crow Old Man avoided this crisis, but his expression changed. Avatar Body, Chapter 177, Black Crow in Fire. Chapter 177, Black Crow in Fire. Correct answer. But there's no prize. Black Crow Old Man's face flickered erratically. Yi Yuan's might had far exceeded his expectations. All sorts of technique emerged in an endless stream. It was simply impossible to guard against. Just now, if not for his instinct, this sword from Yi Yuan would probably have shaved away half his life. His current injuries were already very severe. If more wounds piled on, he might really just fall here today. You actually succeeded in making an avatar body. Could this be related to the precious treasure born this time? Just what is it? Black Crow Old Man's heart jolted, and he opened his mouth to ask. Want to know? That will have to depend on whether you have the capabilities to pry open my mouth. Yi Yuan snorted coldly. Black Crow Old Man was also a man with broad knowledge. Just from a look, he could perceive Yi Yuan's methods and linked it to the cleansing sandal flame lotus. However, Yi Yuan obviously would not be naive enough to help him resolve his doubts. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was currently his greatest trump card. Only a fool would do something like exposing his hidden cards himself. After Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he spontaneously came into possession of an avatar body. Although this avatar body was not as strong as the main body, there was a benefit to it. As long as the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body did not die, the avatar could be produced continually. And the avatar body was virtually the same as the main body. Without any special methods, it was very hard to distinguish between them. Using it to confuse the opponent's senses was an excellent choice. Just now, Yi Yuan formed an avatar body, but his main body quietly tunneled into the ground, also that he could take him by surprise. It was just that he did not expect Black Crow Old Man to be very cautious and actually barely evaded this strike. Brat, I admit that you're very strong. However, this is it. To be able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Black Crow Old Man's expression changed as he said. Black Crow Old Man flipped over his palm. A bundle of black-colored flames danced around on his palm, which would cause people to have apprehension. That bundle of black-colored flames was just like Black Crow. One look, and it was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Black Crow in Fire. Yi Yuan's face also changed when he saw the situation. To think that although you're young, your knowledge isn't shallow. That's right. This is precisely the flame that this old man became renowned for. A Tier 3 Essence Fire, Black Crow in Fire. Black Crow Old Man said somberly. Martial artists familiar with Essence Fires had a common understanding, which was that black-colored flames were generally not to be trifled with, no matter what rank the flame was. Because black-colored flames tend to be virtual fires, without a corporeal body, and its might would be extremely powerful. Not only were virtual fires hard to defend against, but it could also be used directly on martial artists' divine soul. Once tainted by virtual fire, even if they were fortunate enough to not die, it would generally be like maggots infested bones as it corroded the martial artist's divine soul all the way till death. Black Crow Old Man became famed throughout the world because when he was at the Crystal Formation Realm, he refined a Tier 3 Essence Fire, Black Crow in Fire. He became an extremely powerful existence among the Crystal Formation Realms. Today, even though Black Crow Old Man already stepped into the Sea Transformation Realm, the Black Crow in Fire was not outdated. On the contrary, because his body's strength experienced a huge increment, it nurtured the Black Crow in Fire instead, making the Black Crow in Fire even more powerful. The Black Crow in Fire today was only a step away from being able to advance to Tier 4 Essence Fire. Toward the current Black Crow in Fire, Even Sea Transformation Realm experts would absolutely be unwilling to provoke him. Dealing with a spirit condensation realm like Yi Yuan was somewhat putting fine timber to petty use. However, this should be Black Crow Old Man's hidden final ultimate move. It served to show just how much emphasis he placed on Yi Yuan to plan to use this to deal with Yi Yuan. Truly despicable to actually use Black Crow Fire to deal with me. Yi Yuan looked like he was Nas. Plussing his teeth in hatred as he appeared nervous. Brat, this old man also can't be blamed for this. If he were not so troublesome, this old man also wouldn't use my lifeblood essence fire. Now you can go and die. The next instant, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a miserable cry. His entire person was being scorched by the Black Crowing fire, his appearance looking very terrifying. However, Black Crow Old Man did not show any complacent look on his face. Instead, he snorted coldly and said, "Humph. Avatar body again. Let's see how long you can keep hiding." Once the effects of your pill pies said, "I want to see just what you have to dodge my Black Crowing fire with." When Black Crow Old Man finished talking, the opposite Yi Yuan in the midst of his wretched cries turned into nothing. Another avatar body. Black Crow Old Man waved his hand, and the Black Crow fire instantly said through a rock. Another tragic cry sounded out. But just like before, Yi Yuan turned into nothing a second time. "Hide. Continue hiding. I'll see just how long you can hide till." Black Crow Old Man said with a completely somber face. He kept mobilizing the Black Crow fire nonstop, extinguish. Plussing one Yi Yuan after another. But what he wiped out were always fake Yi Yuans. Black Crow Old Man's face was livid with rage. This Yi Yuan was too nasty to deal with. A puny little 5th-level spirit condensation realm could actually form so many avatar bodies. If it were somebody else, their essence energy would probably have long dried up, right? But Yi Yuan switched his location repeatedly. Black Crow Old Man also could not detect where Yi Yuan's true body was. No matter how powerful his Black Crowing fire was, it was pointless if he could not burn Yi Yuan. However, Black Crow was not anxious about this, because he knew that the medicinal pill, which could raise cultivation realm that Yi Yuan consumed surely had a time limit and after effects. Hence, before the medicinal pill's effect wore off, Yi Yuan would definitely seek out the chance to deal with him. He did not even need to make a move to kill Yi Yuan. As long as he withstood Yi Yuan's final attack, Yi Yuan would be free for him to butcher. There were quite a few secrets on his brat's body. When the time came, and he underwent soul search, he should be able to dig out quite a few secrets. Still not coming out yet? Is it interesting to play hide and seek? However, it's almost time up for your medicinal pill to lose its effect, right? After burning another Yi Yuan to death, Black Crow Old Man faced the empty cave and shouted loudly. Right then, Yi Yuan's silhouette scurried out from behind a rock. The 9-sword stance was activated suddenly. This was the first time Yi Yuan took the initiative to attack after Black Crow Old Man brought out the Black Crowing fire. It was fast and ruthless. However, Black Crow Old Man seemed to have expected this. He gave a cold laugh as the Black Crow fire danced within his palm and instantly attacked Yi Yuan. Before Yi Yuan had the time to cry out, the ground behind Black Crow Old Man erupted. Another silhouette tunneled out rapidly. This was Yi Yuan's real body. He used the avatar body to attract the Black Crow fire, while his real body would unleash a lethal strike from behind Black Crow Old Man. The timing of this blow was grasped exceptionally well, not giving Black Crow Old Man the opportunity to catch his breath. The Songhua sword stabbed straight at Black Crow Old Man's throat. It was also close at hand. Black Crow Old Man turned around, but not the slightest trace of panic could not be seen on his face. He suddenly chuckled frostily. "I've been waiting for you." Just this sentence, but Yi Yuan's expression changed suddenly. Black Crow Old Man reached out his finger to lightly pinch, gripping hold of Yi Yuan's Songhua sword. The next moment, the black-colored flames extended up Songhua sword, burning rapidly up to Yi Yuan's sword-wielding hand, and then swiftly burned his entire body. Using the same old trick, Do you think that I would fall for it again? Childish. H. Plus now you can die. Black Crow said with a cold smile. This time, the Black Crow-ine fire seared Yi Yuan's real body. Chapter 178. Flame Explosion. Chapter 178. Flame Explosion. You let go. You quickly let go. Yi Yuan's entire body was being swathed with black flames. The expression on his face seemed to be somewhat distorted, as if in extreme agony. Ha ha! Painful, right? Let this old man appreciate your tormented expression properly. Enjoy this old man's Black Crow-ine fire to your heart's content. Seeing Yi Yuan's tormented expression, there was unspeakable alacrity in Black Crow old man's heart. During this trip to the Lotus Moon Gorge, he had been taken advantage of fully by this spirit condensation realm brat. He was as depressed as he could get. Now, this brat was finally subjugated by him. Black Crow old man could not help having a feeling of exultation upon fulfillment. But Black Crow old man did not discover that Yi Yuan's other hand was hidden in his sleeves, as if he was secretly doing something the whole time. Bluffing you. Just as Black Crow old man was enjoying the aftertaste of victory, Yi Yuan's distorted expression was kept away at this time, and what replaced it was a relaxed expression. Black Crow old man's face changed greatly, and he instinctively felt that things were not good. But it was already too late. An extremely horrifying energy surged between Black Crow and Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's body suddenly sent out a faint yellow flame, which intertwined with the Black Crow-ine fire. Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. It's cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. You don't want to live anymore? Two types of essence fires coming together will cause a flame explosion. We will all die. Stop. Quickly stop. Black Crow old man shouted at the top of his voice. Essence fires were born from heaven and earth. Even a Tier 1 essence fire was an object with a spirit. All heaven and earth spiritual objects had their own pride. Therefore, two types of essence fires could not come into contact with each other no matter what, especially under the circuit. Stance with the two kinds of essence fires were at around the same rank. Once the two types of essence fires contact together, the two different attributed essence fires would produce an intense friction, and from this, it would rise to a devastatingly horrifying explosion. This sort of explosion was hailed as flame explosion. The higher the ranks of the two different essence fires, the more potent the explosion produced. The cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame was a Tier 4 essence fire, while the Black Crow-ine fire, through Black Crow old man's careful nurturing, had already approached Tier 4. The might of the flame explosion produced by these two types of essence fires coming together could be imagined. You're overthinking it. The only one who will die is you. Facing the horrifying energy coming off from the two types of essence fires colliding, Yi Yuan was quite indifferent to the situation. To Yi Yuan, he could be killed by experts, but would not be burned to death by fire. Even if these two types of flames, one of them being Tier 4 and the other quasi-Tier 4, the two types of flames interwove together, setting off a terrifying energy vortex, pulling firmly onto the two people. Black Crow old man fought desperately to try and break free of this binding force, but it was futile. Sensing the increasingly harrowing energy, Black Crow old man had a never-before feeling of hopelessness. What was scary was not death, but the process of waiting for death. Brat, you can still make it if you pull back now. The two of us will withdraw our essence fire at the same time. Then, the flame explosion won't occur. Otherwise, jade and stone will be burned alike. Black Crow old man was so anxious that he was covered with sweat. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Enjoy the might of the flame explosion properly. I want to accompany you." The flame explosion was already formed. Yi Yuan had no need to continue staying. Otherwise, he would really have to perish together with Black Crow old man. Yi Yuan's figure moved, like fish shaking off the fetters of the flame explosion vortex, swimming towards outside the cave. Black Crow old man's eyes nearly popped out when he saw this scene. Such a powerful binding force that even he, this sea transformation realm, could not break free of. Just how did this brat accomplish it? However, he did not have the time to contemplate this now, as the explosion was about to occur, and he was at the heart of the flame explosion. Once it blew up, he would die for sure. Black Crow Old Man tried various methods, but was ultimately unable to shake off this powerful suction force. He also tried various means of trying to eliminate the flame explosion, but it was a wasted effort. Yi Yuan was currently swimming in the air like a fish and finally arrived at the cave entrance. The flame explosion's shackling force was only up to here. Yi Yuan collapsed onto the ground weakly and was unable to move anymore. At the same time, Nanfeng Jiro appeared out of thin air. "Yi Yuan, are you all right?" Seeing Yi Yuan's miserable state, Nanfeng Jiro hurriedly rushed forward. Yi Yuan smiled tragically and said, "You look at my appearance. Does this look fine? Enough nonsense. Quickly leave this place. This place is about to blow up. I can't move right now. Quickly bring me out of this place." Finus. H.I. Plussing. Yi Yuan's eyes turned upwards, and he thoroughly fainted. In reality, since the beginning, Yi Yuan already detected the essence fire on Black Crow Old Man's body. It was also then that Yi Yuan already had a strategy. Yi Yuan was very clear that with his realm, let alone killing Black Crow Old Man, he could not even achieve letting his attack touch him, even if he consumed the Tier 2 5-element Spirit Link pill. And on Yi Yuan's body, his greatest killing weapon was the newly refined Tier 4 Essence Fire, Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. Only it could cause harm to Black Crow Old Man. Therefore, unless it reached the last moment, Yi Yuan absolutely could not show this trump card. However, Yi Yuan was very sensitive towards essence fires. He could faintly sense that there was an essence fire whose might was not weak inside Black Crow Old Man's body. This, however, provided Yi Yuan with a new idea, and that was a flame explosion. Once the flame explosion could form, then it would not be a matter of hurting Black Crow Old Man anymore. Therefore, Yi Yuan consolidated at every step as he advanced, and slowly lured out Black Crow Old Man's greatest trick, the Black Crowing Fire. Black Crow Old Man seemed to be incomparably powerful, but he fell into the trap Yi Yuan designed for him step by step, all the way to the end, where Yi Yuan used avatar bodies to lure Black Crow Old Man, and he himself takes the opportunity to ambush. It was to create a false impression of having exhausted all his tricks for Black Crow Old Man. Very unfortunately, Black Crow Old Man fell for it. By the time he reacted to it, the flame explosion was already formed. Even if Black Crow Old Man wanted to run, he also could not escape. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan's research regarding essence fires was simply unimaginable to the people of the boundless world. In his previous life, he once owned 9 types of essence fires. When he had nothing to do, he would place these essence fires together to play, so as to better understand the characteristics of essence fires. Yi Yuan had already long been bored with the flame explosion, which Black Crow Old Man did not even dare to think about. How could it trap him? However, in order to execute the flame explosion, Yi Yuan also paid an extremely huge price. Even though he refined the cleansing sandal sacred flame, his fleshy body, meridians, dantian, were only at the spirit condensation realm standard. They simply could not withstand the Tier 4 essence fire. That was to say, although Yi Yuan refined a Tier 4 essence fire, he could only suppress the power of the essence fire released when refining pills and doing battle to Tier 2 standard. And just now, Yi Yuan brought out the entire might of the cleansing sandal sacred flame. One could imagine just how great the damage caused to his body was. If not for Yi Yuan's control towards essence fires being already at the peak of perfection, he would have been burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame until not even residue would be left currently. Even so, his present state was an indescribable mess. He could only call out Nanfeng Jiro to bring him to escape. Boom! An incomparably oppressive explosion sounded out. The entire underground cave started quaking. Chapter 179. Yi Hang Exits Seclusion. Chapter 179. Yi Hang Exits Seclusion. The state of Qin's capital. These few days had been relatively lively. No reason other than because the Drunken Star Manor had sent out invitations to organize a pill grading assembly. For close to a month, the Drunken Star Manor could be said to be infinitely glorious and faintly had the manner of controlling the state of Qin's alchemy industry. Ever since the essence gathering pill was launched, the Drunken Star Manor had been as crowded as a marketplace. Every day, there would be large batches of martial artists gathering, just to beg to purchase the essence gathering pill. And this time, Wan Donghai even unleashed a big move, organizing this pill grading assembly and inviting virtually all the upper echelons in the state of Qin. It was said that the Drunken Star Manor wanted to launch 3 new medicinal pills all at once at this pill grading assembly. It would be a radical revolution to the state of Qin's alchemy world. Such explosive news would naturally cause massive commotions in the state of Qin. Because of the essence gathering pill as the precedent, the news released by Drunken Star Manor would naturally stir up all the martial artists' appetite. 1T. An essence gathering pill already changed the alchemy's power balance in the state of Qin. If they launched 3 new types of medicinal pills at once, what kind of change would it trigger? Most likely, not as simple as bringing down Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. No matter what, not only did the Drunken Star Manor's actions draw the attention of all the upper echelons in the state of Qin, it also aroused a huge focus from the commoner martial artists. Even though the Drunken Star Manor's reputation among demonic beast hunters was already bad, there were still many people purchasing medicinal pills here. This was something that could not be helped. After all, Essence Qi realm martial artists made up the largest group, and the Essence Gathering Pill was a unique medicinal pill from the Drunken Star Manor. These martial artists had no other choice. And starting from that time, the Drunken Star Manor had taken a series of measures to suppress the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Now, they already virtually monopolized the state of Qin's medicinal pill market. Other than those deadly loyal like S, H, I, plus Kaiyong, the vast majority of the people were either forced to or took the initiative to go to the Drunken Star Manor to buy medicinal pills. The situation for the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was already at the extent of a hair's breadth from death, and currently, Yihang was still in close seclusion. At the Wan family, a middle-aged man in fine clothing sat opposite Wan Donghai. Composure and overbearingness exuded from the middle-aged man. In terms of aura, he was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Wan Donghai. Brother Yulin, this time, our Wan family and Su family joining hands. We must rule the state of Qin's alchemy world. Wan Donghai seemed to be extremely proud of his success at present. The middle-aged man in finery was precisely the Su family's family head, Su Yulin, an existence who could make the state of Qin quake just by stomping his feet. Su Yulin was not as delighted as Wan Donghai. He just said lightly, "Ruling the alchemy world is but the beginning. After Manor Lord Wan sits on the highest commanding seat in the state of Qin's alchemy world, don't forget about our agreement." What are you saying, Brother Yulin? Our 2 families have collaborated for so many years. Don't Brother Yulin understand my Wan Donghai's character yet? The Nanfeng family has grown weak and cannot carry the state of Qin any more long ago. The Su family replacing them is only the common will of the people. This one naturally will not go against heaven. Haha, then that's good. This Su will wish Manor Lord Wan in advance for fulfilling a long-cherished wish and thoroughly defeating the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Isn't that all thanks to Brother Yulin? If not for the new medicinal pill Brother Yulin provided, this one also won't have today. Rest A.S. Sure, Brother Yulin. In future, when Brother Yulin replaces Nanfeng E, this one will be the Imperial family's royal alchemist. And Manor Lord Wan has the heart. It's just that I'm still somewhat worried at the moment. The news about the pill grading assembly has already been released for such a long time, but there's no movement from Nanfeng E at all. Could it be that he's planning something? Brother Yulin is thinking too much. The talents in the Imperial family have withered. What other capable person is there apart from the old, undying Nanfeng Liu? Oh, right. I still haven't congratulated Brother Yulin for the breakthrough to the 2nd level crystal formation realm. Now, other than Wu Daofeng and Jiang Yunhe, these two neutral parties, who is a match for Brother Yulin in the entire state of Qin? Isn't Brother Yulin being able to break through at this time, proving who the mandate of heaven should belong to from another perspective? Aha, perhaps I'm really overthinking things. But it's just these few days, the envoy from the High Sect is already set to arrive at the Danwu Academy. With the support of the envoy, the transition of authority should also be smoother. But Wan Donghai's face changed when he heard that, and sensibly did not continue the conversation. So, it turned out that the Su family had such a deep background in the Tranquil Cloud sect. No wonder they dared to do such a heaven-defying thing. Su Yulin revealing this matter to him was also giving him a disguised warning to make him not have overly inordinate ambitions. Ha ha ha. Looks like Brother Yulin is really fully prepared. Oh yes, I heard that Yi Hang's son Partik. 1. P. Aided in the endless trials and has not returned this whole time. He probably already died in the endless forest, right? Now, Yi Hang even lost his son. Most likely, he will be in a thundering rage after exiting seclusion. Wan Donghai changed the topic very sensibly. Who would know that it was still okay if Wan Donghai did not mention it? But once it was mentioned, Su Yulin's face changed. The one who was missing was not just Yi Hang's son. His son also went missing too. No matter how Su Yulin ruminated, he could not understand. He sent the Chong brothers to assist his son. Why wasn't there any news up till now? Could it be that after they killed Yi Yuan, they encountered some other matter and was delayed? Humph. The pill, grating Semli is coming soon. Manor Lord, one shouldn't bother about these minor details and focus on the bigger things. This Su still has some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Su Yulin said unhappily. Wan Donghai felt rather bewildered and did not know where he had offended Su Yulin. A martial artist with a manservant appearance walked loftily into the fragrant medicine pavilion. The manager Feng San dozed off listlessly and did not see anyone enter from the start. Is there still anyone alive? Someone come out. The manservant called out very haughtily. Feng San was startled awake. When he saw the manservant's outfit, he could not help being enraged. This punk from G. Oh, D knows where dares to be so ill-mannered here. Do you know what this place is? The manservant gave a side glance at Feng San and said smugly, This little lord naturally knows what this place is. Just a broken store that's about to close down. Feng San, this little lord sees that you have some capabilities. How about coming to the Drunken Star Manor and make a living with this little lord? Feng San was enraged when he heard that and said, An errand boy's servant actually dares to make me. Feng San, mix around with you? Why don't you take S, and check out your reflection? Who do you think you are? Don't be angry, Manager Feng. It's true that I'm an errand boy, but I'm afraid that Manager Feng's current situation is worse than running errands, right? Me letting you mix around with me is giving you a chance. If not, when the pill grating assembly commences, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be so easy for Manager Feng to find a job then. Feng San reached out and pointed his finger at the door and said furiously, Get out for your father. If you don't get lost, your father will throw you out of here. Even if I, Feng San, were to starve to death, I wouldn't go to the Drunken Star Manor to lick boots. The manservant took out an invitation card unhurriedly and waved it around in front of Feng San, saying, See this? My family's manor lord specially issued an invitation to your fragrant medicine pavilion in consideration of former relations. If Manager Feng continues to chase me out, that would be breaking off from the state of Qin's alchemy world. Feng San was unable to hold back his wrath anymore. This punk was here to deliver the invitation to humiliate the fragrant medicine pavilion. The fragrant medicine pavilion was already like this. Why would they attend some pill grating assembly? To reach their faces out for people to smack? Bring your lousy invitation along and scram for your father. Otherwise, I'm really going to take action. As he said this, Feng San pulled up his sleeves and was really about to beat people up. Just then a deep voice sounded out. Stop, Feng San. This invitation card, Our fragrant medicine pavilion accepts. You go back and tell Wan Donghai that the pill grading ace Semli Yihang will definitely be there. Chapter 180, Nanfeng. Chapter 180, Nanfeng owner. You finally left seclusion. Feng San, who was raging, turned around and saw Yihang. He immediately rejoiced. Body could have understood just how Feng San had survived over this 1-month period. But when he saw Yihang exit seclusion, everything was worth it. TCH, isn't it just leaving seclusion? What's the fuss about? At this time, what the use even if you exit seclusion? Seeing Yihang, the manservant was also very shocked. But he quickly puffed up his chest again. Our Drunken Star Manor is the strongest now. Even if Yihang exited seclusion, could he stem the raging tide? Impossible. You dare to disrespect owner? Courting death. Feng San was enraged when he heard that and wanted to slap that manservant to death in one palm. Forget it. Just a small fry. Let him go, Yihang said coolly. With his status, there was no need to square every detail with a small fry. Haha. Pavilion Lord Yi is indeed a person who knows the grand situation. I think that as long as Pavilion Lord Yi pledges allegiance to our Manor Lord at the pill grading ace Semli, he should forgive you magnanimously. Oh, I've already delivered the invitation. Goodbye, Pavilion Lord Yi. The manservant really took himself for some big shot and clasped his hands at Yihang, then took large strides and left. Feng San was so angry that he was nos. Plussing his teeth in hatred by the side. With a displeased face, he said, Owner, even a servant from the Drunken Star Manor dares to come to taunt us fragrant medicine pavilion now. In my opinion, kill this punk first to teach the Drunken Star Manor a lesson. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said with a smile, This servant is just a small character. Wouldn't killing him show our incompetence even more? That we can only take our anger out on the Drunken Star Manor servants? To find a ground, of course we have to find their families' adults. Feng San's eyebrows jumped as he understood some meaning behind it. He said joyfully, Owner means that. Yihang took over the invitation and said playfully, Wan Donghai wants to use this pill grading Semli to rule the state of Qin's alchemy world. I'm afraid that it isn't so easy. I knew that the owner wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Feng San was ecstatic when he saw that, but he immediately frowned again, saying, Owner, it said that Wan Donghai wants to launch 3 new types of medicinal pills by organizing this pill grading Semli. Just an essence-gathering pill has already left us badly battered. If 3 more were to appear, we... Relax, old phone. Competing with medicinal pills, should be us, father and son, have never feared anyone. This time, we're going to let everyone broaden their horizons. Yihang said heroically. Feng San looked at Yihang, and his eyes could not help showing astonishment. Just now, Yihang clearly planned on saying himself, but when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he brought along Yi Yuan. A venerable alchemy grandmaster was actually deliberately bringing along his son. Why was that? In a courtyard within the imperial palace, Yi Yuan was currently lying on a vine chair, sitting with his ankle on his knees. There were even 2 beautiful palace maids fanning him from behind. He looked like he was enjoying himself very much. Yi Yuan, is your beauty-retaining pill finished refining yet? If it's not done, this princess will burn down this mansion and send you to heaven. Nanfeng Jiro's angry cry broke this courtyard's tranquility. Yi Yuan jumped in fright and hurriedly went out in big strides. Indeed, he saw Nanfeng Jiro carrying a fire torch in her hands, posing like she was lighting a fire. Nanfeng Ruoqing was covering her mouth while laughing behind Nanfeng Jiro. This woman would do what she said. A single mishap, and she would really burn this place. Don't. My grand-aunt, this is your family's house. What are you burning it for? I don't care. Today, if you don't refine the beauty-retaining pill for me, I'll burn this place. Seriously, can't you wait for 2 days? My injuries have just healed. I also just refined the Essence Yang pill 2 days ago and sapped a great deal of my vitality. You at least ought to give me time to rest, right? Otherwise, If I were to ruin the refinement of the beauty-retaining pill, wouldn't that destroy Senior Apprentice Sister's unparalleled looks? After coming out from the underground cave, Yi Yuan let Nanfeng Zhuro bring him to hide in the palace. Just like this, Su Yishan and Yi Yuan disappeared at the same time. Yi Yuan had ready-made medicinal pills on him, but his injuries this time were too severe. He only barely managed to recover after recuperating for 3 days. After recovering, Yi Yuan refined the Essence Yang pill without delay and let Nanfeng Zhuro deliver it to the Danwu Academy in secret. Ever since Yi Yuan recovered, Nanfeng Zhuro had been thinking about her beauty-retaining pills. She would come here every day to compel Yi Yuan to refine it. But Yi Yuan's body right now was indeed not that great, so it was delayed a few days. The ill-tempered but beauty-loving Nanfeng Zhuro finally could not endure it anymore today, so she ran here to threaten Yi Yuan. I don't care. I must see the beauty-retaining pill today. Nanfeng Zhuro refused to yield. Right at this time, a voice sounded out from behind them. Zhuro, back off. Don't be mischievous. Imperial Father. I was joking with Yi Yuan, right? Yi Yuan? Nanfeng Zhuro used her gaze to threaten Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man in front of Yi Yuan was as handsome as jade and had a grandiose manner. The air of a king could not be covered up no matter what. This person was precisely Nanfeng Ruoqing's imperial brother, Nanfeng Zhiro's father, the state of Qin's emperor, Nanfeng Yi. This was also the first time Yi Yuan met Nanfeng Yi. This person gave him the deep feeling like he was in grasp of everything. Nanfeng Yi was sizing up Yi Yuan, but at the same time, Yi Yuan was also appraising Nanfeng Yi without the intention of saluting. An alchemy emperor had the pride of an alchemy emperor. Even if he rebirthed, it was also impossible to kneel down and salute a mortal emperor. Nanfeng Yi did not mind Nanfeng Zhuro and only said coolly, Ruoqing, you bring Zhuro back first. I have some things to say to little brother Yi. Nanfeng Yi actually gave tacit consent to Yi Yuan's rude actions. Yes, Nanfeng Ruoqing received the command and brought her niece back. The few palace maids naturally also withdrew. However, while Nanfeng Ruoqing did not show anything on the surface, she was very alarmed in her heart. Imperial brother actually called Yi Yuan as little brother. This sort of address was undoubtedly placing Yi Yuan on equal footing as him. In Nanfeng Ruoqing's impression, she had never seen Imperial brother place a person so highly before. And this person was merely a 15-year-old child. For the emperor to address his subjects as brothers, just hearing it sounded very peculiar. While Nanfeng Ruoqing knew that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary child, this term of address by Nanfeng Yi was still sufficient to alarm her. After Nanfeng Ruoqing and the rest left, Nanfeng Yi and Yi Yuan entered the courtyard and sat down in the pavilion in the garden. I'm indebted to little brother Yi for having taken care of my daughter and sister these few days. I express my thanks to little brother Yi on their behalf. Nanfeng Yi actually gave thanks right away, making Yi Yuan somewhat surprised. Your Majesty is too serious. It's just the effort of lifting a hand, not worthy of thanks. Furthermore, they also helped me quite a bit. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly and did not decline anything. From the other party's attitude, he could also see that his matter was already also long known by Nanfeng Yi through Nanfeng Ruoqing and niece. Nanfeng Yi waved his hand and said, That's not the same. The aid you gave them is enough for them to use their entire lives. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, I'm afraid that your Majesty didn't look for me just to give thanks, right? Let's go straight into the main topic. I don't like to beat around the bush. Chapter 181. The Teetering Imperial Family. Chapter 181. The Teetering Imperial Family. Nanfeng Yi was stunned when he heard that. He did not think that this youth actually did not save the lightest bit of face for him, not mentioning about his ident. 1. Tai as the Emperor, just the fact that he was a crystal formation realm expert. Most likely not many spirit condensation realm martial artists dared to be this impudent. However, he also knew the pride of peerless geniuses like Yi Yuan. The peerless geniuses who could make it past the Nine Heavens Road would undoubtedly be existences that would break out from the state of Qin. Therefore, Yi Yuan had the capital to be proud. Nanfeng naturally did not know that Yi Yuan was emboldened to talk to him on an equal basis because he possessed a Tier 3 demonic beast as a servant. Nanfeng Zhuro did not tell Nanfeng Yi about the matter of Yuan Fei, because she promised Yi Yuan that she would tell no one. After returning, Nanfeng Zhuro even hid it from Nanfeng Yi. Cough, cough. Nanfeng Yi coughed to hide his embarrass before saying, I wonder what's little brother Ye's view of the Drunken Star Manor's pill grating assembly? Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said disdainfully, just a bunch of performing clowns. What pill grating assembly? With Wan Donghai's paltry abilities, what does he know about grating pills? If my guess isn't wrong, this matter was cooked up by the Su family. Wan Donghai is merely the puppet pushed onto the front stage by them. Nanfeng Yi was astounded as he said, to think that little brother Yi can actually see it so thoroughly. To our understanding, the Drunken Star Manor's essence gathering pill originated from the high-sex pill hall. And this time, they even acquired the new types of medicinal pills from the pill hall to beguile the minds of people. Such intentions are condemnable. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. Oh, came from Tranquil Cloud's sex pill hall? Looks like this pill hall has some capabilities to have actually developed so many new medicinal pills. Yi Yuan's research into medicinal pills was incomparable to anyone else's. He was very much aware of just how difficult it was to develop new medicinal pills. With the boundless world's medicinal pills cognition, for the pill hall to have actually developed so many new medicinal pills was adequate to see the power of the pill hall's might. Although these new medicinal pills were worthless in Yi Yuan's eyes, in other people's eyes, they were immense breakthroughs. That's a given. Ever since the Tranquil Cloud Sect's founder, Yu Weia, ascended, they had been through a period of degradation. All the way until the 11th generation sect master, Ouyang Tuatian, came into the world and led the Tranquil Cloud Sect's revival with his own strength. But Ouyang Tuatian was not known for his martial prowess. He was an alchemy sovereign of his generation. During the period he took over as sect master, he used medicinal pills to create countless experts. It was also then that Tranquil Cloud Sect finally formed the scenario where the Martial Hall and the Pill Hall pitted against each other. Nanfeng Yi explained. Yi Yuan gave a look of realization. Only now did he know the origin of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's Martial Hall and Pill Hall. Like this, huh? Looks like your majesty came to look for me because you feel the pressure. If you had known beforehand, you should have acted differently then. If you had eradicated the Su family earlier, there wouldn't be so many problems. Yi Yuan also roughly guessed Nanfeng Yi's purpose in coming. Now, the only one who could contend with the Drunken Star Manor was the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Nanfeng Yi came to look for Yi Yuan naturally because he wanted to let the Yi family coordinate with the Nanfeng family to wreck the pill grating assembly this time. Nanfeng Yi smiled bitterly and said, You think I didn't want to? Do you know why the Su family can get so many medicinal pills from the pill hall? And could it be that there are people on top of the Su family? Nanfeng Yi nodded and said, Su Yulin's younger sister married a pill hall's elder, Ouyang Ming, 20 years ago. Even though the High Sect has rules that members of the sect are not to interfere with secular affairs, it's still an easy matter for the Ouyang family to help out the Su family occasionally. Otherwise, how do you think Su Yubai became the Dan Wu Academy's disciplinary hall's first elder? If not for the fact that his strength is insufficient, the position of dean would probably have been taken by the Su family long ago. Yi Yuan finally realized that there was actually so many things interlaced in between. No wonder Su Yubai could cover the skies with one hand inside the academy and body dared to make a sound. The Su family had people in the Tranquil Cloud Sect. That was why Nanfeng Yi held back in fear these few years and did not dare to attack the Su family, resulting in rearing a tiger to one's own detriment. Also, no wonder the Nanfeng family's people were so low-key, and it also explained why the imperial family would support Yi Heng to contend with Wan Donghai. There was actually so much karma mixed inside. From this, it seemed that father's and one Donghai's antagonism was actually essentially the imperial family and Su family challenging in the dark. Looking at this, everything could be explained. However, from the former situation, regardless of whether it was the imperial family or the fragrant medicine pavilion, they both held the clear disadvantage. This time, the Su family got so many new medicinal pills from the pill hall and also stirred up the entire city by organizing a pill grading assembly. Most likely, it was already time for the map to be unrolled to reveal the dagger. And because of this, Nanfeng finally could not sit still. Then, "Your Majesty is looking for me for?" Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. The Su family's and the Wan family's activities are already so rampant. I've secretly arranged for people to pay a few visits to the fragrant medicine pavilion, but your honorable father has always been in close seclusion, I'm afraid. So, Nanfeng, he was worried the Yi Hang was avoiding the fight. In that case, the Nanfeng family would have no path of retreat at all. Even if it was a pious, Sing thought, Yi Yuan was still rather displeased. No matter who it was, and body wished for their own father to be used as a chess piece. Now, in this sort of situation, if Yi Hang really failed, he would likely be the first target the Su family and the Wan family want to eliminate. At that time, whether the imperial family would lend a helping hand or not was another matter altogether. Your Majesty wishes to let my father lead the vanguard. I wonder what kind of methods the imperial family have prepared. If the Su family is really overthrowing, what does your Majesty plan to do? Yi Yuan's tone gradually grew colder. Even though Nanfeng, he was Nanfeng Zhuro's father and Nanfeng Ruoqing's older brother, his relation to Yi Yuan was zilch. If the imperial family were destroyed, Yi Yuan would not mind rescuing Nanfeng Ruoqing and niece, but to make him slog it out for the imperial family based on this was a no-no. Not to mention that Nanfeng, he was still scheming against father at this time. This, your Majesty calls me little brother simply because you took a fancy to my future status. But have your Majesty ever thought that if the imperial family no longer existed, what's the point of you making friends with me, this future core disciple? Yi Yuan ridiculed mercilessly. Yi Yuan, you're insolent. Nanfeng, he finally could not hold back his rage. Yi Yuan was actually cursing the imperial family to be destroyed. This was something intolerable to him. Insolent? No matter how insolent I am, can I be more insolent than the Su family? Actually, your Majesty knows clearly in your herd that the imperial family has reached an extremely precarious situation now. Even if I'm not insolent, can your Majesty alter the outcome? Now that it's already like this, why is your Majesty acting like you have a concrete plan? Could it be that your Majesty is relying on sending my father to go and die? Does your Majesty think that by sending my father out, it can eliminate the Su family's ambition? Yi Yuan said with a sneer. An extremely terrifying aura was released. It was the powerful aura belonging to a crystal formation realm martial artist. But Yi Yuan did not budge an inch when facing this aura. I advise the imperial family to cool down. At this time, offending your only ally is not a wise move. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Nanfeng Yi's expression changed, and he immediately put away his aura. Chapter 182, Gifting Pill. Chapter 182, Gifting Pill. You aren't thinking that the Wan family and the Su family will let your Yi family off, right? This pill, grading ace. Semli is pointing straight at the imperial family in the dark, but on the surface, it's pointing towards the Yi family. After staying silent for a long time, Nanfeng, he finally said this. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, "Don't be mistaken, your Majesty. Now that it's arrived at this, everyone in the state of Qin can choose to surrender. Only the imperial family cannot. For your Majesty to threaten me with such words, are you too powerless?" Yi Yuan finished talking, and Nanfeng Yi's face changed once again. He initially thought that Yi Yuan was young and slightly easier to deal with. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan saw things more clearly than anyone else? Although Nanfeng, he had paid close attention to Yi Yuan for a long time, This was still the first time he came into contact with him in the true sense. All the prior senses were obtained through Nanfeng, Ruoqing, and Nice. Now, Nanfeng, he felt that this Yi Yuan was even harder to deal with than his father, Yi Hang. Nanfeng, he took in a deep breath before saying, Yi Yuan, I wonder when is your father coming out of seclusion. If he still doesn't exit seclusion, even if the Yi family wants to surrender, it's also futile, correct? But Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard that and said, Your Majesty, since my father is in seclusion, I naturally have the final say in all of Yi family's matters. Since Your Majesty came to seek me out, you're probably also eyeing this point, right? Nanfeng, he revealed an Embark. Said, look, but Yi Yuan had poked his vital point. He was really quite anxious. Yi Hang did not exit seclusion for a long time. The imperial family no longer had any buffer P. A. C. He only came to find Yi Yuan having no other alternatives, hoping to get Yi Hang to exit seclusion through Yi Yuan to resolve the immediate predicament. But who would have thought that Yi Yuan was much harder to deal with than he imagined? Nanfeng, he sucked in a deep breath. This time, he finally truly placed Yi Yuan on equal footing as him to converse. Speak then. What request does the Yi family have? Nanfeng, he said solemnly. Haha, Your Majesty finally brought out some sincerity. However, my Yi family does not have any request. Instead, we can gift the Nanfeng family centuries of prosperity. My only demand is that within these few centuries, the Nanfeng family is not to have the slightest bit of jealousy towards the Yi family, and to let the Yi family stand independently from the state of Qin's regime. Yi Yuan said coolly, What did you say? Nanfeng, he did not even think that Yi Yuan would actually raise such a request. But Yi Yuan just smiled and said, Your Majesty, I, Yi Yuan, will be serving as this chess piece. The pill grating A.S. Assembly is nothing but seeking popularity through hogwash to me. Not only can I cooperate with the imperial family to wreck the pill grating A.S. Assembly, but I can also coordinate with the imperial family to eradicate the Wan family and the Su family. It's just that I don't know if Your Majesty has such resolve. Nanfeng, he sucked in a cold breath. Eradicating the Wan family and the Su family. Not that he had never thought about it, but he had never dared to have such a notion. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's Ouyang family was not a family clan that the Nanfeng family could afford to offend. Nanfeng, he did not dare take this risk. But now, Yi Yuan directly said to destroy the Su family. Why not wait for your father to exit seclusion before discussing again? Yi Yuan curled his lips. He was very disdainful towards Nanfeng Yi's resolve. As the emperor, how could he be so soft and irresolute? It was true that the Su family had a strong supporter, but if the Nanfeng family kept giving in, it would ultimately only make the Su family insatiable. Nanfeng, he was still not clear on this point until now. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said indifferently, Looks like Your Majesty still has an inadequate understanding of me, Yi Yuan. I advise Your Majesty to chat more with teacher Nanfeng as well as senior apprentice sister before making this decision. I can only give Your Majesty these words. Indecisiveness invariably leads to trouble. Finus. H.I. Plusing. Yi Yuan spoke no more. This conversation naturally also ended like that. The next day, Yi Yuan returned to the Danwu Academy. It caused a tremendous sensation in the academy. Hey, did you hear? Yi Yuan and senior apprentice sister Feng disappeared for nearly a month in the endless trials. Now, they actually returned. Yeah, I even thought that they died in the endless forest. Who knew that they actually came out? Hey, Yi Yuan, this person is bequeathed with destiny. I'm afraid that he won't die so easily. It's just, Yi Yuan came back, but Su Yishan still hasn't returned. Is there some connection in between? Are you R.E.T.A.R. dead? Isn't it obvious? In the endless trials this time, the heavyweight CLA.S characters who went missing, other than Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Zhuro, is only Su Yishan. And now, Only Yi Yuan and senior apprentice Sister Feng returned. Most likely, you're saying, Shu. Originally, coming back from the endless trials was no big deal. But the time which Yi Yuan and Nan Feng Zhiro went missing for way too long, way past the time set by the academy. And the martial role expert Su Yishan disappeared at the same time. There was Ma's Civ abnormality revealed in between. Now, Yi Yuan and Nan Feng Zhiro came back at the same time. Only Su Yishan had yet to return. There were already many people who guessed what happened during this 1 month. After all, there had been quite a few cases like this in the past. Students who had conflicts went apartic. 1. P. 8 in the endless trials, but only one party returned in the end. The other party remained in the endless forest forever. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered with these rumors. Right now, he was paying a visit to Huyin Yong. Haha, Yi Yuan, I knew that you won't die so easily. Huyin Yong could not help laughing loudly when he saw Yi Yuan. Many thanks for teacher Huyin's concern. Actually, this trip was really almost certain death. But luckily, there were more scares than dangers in the end. There were even some small gains, Yi Yuan said smilingly. And not bad, not bad. Having gone to the endless forest once and actually directly breaking through to 2nd level spirit condensation realm really did not disappoint me. Huyin Yong praised verbally, but waves were surging in his heart. Even though Huyin Yong viewed Yi Yuan very highly, his improvement speed was too rapid. This had only been a few days, and Yi Yuan actually directly broke through to the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. Since when had spirit condensation realm become so easy to break through? Haha, I wonder how long teacher Huyin has been stagnated at the 9th level spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan suddenly asked, What are you asking that for? Let me see, roughly 5 or 6 years already. I keep being unable to find the opportunity to break through. Speaking of this, Huyin Yong also had a dispirited look. This threshold from the spirit condensation realm to the crystal formation realm was not so easy to break through. Many spirit condensation realm martial artists were unable to cross this threshold in their entire lives. Huyin Yong's talent was not bad. He was a spirit condensation realm martial artist who condensed 4 spirit liquid drops. But to break through to the crystal formation realm, it was simply an impossible matter without 10 plus 20 years of ACCU. Mulation. Like that, huh? I wonder how many % confidence teacher Huyin has in breaking through to the crystal formation realm right now. Yi Yuan asked. Huyin Yong was even more surprised, but he still answered. Are you joking, Yi Yuan? I haven't even reached half-step crystal formation realm right now. To break through to crystal formation realm, I don't even have 10% confidence. Yi Yuan smiled and took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring for Huyin Yong, saying, Teacher Huyin, this is the crystal formation pill I refined. It can raise the chances of forming crystal by 60%. I wonder if teacher Huyin has the confidence to break through to crystal formation realm? What? 60%? Are you joking? Huyin Yong nearly jumped up. Chapter 183. Even if I'm the one who killed, so what? Chapter 183. Even if I'm the one who killed, so what? A 60% chance to break through. Huyin Yong looked at Yi Yuan as his mind completely blanked out. Happiness came too suddenly. Huyin Yong had never doubted whether or not he could break through to the crystal formation realm. But that was something at least 20 years later. But now, Yi Yuan actually brought him such an enormous surprise. Huyin Yong really did not dare to quite believe it. Just how heaven-defying was a medicinal pill which could raise the chances of breaking through to crystal formation realm by 60%. Initially, I thought that I would need some time before I can gather these crystal formation pill ingredients. I didn't think that I actually unintentionally acquired the main ingredients needed to refine it during this trip into the endless forest, so I just went ahead and refined it. Teacher Huyin is my savior. How could I dare to joke to Teacher Huyin like this? Yi Yuan said with a smile. But this medicinal pill is a tier 2 medicinal pill. Even high-rank alchemy masters can't refine it so easily, right? Could it be that you already have the strength that Serpa SES high-rank alchemy master? Hu Yin-yong suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in surprise. This was actually Hu Yin-yong overthinking it. It was essentially something impossible for high-rank alchemy masters to want to refine the crystal formation pill. Forget about high-rank alchemy masters. It would be impossible to refine the crystal formation pill even for high-rank alchemy grandmasters. The complexity of the crystal formation pill's refinement was simply beyond the comprehension of the state of Qin's alchemy grandmasters. Even if Yi Yuan paired the ingredients for them to refine, they also could not refine it. Around there, Tier 2 medicinal pills already pose no difficulty to me, Yi Yuan said. He was not bragging, but merely stating a fact. Yi Yuan's soul strength had already reached the degree of a middle-rank alchemy master. Coupled with the level of refining method, like the yin-yang separation flow technique, refining Tier 2 medicinal pills really was not an issue to him. Hu Yin-yang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This brat is really a wondrous freak, just at the second-level spirit condensation realm. And he actually said that Tier 2 medicinal pills had no difficulty. I wonder what the dean will feel when he hears this. Hu Yin-yong gently caressed the medicinal bottle Yi Yuan gave him and fell silent. But from his lightly trembling body, it could be seen just how agitated he was inside. Yi Yuan also did not urge him. He just waited for Hu Yin-yong to calm down quietly. He also knew just how great the impact the crystal formation pill had towards Hu Yin-yong. After a long time, Hu Yin-yong took a deep breath, then gave the medicinal bottle back to Yi Yuan, saying, Yi Yuan, you'd better take this medicinal pill back. Yi Yuan was slightly stupefied and was somewhat confused. Could it be that teacher Hu Yin-yong doesn't trust Yi Yuan? Hu Yin-yong shook his hand and said, How can teacher not trust you? It's just that this medicinal pill is invaluable. I can't accept it. I think that judging from your improvement speed, breaking through to peak 9th level spirit condensation realm is only a matter of within a year. You'd better save this medicinal pill for your own use. You need it more than me. Yi Yuan did not expect Hu Yin-yong to actually say something like this. He felt deeply touched in his heart. To the divine realm's martial artists, crystal formation realm might not be considered much. But Yi Yuan had stayed in the state of Qin for such a long time. He could fully understand just what the crystal formation realm meant to the spirit condensation realm martial artists. But Hu Yin-yong was actually willing to give up the chance to become a crystal formation realm martial artist for him. Just how much resolution was needed to be able to shake off the temptation of advancing to crystal formation realm. Yi Yuan pushed the bottle to Hu Yin-yong again, saying with a smile, Teacher Hu Yin is worrying too much. This crystal formation pill isn't as precious as you imagine. I have as many as I want. Have as many as you want. Yi Yuan, you aren't deliberately saying it just to make me accept this medicinal pill, right? Hu Yin-yong said disbelievingly. Yi Yuan was helpless and took out another 2 medicinal bottles. The medicinal pills inside the bottles were shockingly all crystal formation pills, stunning Hu Yin-yong until he was left with his mouth agape again. Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill could be Ma's produced. This brat's methods was truly inconceivable. All right then, since that's the case, I'll accept it. However, this crystal formation pill is overly monstrous. You have to secure this secret well, and take care not to let others know. Hu Yin-yong was not a pretentious person. Yi Yuan already said it till this way. He naturally would not refuse it anymore. Instead, he gave a reminder to Yi Yuan. Of course, Hu Yin-yong kept away the crystal formation pill gingerly before saying to Yi Yuan, Since you've already returned, then, Sui Shan? Dead, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Hu Yin-yong was not too surprised, but he could guess that Yi Yuan's trip to the endless forest was not that peaceful. As long as you're fine, don't mind anything else. Lord Dean already came back. You follow me to meet him. He regards you very highly, Hu Yin-yong said. And I should. Yi Yuan did not refuse. After all, Hu Yin-yong protecting him was still the command issued by the dean. It was proper and reasonable that he should pay a visit. The two had just stepped out when they saw Su Yubai coming towards them with a tumultuous aura. Yi Yuan, what did you do to Yishan? I'm warning you. If anything happens to Yishan, you and the Yi family will join him. Su Yubai bellowed angrily. Yi Yuan looked at Su Yubai like staring at an idiot, saying coolly, I say, First Elder Su, is there something wrong with your brain? You lost your nephew, but you don't go to the endless forest to look for him. What did you come running to me to make a fuss about? Su Yubai pointed at Yi Yuan's nose and roared in anger. Yi Yuan, don't fake an innocent face for this old man. The endless trials this time, you, Feng Zhiro, and Ishan took so long to return. You dare say that Ishan's disappearance had nothing to do with you? Yi Yuan shot a glance at Hu Yin-yong and asked with a bewildered face, Did Elder Su suffer some sort of stimulus recently? Why does it look like your brain isn't working too well? His brain had never been working very well. Hu Yin-yong supplemented another knife, quite irresponsibly, singing in chorus with Yi Yuan. In that case, can't blame him. Elder Su, do you have a misunderstanding? It seems like there isn't only the three of us who delayed our return in the endless trials, right? According to what I know, there's 20 over students who didn't come back this endless trials, yet you just had to group the three of us together. How sinister. I know that Elder Su does not have a good impression of me, but you can't fabricate a charge against me like this. Yi Yuan said innocently. Seeing Yi Yuan and Hu Yin-yong chiming together, Su Yubai was even more infuriated. Although Su Yishan was Su Yulin's son, he was raised up all alone by Su Yubai, not father and son, but as dear as father and son. Otherwise, he would not have immediately came forward right after hearing that Yi Yuan came back. But now, Yi Yuan and Nan Feng Zhiro both returned, and yet Su Yishan still did not come back. Most likely, he was a goner. After all, Su Yishan went to kill Yi Yuan. Su Yishan did not believe that they did not meet in the endless forest. Stop pretending to be innocent. In this batch of students, only you have a grudge with Yishan. If any accident befalls Yishan, you can't escape responsibilities. Oh, is that so? The endless forest is riddled with danger, so why can't Su Yishan have been killed by demonic beasts? Elder Su, this hole in your brain is really quite wide. But then again, even if I'm the one who killed, so what? Elder Su has no proof. You wouldn't just determine my crime with nothing but words, right? I almost forget. I'm the Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciple now, so Elder Su can't convict me. Yi Yuan said indifferently. Chapter 184. Envoy. Chapter 184. Envoy, haha. You finally admitted it. Yi Yuan, you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Su Yubai was so infuriated that he laughed. You also can't run if you kill me, yeah? When the Tranquil Cloud Sect finds you, it isn't something to joke about. Why don't you reconsider? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Blame? You're overthinking it. Go to H-E-L-L. Su Yubai was still talking when he suddenly exploded, thrusting a palm at Yi Yuan. Heaven-flipping palm. The same move had a world of difference between Su Yishan and Su Yubai who executed it. But this palm struck thin air. Su Yubai only felt his vision blur, and 9 Yi Yuans actually appeared at the same time, and he could not even distinguish which one was Yi Yuan's true body. Following that, Su Yubai just said through a phantom just like this. When he turned back, Yi Yuan remained standing where he was as if he never moved. Su Yubai and Hu Yin-yong's face revealed astonishment at the same time. Since when had Yi Yuan learned such a powerful but peculiar movement technique? Hu Yin-yong did not think that Su Yubai would really dare to make a move in the academy. In a moment of carelessness, it was already too late to defend. But he could not have imagined that Yi Yuan could actually avoid Su Yubai's attack so easily. You actually broke through to the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. Su Yubai said with disbelief. It had not even been a month since Yi Yuan stepped into the endless forest, and he actually directly broke through to the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. This speed, thanks to Elder Su's blessings, I broke through by a fluke. Su Yubai's face darkened. This Yi Yuan's mouth really needed a beating. Whose blessing was not good that he had to have Su Yubai's blessings. Wasn't this sickening, people? Oh yeah, does Elder Su still remember what I said before? I wasn't joking with you. Perhaps I don't need a year, Yi Yuan said while smiling. Su Yubai's face changed when he heard that. With Yi Yuan's advancement speed, perhaps he really did not need a year. Although that sentence from Yi Yuan made him into a joke in the Danwu Academy for a time, he had never taken it seriously. But now, he suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan really did not seem to be kidding. He truly had this capability. Humph. Then you also have to survive a year first. Yi Hang's about to collapse right now. Do you feel you still have a chance? Su Yubai said with a cold sneer. Is that so? I feel that Elder Su had better flaunt about it in front of me after my father falls from power. Otherwise, you will have your face smacked by me again. Although your face has already been smacked rotten by me, I don't mind hitting it again to tear it down some more, Yi Yuan said calmly. Su Yubai nearly choked to death. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Su Yubai. He turned around and left with Hu Yin-yong. Watching Yi Yuan's back view, Su Yubai's eyes were about to spit fire. But Yi Yuan had already grown to such an extent, and he even had a Hu Yin-yong by his side. He simply could not make Yi Yuan stay. Even though the Su family was very strong, it was not strong to such an extent that they could cover the skies with one hand in the Danwu Academy. Yi Yuan, I didn't think that after your involvement in the endless trials this time, it's like you were reborn after coming back. That move just now, even if I were matched up against it, I would also be a loss on what to do. Hu Yin-yong marveled. Hu Yin-yong felt that not only did Yi Yuan raise his cultivation realm, but his power also grew much greater. Although he was only at second-level spirit condensation realm now, his strength was probably already not beneath Long Tang's. Hu Yin-yong was somewhat faintly looking forward to the match between these two pinnacle geniuses of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy. Aha, I can be considered to have some small gains, I guess. Yi Yuan also could not share too much and could only make it vague. As a matter of fact, his biggest gain this trip to the Endless Forest was still the Medicine D Soul Cannon. It was just that he was still unable to comprehend those golden words in a short period of time. Hence, this Medicine D Soul Cannon was not useful to Yi Yuan at the moment. The two traveled side by side and soon arrived at Jiang Yuna's residence. Lord Dean, Yi Yuan has returned. I brought him over to pay respects to you, Hu Yin-yong said respectfully outside the door. Enter. Hu Yin-yong and Yi Yuan pushed the door and entered once they heard that. Upon entering, they discovered that there were still other people inside the house. An old man sat opposite Jiang Yunhe, giving people an immeasurable feeling. There was a young man standing beside the elderly man, merely 18 or 19 years old, but already had 8th level spirit condensation realm cultivation. To possess such strength at this age, he was definitely like a crane standing among chickens when placed in the Danwu Academy. Even Long Tang could not compare. Haha, Yi Yuan, such a coincidence. I was just about to send someone to call you and Long Tang over, but you arrived first. Quickly come over and pay respects to Lord Envoy Yao Qian. Jiang Yunhe immediately laughed and said when he saw Yi Yuan. It was very clear that Jiang Yunhe had long known about Yi Yuan returning to the academy. Junior Yi Yuan pays respect to Lord Yao Qian. Yi Yuan did not say much and gave a salute to Yao Qian. Academy's instructor Hu Yin-yong pays respect to Lord Envoy. Hu Yin-yong's face changed when he heard that and went forward to give a respectful bow. Yao Qian lightly glanced at Yi Yuan and said, You're the student who made it past the Nine Heavens Road with Essence Qi Realm Strength? It's precisely this junior, Yi Yuan said. No idea why, but Yi Yuan felt that this envoy's expression when looking at him was somewhat odd, as if he did not really like him. This old fellow should be from the Tranquil Cloud sect. He had not seemed to know anyone, right? Yi Yuan could not figure out just where he had offended this old man. The expression of the youth beside the old man was also filled with contempt when looking at him. How baffling. Haha, this person beside Lord Yao Qian must be his proud disciple, Yang Hao. Don't look at him being so young. Not only did he reach the 8th level spirit condensation realm on the martial path, he's even a high-rank alchemy master already. He is a genius figure even greater than your teacher Feng. He will be your and Longtang's senior apprentice brother in the future. You guys should try to be closer, Jiang Yunhe praised. Being praised by Jiang Yunhe, Yang Hao's face showed a trace of delight, but it was concealed very well. However, Yi Yuan saw that and could not help scorning in his heart. Just based on this disposition, it was futile no matter how high his cultivation realm was. It looked like these sect members all had a lofty and exalted sense when coming to the secular world. Yi Yuan could not resist glancing at Hu Yinyang. Seeing that he had no reaction and seemed to feel that it was only natural, he could not help secretly sighing. However, Yi Yuan was very disdainful of such an attitude. Yi Yuan listened to Jiang Yunhe's introduction while appearing calm on the surface. But he was criticizing ceaselessly in his heart. What kind of genius did he count as? Since when did geniuses become so utterly worthless? But in front of Jiang Yunhe, Yi Yuan obviously would not show anything. He just clasped his hands and said, "I've seen senior apprentice Brother Yang. In the future, after I enter the sect, I hope that senior apprentice Brother Yang can look after me." Yi Yuan's manners were already considered very humble and appropriate. Who would have thought that this Yang Hao just replied indifferently? Junior apprentice Brother Yi is hailed as the #1 person in a millennium. Why would you need the care of an incompetent person like me? Chapter 185. Never met anyone so or dead. Chapter 185. Never met anyone so or dead. A thick smell of gunpowder appeared the moment he opened his mouth. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly. This fellow was simply here to stir up S-H-I plus T, right? He was originally already not that happy with Yang Hao's high and mighty attitude. He was only so courteous on account of Jiang Yunhe's face. With Yi Yuan's personality, he would not even be bothered with Yang Hao. The so-called geniuses did not even count as dull wits in Yi Yuan's eyes. So, senior apprentice Brother Yang knows that he is mediocre, huh? Looks like you still have some clear estimation of yourself. I was worried that senior apprentice Brother Yang was getting a little carried away after being praised too much by people. Since the other party did not give face, Yi Yuan obviously had no need to be polite. The so-called #1 person in a millennium is just extolled by some ignorant people of the secular world. Those who charge past the 9 Heavens Road, just a random grab in the Tranquil Cloud sect, and you get a bunch. Only the outer sect will sensationalize this stunt. Facing Yi Yuan's ridicule, Yang Hao did not get stung by it, but met him blow for blow. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't really care about what #1 person in a millennium. Only some people with mediocre talent would take this sort of matter to heart." With each mediocre talent, Yi Yuan said out loud. Yang Hao felt irritated by that constant harping on it in his heart. He was only being a little sarcastic to Yi Yuan just now, but he did not think that Yi Yuan would attack persistently from a C-H-N-K in his armor. Junior apprentice brother, Yi keeps saying mediocre. I wonder if you dare to compete with me, this mediocre talent? I want to consult just what kind of genius is the alleged #1 person in 1,000 years. Yang Hao's condescending attitude was because he was dead sure that Yi Yuan would not dare to answer the challenge. He was at 8th level spirit condensation realm and high-rank alchemy master, a completely different level from Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan dared to accept the challenge, then he would not be a genius, but a 100% dumba. Yi Yuan was just about to say something when Jiang Yunhe by the side said, "Do not be rude, Yi Yuan. Lord Yao Qian is the high sect's pill hall elder. This trip for him and Yang Hao is to especially fetch you and Longtang into the sect." Finus. H-I plus ing. He turned to Yao Qian again, saying, "Yi Yuan is young and aggressive. Pray that Lord Yao Qian will not take offense." Facing Jiang Yunhe's reprimand, Yi Yuan did not voice anything. He knew that this was Jiang Yunhe, reminding him that this journey to the Tranquil Cloud sect had to be through the two of them, and they could not be offended. Yao Qian did not express anything. He just said indifferently, "The affairs of young people, just let them resolve it themselves. We old fellows should not interfere." Yao Qian's status in the Tranquil Cloud sect was much higher than him. Since he said so, Zhang Yunhe obviously could not say much. He just felt slightly displeased. He naturally knew why this Yao Qian was targeting Yi Yuan, but he did not think that it would be so obvious, putting Yi Yuan down right after coming. Yao Qian was an alchemist from the Ouyang family line. He had very good relations with Ouyang Ming. Zhang Yunhe instantly felt that something was off when he saw him serve as the envoy. Zhang Yunhe did not think that it was merely a coincidence for the sect to send Yao Qian over. Indeed, the gunpowder smell started right after Yi Yuan entered. Initially, he was still harboring a compromising attitude, hoping that Yao Qian would give him this face. Who knew that Yao Qian's light sentence would directly press down his stomach full of words? This one elderly and one youth were truly going too far. An 8th-level spirit condensation realm actually verbally provoked a 2nd-level spirit condensation realm. This was simply utterly shameless. Even though this was Zhang Yunhe's first contact with Yi Yuan, he had long heard about everything he had done. He knew that this punk was definitely not some obedient baby. He might really just accept the provocation. Zhang Yunhe knew that Yi Yuan was very monstrous, but the disparity between him and Yang Hao was not an ordinary kind of big. Even though Yi Yuan advancing to 2nd-level spirit condensation realm made him very surprised, it was still impossible to be Yang Hao's match. Zhang Yunhe signaled with his eyes at Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan simply ignored him. How about it? Number 1 person in a millennium. Dare to compete? Yang Hao looked at Yi Yuan, pleased with himself, as he squeezed with his words. Even a clay bodhisattva have 30% anger, let alone Yi Yuan. While he did not know what the reason was, these two fellows were clearly targeting him. If Yi Yuan could endure, then he would not be Yi Yuan anymore. If I don't even dare to answer the challenge of some second-rate talent, how can I dare be called the number 1 person in a millennium? Say it then. Compete in what? Yi Yuan directly acknowledged this plea of number 1 in a millennium and stepped on Yang Hao again along the way. Zhang Yunhe sighed in his heart. This punk indeed could not take the spurring. The corner of Yang Hao's lips twitched when he heard that. This was a typical case of opening a dying factory after giving a bit of color, right? However, when I trample you underfoot in a while, let's see if you dare to be so CKY. He stole a glance at the 2-star badge on Yi Yuan's chest and said in a scornful way, "Junior apprentice brother Ye's realm is too low. If we compete on the martial path, I might not win using my true abilities. Since junior apprentice brother Yi is also an alchemy master, let's compete in alchemy skills. I wonder what junior apprentice brother Ye's opinion is?" Yi Yuan smiled. He smiled very happily. Seen before RETARDS, but never met anyone so RETAR dead. Ignoring the cruise. Plussing advantage of cultivation realm, and just had to choose something about alchemy skills. It looks like this fellow was very confident in his alchemy skills. But seeking out an alchemy emperor to compete in alchemy skills. How did Yang Hao have the nerve to come up with that? Hu Yin did not say anything ever since entering the house. He was also expressionless right now, but he was so delighted that flowers were blooming in his heart. This idiot actually sought Yi Yuan to compete on alchemy skills. Wasn't this asking for it? If it was before Yi Yuan came to look for him, he really would not have much confidence in Yi Yuan. But now, he very much wanted to see the fascinating expression on Yang Hao's face in a while. Although Hu Yin had completely no clue about alchemy, he knew that the crystal formation pill was definitely not an ordinary tier 2 medicinal pill. Even high-rank alchemy masters would probably find it very challenging to refine. Yang Hao was actually competing in alchemy skills with Yi Yuan, who could refine out crystal formation pills. If this wasn't asking for a beating, then what was? Not knowing why, when he saw Yi Yuan smile, Yang Hao felt a bout of frustration in his heart. What? Junior apprentice brother, you don't dare to compete? If you don't dare to contend, then forget it. However, after you enter the sect, you just have to walk around me. That's all. And this idea is pretty good. How about this? Whichever one of us wins, the other party will have to walk around the other person if they see him. How's that? Her. Ignorance is truly bliss. Fine, I promise you. Yang Hao said BRIMMING with self-confidence. Okay, you say it then. Compete in what? Yi Yuan inquired. Controlling fire is the foundation for alchemists, and also an important criterion to measure alchemy skills. Like this, let us each retrieve an ingredient on the spot and compete in controlling fire. I wonder what Junior Apprentice Brother Ye's opinion is? As he said, Yang Hao pointed to the illuminating fire on the inner wall of the house. Illuminating fire was a type of earth fire. Because its luminosity was better, it was generally used to illuminate. Alchemy apprentices did not have a high requirement towards controlling fire because of insufficient soul strength. But when one reached the alchemy master realm, their alchemy skills would finally be considered to have crossed the rudimentary threshold. The requirement towards controlling fire was also very high. Yang Hao saw that Yi Yuan was only a low-rank alchemy master, so he determined that he had just come into contact with controlling fire not long and should be very weak in terms of controlling fire. This was intentionally making things difficult for Yi Yuan. What he did not know was that not only did Yi Yuan know how to play with fire, there was even the cleansing, sandal sacred flame inside his body. Chapter 186, Fire Burning BUT Talks. Chapter 186, Fire Burning BUT Talks. Looks like Senior Apprentice Brother Yang is very confident in your control over fire. Okay, then compete in fire control. Please go ahead, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang, Yi Yuan said while smiling. Smile then. In a while, I'll see if you can keep smiling. Yang Hao sneered coldly in his heart. Comparing overall abilities and alchemy skill, perhaps he, Yang Hao, was not considered very impressive among the sect's core disciples. But when competing in controlling fire, he could rank in the top 20. This country definitely did not understand just what kind of concept was top 20. The geniuses of the Tranquil Cloud sect were not something comparable to a mere outer sect. Like him, Yang Hao was merely just some dreg in the entire sect with his excellent talent. Those fellows in the pill hall were more monstrous one after the other. To be able to rank in the top 20 in the aspect of controlling fire, Yang Hao could already be amply proud. Humph! Watch closely. Today I'll let you, a frog in a well, witness what is called controlling fire. As he spoke, Yang Hao went in front of the illuminating fire and beckoned with 2 fingers. The flame directly broke away from the lantern and followed Yang Hao's finger as it danced in the air, looking extremely dazzling. Yang Hao formed seals with both hands, and the illuminating fire transformed into a thin and long fire dragon that coiled around him, looking very obedient. This move was finished extremely beautifully, giving people a sort of feeling that it was very pleasing to the eyes. Suddenly, Yang Hao beckoned with his fingertip. The fire dragon flew out from the boundary around his body and rushed straight at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan simply watched Yang Hao's performance with a faint smile and did not have the slightest intention of making a move. A trace of a cold smile flashed across the corner of Yang Hao's mouth. He was already facing an imminent crisis, and Yi Yuan was still there pretending to be calm. Although the might of the illuminating fire was not strong and would not cause Yi Yuan any substantial injuries, it was more than enough to leave him dusty and dirty in appearance. It was as if Yang Hao had already seen the look of Yi Yuan being burned to a charcoal head. But just as the fire dragon was several inches away from Yi Yuan's face, it suddenly started bouncing around. Yang Hao's face changed. This fire dragon seemed to be trying to break free from his shackling and became unsettled. Ever since his fire-controlling technique had reached large success, he had yet to encounter this sort of situation. The illuminating fire was just the most common earth fire. It did not pose any difficulty to Yang Hao at all. How could a situation where it was breaking free of control appear? Could it be Yi Yuan causing mischief? But there weren't even the slightest bit of essence energy undulations from his body. Seeing ghosts, Wan Yonghao obviously would not leave the illuminating fire unchecked to break free from his control. He gritted his teeth and increased the essence energy to urge it. But it was like the illuminating fire was being stubborn with him as it refused to move even half a step forward no matter what. Yonghao increased his strength again. Who knew that the seemingly clever move turned out to be a foolish one? With a whoosh, the illuminating fire actually scurried straight back towards Yonghao. Yonghao jumped in fright at this scene and hurriedly urged with his fire controlling seals again. The illuminating fire was only a very low-end flame, after all. It was restricted by Yonghao in a short while. Following that, he beckoned with his fingertip, and the illuminating fire went back inside the lantern. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Yuan applauded and praised. Senior apprentice Brother Yang's fire-controlling technique is truly transcendent. I, junior apprentice brother, admire it greatly. It was a really close shave just now, nearly burning me. Luckily, senior apprentice Brother Yang showed mercy. However, caution is needed when playing with fire. Don't burn yourself, senior apprentice Brother Yang. Yonghao's face was deathly sullen. All those present were experts. It was clear at a glance whether he showed mercy just now or not. Yi Yuan saying these words were truly enormous sarcasm. Except, he also could not figure out why the illuminating fire would suddenly lose control. Yi Yuan clearly did not do anything at all. Not just him who did not understand, Yao Qian by the side also did not understand. But the gaze he gave when looking at Yi Yuan became somewhat different. Yonghao wanted to use the illuminating fire to burn Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan had the Tier 4 essence fire, cleansing sandal's sacred flame, inside his body. When the illuminating fire approached Yi Yuan, it instinctively sensed extreme danger. How could it possibly burn Yi Yuan? Humans were unable to feel such a level of coercion from ranks, but the flame itself was very sensitive. Humph, your turn. I want to see just what kind of tricks can you play. Yonghao said in a deep voice. Haha, senior apprentice Brother Yang is already very amazing. What sort of tricks can I even play? I'll just copy it blindly, Yi Yuan said smilingly. In the while that Yonghao was stunned, Yi Yuan already reached out to beckon in thin air. The illuminating fire flew into Yi Yuan's hand obediently. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the other 4 people in the house constricted. Just based on this move, Yi Yuan was way too brilliant compared to Yonghao. Previously, Yonghao walked under the lantern to execute the fire-controlling seals before calling out the illuminating fire. But Yi Yuan was still several dozen meters away from the lantern, only to see that he casually called with one hand and the illuminating fire flew over itself. The level was clear at a glance. Without any gaudy fire-controlling seals, Yi Yuan just supported with his palm, and the illuminating fire automatically transformed into a fire dragon, circling around Yi Yuan. The appearance was exactly the same as Yonghao just now. Yonghao was so enraged that he ground his teeth in rage. This was simply a provocation. Yi Yuan looked at Yonghao and suddenly gave a peculiar smile. He lifted his hand and pointed a finger at Yonghao. Yonghao jumped in fright when he saw the situation and hurried formed seals to deal with it. After forming finished the seals, he discovered that he was tricked by Yi Yuan again. That fire dragon was still circling leisurely around Yi Yuan. Don't be so nervous, senior apprentice Brother Yang. Just playing a prank, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yonghao's face no longer had that initial haughtiness and calmness. He could not wait to rush up and give Yi Yuan a bite. But right then, Yi Yuan spoke again. This time it's for real. Be careful, senior apprentice Brother Yang. Yi Yuan pointed again. But, still just a finger. Yonghao smiled coldly and said, repeating old tricks don't have much of a meaning, right? Dumba. SS. Quickly look behind you. Yao Qian, who had been mum all along, finally made a sound. Yonghao was dazed. Turning around to look, he saw that his Tox caught fire and a burned smell spread out. Yang Hao jumped in fright and hurriedly formed seals to extinguish the flames on his bee. TT. However, his attire was already burned through by the illuminating fire, as two lumps of white flesh were revealed. Swus. H. I. Plus ing B. U. M. Down to the ground. Yang Hao's face was red to the tips of his ears. Senior apprentice brother Yang, is really mindful of your face, but disregarded your B. U. T-Tox. Why are you so careless? If some senior apprentice sisters saw it when you head out, I'm afraid that senior apprentice brother Yang's name will probably spread back to the sect very soon, right? Yi Yuan chortled as he said. Hu Yin-yong was originally someone who was serious in speech and manner, but even he could not hold back his laughter right now. Don't be smug, Yi Yuan. Let's compete again if you have the capabilities. Yang Hao's face was red and his ears scarlet. He was clearly hopping mad from Embark. Smint. Sigh. Senior apprentice brother Yang can't take a loss. Were we competing on this time? Competing in martial path? You, an 8th level spirit condensation realm, competing with me, a 2nd level spirit condensation realm. Even if you win, it will also be the big bullying the small if it spreads out, right? Yi Yuan pretended to sigh emotionally. Enough. A loss means a loss. Do you feel that this isn't disgracing enough? Quickly go and change your clothes. Yao Qian's face fell as he said to Yang Hao in mild irritation. Being bellowed at by Yao Qian, Yang Hao was just like a defeated rooster and went to a quiet spot to change his clothing. After Yang Hao left, Yao Qian looked at Yi Yuan with narrowed eyes and said, "Truly heroes come from youngsters. To think that such a talented figure actually appeared in my Tranquil Cloud sect's outer sect." Chapter 187, Barely Pa S. Sable. Chapter 187, Barely Pa S. Sable. Yao Qian was currently very amazed in his heart, because even he also did not see clearly just how Yi Yuan got the illuminating fire behind Yang, how imperceptibly just now. This monstrosity of Yi Yuan far exceeded his imagination. It looked like this Tlea of number 1 in a millennium was not without reason. A 15-year-old 2nd level spirit condensation realm. This sort of cultivation speed was also not slow even when placed in the sect. Even more terrifying was that this Yi Yuan's alchemy skills should be very strong. To obtain such accomplishments in the martial path and alchemy path at the same time, but only 15 years of age, his future accomplishments were limitless. Except, this Yi Yuan offended the Su family. This time, he would likely be wiped out by the Su family. It was somewhat of a pity. Lord Yao Qian flatters me. What number 1 in a millennium, Yi Yuan is not worthy. But compared to some mediocre talents, I'm still that little bit stronger, Yi Yuan said indifferently. This old fellow clearly did not have any good intentions as well. Yi Yuan obviously did not need to be courteous. What a sharp tongue. But young people should learn how to restrain themselves a little. Otherwise, you will suffer. If other people respect me a foot, I will return them 10 feet. If other people reach out for a yard after taking an inch, I'll leave no room to advance. This is my life principle. This little baby is really quite interesting. Yao Qian ignored Yi Yuan and turned to say to Jiang Yunhe. Jiang Yunhe felt quite awkward and chuckled drily, saying, Yi Yuan's personality is like this. Don't lower yourself to his level, Lord Yao Qian. Why would I bother arguing with a little child? Yao Qian said coolly. Right then, a voice came from outside the door. Lord Dean, Long Tang requests for an audience. Come on in, Jiang Yunhe instructed. Long Tang's arrival also eased up some of the awkwardness. But when he saw Yi Yuan, his eyes instantly turned sharp. This Yi Yuan actually broke through to the 2nd level spirit condensation realm already. Initially, he thought that having broken through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm, he finally shook off Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan did not break through to the spirit condensation realm, then his arranged battle with Yi Yuan had no meaning. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan's improvement speed was not the slightest bit slower than him? Long Tang could consecutively break through within a month was first because of his ACCU, Mulation and secondly, because he reaped no little benefit on the Nine Heavens road. Thirdly, it was because of the essence spirit pill. He only dared to consecutively break through 2 realms in a short period of time, because he combined so many elements. But Yi Yuan went for a trip to the Endless Forest and was already 2nd level spirit condensation realm when he came back. This improvement speed was too terrifying. One had to know that before Yi Yuan left for the Endless Forest, he had just broken through to 9th level essence Qi realm not long ago. Yi Yuan also looked towards him at this time. The pair smiled when their eyes met, but did not say anything. Jiang Yunhe gave an introduction. Yao Qian only opened his mouth to talk after Long Tang finished paying his respects. I'm here this time under the sect's command to come to the outer sect to fetch you two into the sect. The two of you said through the Nine Heavens road, so you naturally possess the ident. 1. Tie of the sect's core disciple. But before entering, the two of you still need to understand the rules of our Tranquil Cloud sect. After entering the sect, you must obey the rules stringently. Otherwise, bear the consequences. As he spoke, Yao Qian casually struck out 2 stakes of white light. 2 jade slips landed separately in Yi Yuan and Long Tang's hands. Yi Yuan submerged a wisp of divine sense into the jade slip to read the contents. After reading the contents, Yi Yuan was also sighing incessantly. From the rules, one could see that the rivalry within the sect was way crueler than in the Danwu Academy. That was a genuine survival of the fittest. Within the Tranquil Cloud sect, they were separated into elite disciples, core disciples, and outer sect disciples. The normal advancement channel was that the top students in the outer sects barely had the qualifications to become an outer sect disciple after passing the Heaven Rank Advancement Test. And there are 3 routes to become a core disciple. The first route was advancing from outer sect disciple. The second way was passing the Nine Heavens road. Other than these, it would be disciples specially approved by the sect's upper echelons. Elite disciples had some similarities to the martial roles set up in the Danwu Academy. Only those disciples who were extremely strong in the alchemy path or martial path can qualify. Moreover, elite disciples, core disciples, and outer sect disciples were not unchanging. They would undergo ranking every 2 months. Those ranked near the back would be eliminated from entering the next level, while disciples who had outstanding performance but a lower rank will advance up a level. Hence, the number of elite disciples and core disciples were basically fixed. And outer sect disciples who failed the ACE assessment would end up doing miscellaneous affairs. Miscellaneous affairs did not have the slightest status in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Every day, they had to do large numbers of miscellaneous stuff. There was simply not much time to cultivate. Amid the elite disciples, core disciples, and outer sect disciples, the treatment they enjoy also had an extremely huge difference. In the Danwu Academy, many of them were members of aristocrat families. To them, the use of academy resources made no difference. Wealth allowed willfulness, but that would not do in the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect carried out a point system. To obtain corresponding cultivation resources in the academy, one had to use points to exchange. Without points, it was difficult to take a single step in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Points could not be bought with money. Only by making a certain level of contribution for the sect can one obtain the corresponding points. It could be seen from this system that trying to smoke your way through life in the Tranquil Cloud sect was absolutely impractical. Only by constantly cultivating, could one plant their footing firmly in the sect. The sect did not raise a single tross. Plus Yao Qian glimpsed at the two of them indifferently and said, "Both finished reading the sect's rules? I can tell you too that with your current strength, you're actually only capable of ranking in at roughly the middle of the outer sect disciples. There's still some distance away from core disciple, especially Yi Yuan. You're only at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. You're probably at the bottom, even among the outer sect disciples. Hence, you two had better grasp your time tightly to cultivate more if you want to get the appropriate resources. Or else, you will be eliminated in the first sect compet. One time. That would also leave Yunhe without any face, right? Hearing Yao Qian say so, Long Tang looked at Yi Yuan rather odd expression. Yi Yuan's strength could only be at the bottom of the barrel among the outer sect disciples. This Yao Qian definitely did not know the fearful aspect of Yi Yuan. Even though he himself broke through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm now, he also did not dare say that he can certainly win Yi Yuan, even if he only had the strength of the middle reaches of the outer sect disciples. Yi Yuan was definitely roughly the same as him. Being at the bottom was impossible. Additionally, with Yi Yuan's improvement speed, he would most likely steady his footing very soon among the core disciples after entering the sect, right? Yao Qian saw Long Tang's expression and said carelessly, "You guys still don't have too clear an understanding about the might of the sect disciples. I just wish to tell you, don't be naive enough to think that you can leap ranks to battle. You two will only realize just how small and weak you are after entering the Tranquil Cloud sect." Long Tang's heart jolted when he heard that, but Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Lord Yao Qian really likes to worry. If you have much spare time, why not educate that incompetent disciple of yours? I think that with his standards, we're still barely able to make it as core disciples after going to the sect." Chapter 188. Leave it to me. Chapter 188. Leave it to me. Yao Qian's eyes revealed a trace of cold light. Evidently, he was truly infuriated by Yi Yuan repeatedly making light of him. Yao Qian's status in the sect was not low. Disciples would be most respectful when they saw him. Since when did anyone dare to rebuke him so? Yi Yuan hadn't even entered the sect yet currently. If he were to enter, what would happen? Of course, he definitely would not reflect on himself. It was him who provoked Yi Yuan in the first place. Good. Very good. Yi Yuan, with your current realm, you only have the right to be at the bottom when you enter the martial hall. But your alchemy path talent is not bad. If you enter the pill hall, perhaps you can retain the opportunity to be a core disciple. However, I'm afraid that I have not told you this yet. My ident. 1. Tie in the sect is a pill hall elder. Yao Qian's words were a blatant threat. The meaning of his words was crystal clear. After you enter the sect, make sure you don't fall into my hands. Naturally, with Yi Yuan's 2nd level spirit condensation realm cultivation, he could only be sent to become an outer sect disciple if he entered the martial hall. At that time, would it not be a matter of a word from Yao Qian to need him however he wished? Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "Oh yeah? Looks like to avoid Elder Yao, I can only enter the martial hall. That's also pretty good. With your standard of teaching disciples, wouldn't I be delayed to death if I enter the pill hall? All right, Yi Yuan, say a few sentences less." Elder Yao Qian, Yi Yuan Jiang Yunhe saw Yi Yuan rebuking Yao Qian again and could not resist reprimanding him. Except at this time, Yao Qian suddenly stood up, flicked his sleeves, and said, "Dean Jiang, you really taught a fine student. I think that with your merits, you can forget about getting the lower half of the purple center soul incantation in this lifetime." Humph. Finus. H.I. Plusing. Yao Qian ignored Jiang Yunhe's persuasion to stay and directly left. Jiang Yunhe glared fiercely at Yi Yuan, but finally said powerlessly, "You this punk, why are you so adept at causing trouble? Ignoring that you turned the whole academy upside down. You haven't even entered the sect, and you already offended a sect elder. Wait until you enter the sect, and you'll get it. In this place, there's at least your father's backing. But after entering the sect, you'll find no kin to turn to. At that time, who can protect you?" Hu Yinyong also furrowed his brows and said, "That's right, Yi Yuan. A man knows when to yield and when not to. After your power becomes great and you advance to elite disciple, you wouldn't need to see Yao Qian's mood anymore. Why offend him now? That Yao Qian and Yang Hao are obviously targeting me. Even if I make concessions for the general interest, will they let me off? Not necessary, right? This kind of people, if they are offended, then let them be offended. No big deal. Rather, Lord Dean, what the meaning of the purple center soul incantation Yao Qian spoke of just now? Listening to its name, it should be a soul cultivation method, right?" Yi Yuan said without a care. Jiang Yunhe let out a sigh and knew deep down that what Yi Yuan said was reasonable. He was much clearer on Yao Qian's past history than Yi Yuan and Hu Yinyang. In reality, he was still holding onto the mentality of hoping that there was a chance both parties would be amicable. Who knew that Yao Qian simply did not give him any face, putting Yi Yuan down the moment he arrived. But the pitiable thing was that the blow did not work. Instead, it broke his teeth. What you said is right. The Purple Center Soul Incantation is a soul cultivation method, and it is also the strongest soul cultivation incantation in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Those elders in the Pill Hall basically all train in this soul incantation. I'm the same. The Purple Center Soul Incantation is split into two parts. The first half can allow alchemists to train to the Alchemy Grandmaster realm, while the second half can train to the Alchemy Sovereign. But the sad thing is that ever since Patriarch Ouyang Tuatian, the Tranquil Cloud sect never had anyone who could cultivate to the Alchemy Sovereign realm. Jiang Yunhe's eyes were full of regrets. He clearly revered Ouyang Tuatian very much. Consolidating the words Yao Qian left behind before he left, Yi Yuan immediately understood in his heart. Lord Dean came to the state of Qin's Danwu Academy to hold a post for earning points to exchange for the lower half of this Purple Center Soul incantation. Jiang Yunhe nodded bitterly and said, "That's right. I was born in the Pill Hall. Before coming to the state of Qin, I was a deacon in the Pill Hall. The point requirement for the Purple Center Soul incantation is too much. With my status and ident, 1, tying the sect, it was simply impossible to earn so many points. Hence, I planned for this outside job. Initially, I thought that I could raise a few talents for the sect. But who would have thought that after coming to the state of Qin for so many years, the Danwu Academy had never improved? In these few years, only Mo Yuntian, this one genius, appeared. But this time, Yu and Long Tang appeared at once. Two geniuses who crossed the Nine Heavens Road. I was elated in my heart, but I didn't think that this was the outcome. After a short pause, Jiang Yunhe continued. After the two of you enter the sect, Ouyang Ming and Yao Qian will definitely find ways to suppress you. Therefore, you must tuck your tails and behave. Especially Yi Yuan. I know that you're peerlessly talented, but your present cultivation realm is too low. There's something Yao Qian said that was right. The might of the sect's disciples is something you guys can't imagine. So, you two need to raise your cultivation realms as soon as possible to solidify your position as core disciples. Understood? Ouyang Ming. Yi Yuan went blank when he heard that. That's right. Ouyang Ming holds enormous power in the sect's Pill Hall. And Ouyang Mind is also a Pill Hall elder on friendly terms with Yao Qian. Jiang Yunhe said, "Turns out that there's such a level of relation, huh? No wonder this old punk aimed for me, right after he came." Hearing Jiang Yunhe said something like that, Yi Yuan immediately understood the situation. Looks like you already know the background of the Su family, so there's no need for me to remind you. However, the capital's undercurrent is turbulent recently. Your father is also at the edge of the storm. You father and son still need to take precaution when doing things. In my opinion, your father should still take the initiative to withdraw from this whirlpool. YBAPAW. N for the imperial family. It was very plain that Jiang Yunhe knew the movements in the state of Qin like the back of his hand. It was just that his status was aloof, and it was inconvenient to be involved. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The grudge between our Yi family, the Wan family, and the Su family is irreconcilable. Even if it didn't stir up so much S, H, I, plus T, these two families are destined to be destroyed." Jiang Yunhe could not help sucking in a cold breath after hearing it. These words were domineering. Even he, Jiang Yunhe, dare not say to exterminate these two great families. But it was so natural coming from Yi Yuan's mouth. One had to know that in these two great families, just the crystal formation realm powerhouses were as many as 3. And on Yi Yuan's side, counting Nanfeng Yi and that imperial uncle from the imperial family that had not shown his face for a long time, was only 3 as well. Both parties were on par. Wanting to exterminate the other party was too difficult. What was Yi Yuan basing this on? Yi Yuan, your future prospects are limitless. Don't be reckless in doing things. Your strength is still not enough to make a splash in this storm. Don't ruin your own magnificent future for these sort of secular world affairs. Jiang Yunhe urged bitterly. Jiang Yunhe also clearly had his talent appreciating heart moved and did not wish for any accidents to befall Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Jiang Yunhe and said, "Relax, Dean. I know what to do. Thanks for your care towards me this period of time. I'm going back to the capital tomorrow. After the capital's affairs settle, I'll come and bid farewell to Dean again. As for the matter of Purple Sinner Soul Incantation, leave it to me." Chapter 189, Becoming Beautiful. Chapter 189, Becoming Beautiful. Leave it to you? Jiang Yunhe went blank when he heard that. That's right. Is it the use of these outside dojos to dig for talents for the sect? As long as I can become an elite disciple, the merits for the dean will be about there already, right? Yi Yuan said. That might be true, but to become an elite disciple is too difficult. I know that your talent is matchless, but the elite disciples in the sect, each and every one of their talent, is not beneath yours. Jiang Yunhe shook his head and said. Yi Yuan smiled, but did not explain. Rather, it was Hu Yin-yong who voiced out at this time. He said, Lord Dean, I, on the other hand, believe that Yi Yuan can become an elite disciple. Even though that Yao Qian kept harping on how Yi Yuan's strength is too low, I feel that Yi Yuan can steady his footing among the core disciples very soon. Jiang Yunhe revealed a strange expression. He had never seen Hu Yin-yong view a student so highly before. Leaving Jiang Yunhe's place, Yi Yuan directly went to find Nanfeng Ruoqing. And how is it? Did I become prettier yet? Nanfeng Zhiro asked Nanfeng Ruoqing frantically. Yi Yuan had already helped her, and Nanfeng Ruoqing refined the beauty-retaining pill. Right after consuming it, there was an indescribable feeling coursing through her veins. Her own body seemed to have undergone some sort of unspeakable transformation. Nanfeng Ruoqing carefully measured up Nanfeng Zhiro, then pinched her small cheeks and said in surprise, This skin of yours is about to drip water. Touching it feels just like a newborn baby. Is this beauty-retaining pill really so miraculous? Not that the state of Qin did not have beautifying medicinal pills, but the effects of those sort of pills were at most to delay aging. With the passage of time, it would still leave behind the vestige of time on people's faces. Moreover, those type of medicinal pills tends to have side effects here and there. As time passed, said it would slowly surface. Even so, these type of medicinal pills still made some in. Oh, believe family women flock to them like ducks. More often than not, it cannot be bought with money. For the beauty-retaining pill Yi Yuan refined to have such an effect, once it entered the market, it would surely soar to a sky-high price. You look. The calluses on my hands also disappeared. As she was talking, Nanfeng Zhiro waved her hands. Nanfeng Ruoqing gave a look, and it was real. Don't think that Nanfeng Zhiro was a princess embodied in all manners of pampering. For the sake of pursuing the martial path, she suffered no little hards. H.I. plus P. Due to her being a martial artist who used a sword, it was hard for her hands to avoid calluses after so many years. If one had to say the area which Nanfeng Zhiro was most displeased with herself, it would be this pair of hands. And now, her hands were fair and tender, impossibly fine. It was just like a young lady who grew up in a boudoir and completely unlike a martial artist. I didn't think that Yi Yuan could actually refine such a miraculous medicinal pill. And he even said that not only did this beauty-retaining pill have 0 side effects, it even has the effects of improving the constant eye. Tushin, can a Tier 2 medicinal pill attain such results? Nanfeng Ruoqing was filled with disbelief. She had always taken pride in her own alchemy Dao attainments. But ever since meeting Yi Yuan, she knew that she was but a frog at the bottom of a well. Oh, Auntie, Nanfeng Zhiro exclaimed in surprise again. What are you freaking out over? B. L. OOD. Wila SS. Nanfeng Ruoqing spat. Nanfeng Zhiro moved closer to Nanfeng Ruoqing's face and exclaimed, "Aunt, in the past, you don't look like my aunt. Now, you look even less like my aunt. D-A-M. In-lot S. S, if I'm not your aunt, then who is? After you consumed the beauty-retaining pill, you're practically like my twin sister, even though your age isn't that old. You look much younger now." Nanfeng Zhiro cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan refined a batch of beauty-retaining pills and gave Nanfeng Ruoqing and niece one each. Other than that, he also saved one for his mother and Lu Er. Is that true? Nanfeng Ruoqing touched her face and said in astonishment, "It's true. More real than real gold. There's a mirror here. Quickly take a look." Nanfeng Zhiro said and took a mirror, sing it over to Nanfeng Ruoqing. Nanfeng Ruoqing faced the mirror to have a look and then exclaimed in surprise, "It's true. The current me looks like I returned back to 2-3 years ago, around the same age as you." Even if Nanfeng Ruoqing's personality was very quiet, she was still overjoyed right now. As long as one was a woman, they would not have any resistance towards becoming beautiful. When we go out next time, other people might think that you're my older sister." Nanfeng Zhiro suddenly thought about this scene and grinned from ear to ear. Unless, yes, no matter what I become, I'm still your aunt. If Imperial Brother heard these words, he would definitely confine you again. Nanfeng Ruoqing glared. Nanfeng Zhiro stuck out her tongue mischievously. Ani, quickly look. Lu Er seems to be moving. Nanfeng Zhiro suddenly cried out in joy. Hearing Nanfeng Zhiro shout, the two of them hurried over to the bed, only to see Lu Er's eyelids moving slightly, as if she was really about to wake up. Lu Er's frost poison was very powerful. It was almost on the verge of erupting. Hence, she was still temporarily unable to awaken after swallowing the Essence Yang pill. Yi Yuan already predicted earlier that it would take roughly another 2-3 days. Now, just over 2 days had said, and Lu Er indeed woke up. Lu Er's breathing became stable as she gradually opened her eyes. Her gaze was somewhat hazy. Where am I? Could it be that I'm already dead? You silly lias. Take a good look at who we are. Are you cursing us to die here? Nanfeng Zhiro said huffily. Nanfeng Ruoqing pulled on her clothing and shot her a glare before saying to Lu Er, I'm Feng Ruoqing. Don't you remember me? Lu Er carefully sized up Nanfeng Ruoqing and suddenly exclaimed, aren't you teacher Feng? Why do you seem to have become different? Like you became younger. Sorry, I. Nanfeng Ruoqing blushed and said, "This is thanks to your family's young master. He refined a type of medicinal pill for us. After we took it, we became like this." "Oh, right. How are you feeling right now?" "In order to save you, your young master could be said to have gone through fire and water during this 1 month." Lu Er was greatly alarmed when she heard this. Is young master okay?" Of course he's fine. Your young master's life is tenacious as Hell. How can he die so easily?" Right then, a bout of laughter came from outside. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Lu Er was immediately overjoyed when she heard Yi Yuan's voice and was about to climb up from the bed. Yi Yuan hurried, went up to support her, and said grumpily, "Lie down properly for me. What are you messing around for? You're still quite frail now. Take a good rest." Lu Er saw Yi Yuan, and her tears flowed down uncontrollably. "Young master, I thought that I couldn't see young master anymore." Sniff, sniff. Yi Yuan gently stroked Lu Er's fine hair and said with a smile, "Silly girl, with young master around, how could you die? Even if you entered King Yama's hall, young master could still pull you back. All right, stop letting your thoughts run wild. I prepared some vitality replenies. Plussing medicinal pills for you. You recuperate for a while, and then we head back home." Chapter 190, Teaching Father Alchemy. Chapter 190, Teaching Father Alchemy at the Yi family courtyard. Yi Heng and Yi Yuan sat facing each other. "Yuan, it's only been 1 month of not seeing you. To think that you broke through to the second-level spirit condensation realm. Yi Hang looked at Yi Yuan full of pride. Seeing his son improve at G.O. speed made him even happier than his own breakthrough. Ha! Father's second-level crystal formation realm also stabilized, and you also successfully broke through to middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. This time, the pill grating assembly that one Donghai cooked up is probably lifting a stone to smash his own feet, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Haha, this is all thanks to you. If you didn't impart me those 2 cultivation methods, our fragrant medicine pavilion could only avoid the edge. Avoid the edge? I will definitely pull out the Wan family and the Su family by the roots this time. If not for my life being tenacious, I would have long been murdered by those 2 families' people multiple times. Speaking of the Wan family and the Su family, Yi Yuan was full of grievance. Counting that time from his predecessor, it had already been more than 3 or 4 times that the Wan and Su family plotted to harm him, especially that time by Su Yubai. If not for Huyin Yong stepping out bravely at the crucial time, he would have long been a ghost under the palm. But Yi Hang shook his head and sighed. Even if my strength had some breakthrough, to want to pull these 2 families up by the roots, I'm afraid that it's still beyond my means. Relax, father. You just focus on working together with the Imperial family to deal with the enemy. At the crucial moment, I will give them a huge surprise. Oh, how will that work? Yi Hang asked in slight shock. In the state of Qin, the Su family was extremely powerful. Even the Imperial family was very wary of them. More importantly, the Su family had a backer in the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Nanfeng family did not dare to make a move recklessly the whole time. The power of a sect was not something that a secular imperial family could withstand. Just the Ouyang family alone could sweep across the imperial family by casually sending over a 7th or 8th level crystal formation realm. Not to mention that crystal formation realm was only among the weakest within the sect's powerhouses. Follow me, father. Yi Yuan got up and headed over to Yi Hang's private refinement room. Yi Hang looked at Yi Yuan's secretive appearance and could not help following in puzzlement. Arriving at the refinement room, Yi Yuan set down restrictions in the refinement room before saying to Yi Hang, "Look, father." As he spoke, Yi Yuan casually gestured. A white-colored ape appeared out of thin air. It was precisely Yuan Fei. However, Yuan Fei's condition did not appear to be too good. He was severely wounded by Black Crow Old Man and still had not recovered until now. Although his injuries were not life-threatening, he required at least a month if he wants to fully recover. And Yi Yuan was still unable to refine Tier 3 medicinal pills right now, so he had no way of helping Yuan Fei recover from his injuries. However, Yuan Fei's appearance gave Yi Hang a huge shock. If not for his son telling him to pay attention just now, he might have already rushed to attack Yuan Fei right now. SSS. Tier 3 Demonic Beast. Just now, could that be a spatial artifact? Yi Hang's eyes were filled with intense shock. The gaze he looked at Yi Yuan with was full of incredulity. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right. It's precisely a Tier 3 Demonic Beast long-arm stone ape and spatial artifact. He's called Yuan Fei, a servant I took in during this trip to the Endless Forest. This spatial artifact is also owned by Yuan Fei. Except, in order to protect me, he was wounded by a powerhouse and has not recovered until now." This time, Yi Hang was shocked until he remained dazed for a long time before saying, "What kind of expert could actually hurt a Tier 3 demonic beast? You actually got into trouble with such a terrifying expert when you went to Partic. 1. P. 8. In this endless trials? If Yi Yuan were not his son, he would definitely think that the other party was talking bulls. HI+T. Also, Yi Yuan had only broken through to the spirit condensation realm not long ago. How did he subdue a Tier 3 demonic beast? This was simply incomprehensible. Towards his father, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of concealing. He recounted the events of this trip of the Endless Forest modestly, leaving Yi Hang speechless for a long time. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan did not say that who he encountered was a sea transformation realm powerhouse. He only said that he met a middle-stage crystal formation realm expert. Both sides fought a great battle, which was why Yuan Fei suffered heavy injuries. Even though he fabricated a master to use as a pretense, it was still too ludicrous for a second-level spirit condensation realm to kill a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Yi Hang had always been very gratified by his son's rise, but he had never noticed that Yi Yuan had already grown to such an extent unwittingly. After the shock, Yi Hang felt a sense of relief. His son no longer needed to grow up under his wings. Yi Yuan had already become a towering tree. I really did not expect that you actually had such experiences in the Endless Forest. Just relying on this long-armed stone ape clan, you can sweep across the state of Qin. Yi Hang sighed emotionally. Thousands and thousands upon of long-armed stone apes. This force, when placed in the secular world, was too overwhelming. Father, Yuan Fei's injuries are very severe, but my current strength is too weak, so I can't refine Tier 3 healing medicinal pills. I brought you here to ask you to help him refine medicinal pills. Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan had long refined medicinal pills for those injured Tier 2 long-armed stone apes to treat them. Only Yuan Fei's wounds left him helpless, so it kept delaying until now. Yi Hang was stunned when he heard that. He had never learned the refining method for demonic beast medicinal pills. But I don't know how to refine medicinal pills for demonic beast use. Don't worry. Master once imparted me the pill formula and refinement method. I'll pass them all to you, then assist you in the refinement from the side. It should be able to work, Yi Yuan said. This healing medicinal pill was not something too complicated. Yi Hang had already broken through to middle-rank alchemy grandmaster realm, and also had Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, guiding from the side. Refining it did not pose a problem. Your master is really an expert. He actually even know the refining methods for demonic beast medicinal pills. All right, Father will learn a little about this demonic beast medicinal pills refinement method. Yi Hang was also an alchemy fanatic. Once he heard that he could learn the refining method for new medicinal pills, he immediately behaved like he was on stimulants. Okay, this medicinal pill is called bone-growing pill. I've already prepared the ingredients. Now, I will pass the refining method to Father. Finus. H.I. Plusing. Yi Yuan threw a jade slip to Yi Hang. Yi Hang sunk his divine sense inside and started to study the refining method for the bone-growing pill. Yi Yuan had long prepared to let Yi Hang help to refine medicinal pills. Therefore, back in the Imperial Palace, he already let Nanfeng Ruoqing prepare the relevant ingredients. While Tier 3 herbs were very precious, it could not stump the Imperial family. The herbs required for the bone-growing pill was very common, so Nanfeng Ruoqing prepared them very swiftly. While Yi Hang was studying the refining method for the bone-growing pill, Yi Yuan already finished pairing up all the ingredients and refined the medicinal embryo. One Yi Hang was only responsible for the final refinement. This way, it could ensure the maximum success rate. After 4 hours, Yi Hang roused from his rumination. When he saw that Yi Yuan already finished refining the medicinal embryo, he could not help being secretly amazed. Done, let's start refining. Yi Hang said, Okay, I prepared a total of 5 sets of herbs. It should be enough for Father to refine out the bone-growing pill. Start refining then, Father. I'll remind Father on what to do at the critical moment, Yi Yuan said. Yi Hang nodded. Gesturing with one hand, a portion of the medicinal embryo landed in his hands. Chapter 191. White Light Evolves. Chapter 191. White Light Evolves. Father, the medicinal pill isn't the most stable right now. Do your best to use soul strength to stabilize the structure of the medicinal pill. Almost ready to condense the pill. Father, quickly reduce the flames. When condensing the bone-growing pill, one mustn't temper it with a large flame. This was already the 3rd set of ingredients. Yi Hang's prior 2 refinements ended in failure. Yi Yuan had been observing the process of the refinement by the side this whole time and guided from the side. But Yi Hang at the end still failed. Although Yi Hang's refinement was full of flaws in Yi Yuan's eyes, he was currently lacking in strength even though he had the will, so he could only rely on Yi Hang. Luckily, Yi Hang's alchemy standards were not bad. Having been through 2 failed attempts and with Yi Yuan's guidance by the side, Yi Hang's improvement was still very significant. This third refinement was clearly much smoother. Some of the rocky areas previously were much mellower now. Of course, this was due to Yi Yuan's detailed guidance from the side. Otherwise, even if one gave Yi Hang 10 sets or even 20 sets of ingredients, he would probably ruin them all. After all, this was his first time refining demonic beast medicinal pills. And the essential points to take note of when refining demonic beast medicinal pills were entirely different from human ones. With Yi Yuan's vision to guide Yi Hang, many aspects were targeted heavily, giving Yi Hang a feeling of being enlightened all at once. Hence, he only refined twice and already knew the areas he made mistakes in like the back of his hands. Bone-growing pill, condense. Following Yi Hang's low cry, the bone-growing pill was finally refined by him. Yi Hang took out the bone-growing pill from the medicinal cauldron, but let out a sigh. Pity, it's a low grade. No matter. Father is already very impressive. We still have 2 sets of ingredients left. We should be able to refine middle grade or even high grade pills. Yi Hang nodded. And I'll try again. With the 4th set of medicinal embryo, Yi Hang refined a middle grade pill. All the way until the final portion of medicinal embryo, Yi Hang really refined out a high-grade bone-growing pill. Yi Yuan saw the pill form, and his eyes involuntarily lit up. Father's alchemic talent was truly extraordinarily high. Such comprehension ability was not something the average alchemy grandmasters could compare to. Even though he was guiding by the side, it still greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations for his father to refine out a high-grade bone-growing pill by just using 5 sets of medicinal embryo. His original estimation was that his father could only refine middle grade, maybe even low grade. He did not imagine that Yi Hang's Serpa said that and completed the task. Before this, Yi Yuan had never seen Yi Hang refine pills before and did not have a direct understanding of Yi Hang's alchemy skills. He only knew now that Yi Hang's skill was merely limited by soul strength. That was why he kept getting suppressed by Wan Donghai. If he matched up against Wan Donghai again now, Wan Donghai would absolutely not be Yi Hang's match anymore. Having refined a high-grade bone-growing pill, Yi Yuan's tightly wound nerves also loosened up. Ultimately, Tier 3 herbs were not white cabbages. They could not be squandered limitlessly like Tier 1 and Tier 2 herbs. Yi Yuan brought the bone-growing pill over for Yuan Fei to consume. Many thanks, young master, Yuan Fei said weakly. These few days, he had been suffering the torment of injuries. But he did not grumble to Yi Yuan at all, because he knew that Yi Yuan was even more severely wounded than him. If not for the fact that Yi Yuan prepared healing medicinal pills beforehand, he would most likely already be dead now. Yi Yuan beamed. Why are you being courteous to me for? This time, if not for you, I would probably have never come out alive. It's just that my current strength is insufficient, which made you suffer hards. Plus PS, this bit of injuries is nothing. Rather, it made me reminisce those memorable days of the past. These few years, I have always been living comfortably in the Crimson Summit Ridge. Most likely, this was also the reason why I kept being unable to break through, right? However, having witnessed young master's alchemy skills, I'm very glad to be able to follow young master now. Yuan Fei said emotionally. An alchemy master actually guided an alchemy grandmaster to refine medicinal pills. This was seriously overly subverting. Although Yuan Fei did not know alchemy, he could see that Yi Yuan's alchemy standards were much higher than his father's, on completely different levels. As long as Yi Yuan broke through to the crystal formation realm and became an alchemy grandmaster, refining the demon crystal pill would surely follow effortlessly. While he did not know why Yi Yuan's alchemy standards were much higher than his father's, this was unimportant. What was important was that Yi Yuan could bring him powerful might. Perhaps he, Yuan Fei, was not without hope of impacting the bottleneck to become a Tier 4 demonic beast in his remaining years. Yi Yuan knew what Yuan Fei was thinking of and said with a smile, "Haha, relax. Perhaps I don't even need a year, and I'll be able to refine the demon crystal pill. Now, properly absorb the medicinal effects and recover your strength. I still have areas in need of your strength in a few days." Yuan Fei nodded and did not say anything. He started to revolve essence energy to refine the medicinal effects. Yi Yuan no longer bothered with Yuan Fei. He gestured with one hand again, and a little kitty appeared out of nowhere. It was white light. It was just that white light was currently sleeping. No matter how he called, he would not wake up. This situation had already persisted for 2 days. Yi Yuan also felt somewhat bewildered. These 2 days, Yi Yuan refined many medicinal pills. He obviously would not forget to refine medicinal pills for white light. White light was only a tier 1 demonic beast. This was naturally not an issue to Yi Yuan. Furthermore, tier 1 herbs were plenty. Yi Yuan refined thousands of medicinal pills in one go, planning for white light to slowly use. Who knew that when Yi Yuan let white light out, this little fellow's eyes instantly shone when he saw those medicinal pills and swallowed up the thousands of medicinal pills in one breath, leaving Yi Yuan dumbfounded. Even if it were him, he also would not dare to swallow medicinal pills like that. Was this little thing seeking death? Yi Yuan was taken aback and was about to make white light spit out all those medicinal pills. Who knew that this little fellow gave a burp, slanted his body, and fell asleep? Initially, Yi Yuan thought that white light was stuffed to death, so he quickly went forward to examine. This check made Yi Yuan involuntarily click his tongue in amazement. This little fellow's breathing was calm. He was merely sleeping. Only then did he feel at ease. However, this snooze lasted 2 days. White light did not show the slightest sign of waking. Although Yi Yuan had researched in depth into demonic beasts, he had truly never seen before this sort of situation. He could only check on white light state at all times. Yi Yuan gave white light another round of examination and discovered that white light still did not show signs of waking. He was still dead asleep and would not wake up no matter how he called him. However, Yi Yuan noticed that white light's aura grew much stronger. He actually broke through already. Originally, white light was only at the early stage tier 1. After sleeping for 2 days, he actually already broke through to middle stage tier 1 quietly. Could it be that this little fellow automatically refined the medicinal pills to break through in his sleep? This was too effortless, right? Yi Yuan became increasingly curious about white light's history. Now, it seemed like white light was probably not an ordinary flowing light white tiger. Yi Yuan had never heard of flowing light white tigers having a treasure-seeking innate divine ability, nor them being able to evolve like this. However, the characteristics on white light's body was clearly flowing light white tiger. Yi Yuan could not figure out just why this was the case, even after pondering over it. It looked like he could only wait until he awakened his inherited memories to make sense of just what in the world happened to white light's body. Since he could not figure it out, Yi Yuan might as just not think about it. Keeping away white light, Yi Yuan simply mediated to cultivate together with Yi Hang while quietly waiting for Yuan Fei to recover. In a blink, one night Pa said. Yuan Fei suddenly snapped open his eyes and stood up. "Young master, I've recovered." Chapter 192, Such a Fine Dog. Chapter 192, Such a Fine Dog. Song Family's Family Head. Song Tian Ing arrives. Pill Condensing Manners Manor Lord. Jiang Xin arrives. W.A.N.G. Family's Family Head. W.A.N.G. Jia arrives. In front of the drunken Star Manor's gates, a steward repeatedly reported names in a loud voice. Large families' patriarchs, peers of the alchemy world, martial artists currently in the limelight, and notable figures in the capital virtually all converged at the drunken Star Manor. Haha, Forsong Family Head, to grace us with your presence. You're really showering glory on our humble abode. Quickly come inside and sit. Io, isn't this Jiang Manor Lord? Long time no see, long time no see. Please come in, please come in. Wan Dongyang welcomed guests at the entrance and was awfully busy. Anyone could tell the delight on Wan Dongyang's face. Even though Wan Dongyang was verbally courteous, That haughty air made these distinguished aristocrats feel somewhat displeased. However, no matter how unhappy they were, they had no choice. Because from today onwards, the Drunken Star Manor would be the indisputable king of the state of Qin's alchemy world. Even the imperial family would likely have to be dependent on the Drunken Star Manor, because the imperial family had to nurture talents, so they had no choice but to purchase the Drunken Star Manor's medicinal pills. If not, their young generation would fall behind the other families. Most importantly, it was to fall behind the Su family. Everybody already deemed that the fragrant medicine pavilion would vanish from the capital from now on. This force that was propped up by the imperial family to impede the Drunken Star Manor would completely dissolve. But they had no choice. To launch 3 new types of medicinal pills in one move, the impact it had toward the fragrant medicine pavilion was seriously too great. Therefore, Wan Dongyang had the right to be high and mighty. Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's Pavilion Lord Yi Hang arrives. Imperial Uncle Nanfeng Lu, eldest princess, Nanfeng Ruoqing arrives. The steward called out loudly once again. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence that Yi Hang actually arrived at virtually the same time with the Nanfeng family representatives. When organizing such a glorious event, whoever arrived first or later was not on a whim. Although those who entered prior to this were prominent figures in the capital, when compared to the characters who appeared now, they were insignificant. It should be said that the earlier one arrived, the smaller the force. The later one came, the heavier the weight they carried. Logically speaking, the imperial family's representatives should be the last to arrive. But now, Nanfeng Lu was not the last to reach, because the Su family's representative had yet to come. Wan Dongyang saw Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing and hastily went up to pay respects. Wan Dongyang pays respects to imperial uncle, pays respects to eldest princess. Nanfeng Lu furrowed his brows and said unhappily, "Where's Wan Donghai? I represent the arrival of the imperial family. Doesn't he, the owner, know how to come out to welcome people?" Towards Nanfeng Lu's displeasure, Wan Dongyang behaved like he did not see it. He just flashed an apologetic smile and said, "Calm your anger, imperial uncle. There are too many guests today. Elder brother has his hands completely full and truly cannot free himself. Hence, he arranged for me to be here to welcome imperial uncle and eldest princess." Such impudence. This state of Qin is still under the regime of the Nanfeng family, and your Wan family already dares to be so unbridled? Nanfeng Lu was enraged when he heard that. Haha, imperial uncle can also see it. There are seriously too many people at this grading assembly. This is also the first time our Drunken Star Manor organized such a major event, so we really don't have any experience. If there are any areas where we did not receive you well, please be magnanimous enough to forgive us, imperial uncle. Although I, Wan Dongyang, am not the owner of the Drunken Star Manor, I'm still born from the same mother as my elder brother, the second owner of the Drunken Star Manor. Being here to receive imperial uncle is also justifiable, right? Wan Dongyang's smirking look made Nanfeng Lu so incensed that smoke was coming out of his orifices. Within the secular world, the imperial power was supreme. Nanfeng Lu was the emperor, Nanfeng Yi's blood uncle. He represented the entire imperial family. No matter how busy Wan Donghai was, he should also be here to welcome Nanfeng Lu right now. However, Wan Donghai avoided meeting him. This was clearly showing one up on the imperial family. This grading assembly today had other motives. Humph. Looks like the Drunken Star Manor really makes light of the imperial family. Since that's the case, Qing'er, let's go. Finest. H.I. Plusing. Nanfeng Lu really flicked his sleeves and left. But Wan Dongyang did not have the slightest intention of stopping. He just smiled and watched Nanfeng Lu leave. "Hang on, imperial uncle." Right then, a slightly tender voice sounded out. It was Yi Yuan who tagged along with Yi Hang. When Nanfeng Lu heard this, he paused his footsteps. Nanfeng Lu was clearly also an alchemy fanatic. He basically had no experience on how to handle such situations. This situation was directed against the fragrant medicine pavilion on the surface, but in reality, it was pointing straight at the imperial family. This fact was clear at a glance for those with discerning eyes. If there was no body present from the imperial family today, that would be equivalent to stepping back without even fighting. Those people inside might not be loyal to the imperial family, but in the human world, it had always been the word benefits that reigned above. There was not much difference to them who became the emperor. Therefore, even if the Wan family continued putting them down, Nanfeng Lu must not leave. The imperial family must have somebody present in this pill-grading assembly, or else those fence-sitters who were kept in the dark would really lean towards the Su family. When Nanfeng were watching saw that it was Yi Yuan, she also could not help being slightly surprised. She was also caught off guard by this situation happening under her eyes and did not know what to do. Just as she was wavering on whether to leave or not, Yi Yuan called out timely. "What you do want to say, little child?" Nanfeng Lu asked with a frown. Yi Yuan ignored Nanfeng Lu. Instead, he copied the steward's voice and called out loudly, "Su family's family head, Su Yulin arrives." Wan Dongyang's face changed while others were a little unsure, only to see Wan Donghai walking out in quick strides with a wide beam on his face. Except, when he just came out, the grin on his face froze right there. Seeing Nanfeng Lu and Yi Heng, Wan Donghai immediately knew that he fell for it. Sweeping a glance over everyone's face only to see Yi Yuan looking at him merrily, Wan Donghai's face fell. It was this brat's doing again. He already came out, so it was naturally not nice to go back in. He could only toughen his scalp to come forth to pay respects. Wan Donghai pays respects to imperial uncle, pays respects to eldest princess. Dongyang, seriously you? Imperial uncle and eldest princess arrived? Why didn't you call me? Wan Donghai did not give other people a chance to speak and lectured Wan Dongyang straight away. Wan Dongyang instantly understood and condemned himself as he said, "It's all my fault, owner. I saw that you were too busy back there and had no time to receive guests, so shut up. Our imperial uncle and eldest princess ordinary people." Wan Donghai reprimanded as he turned to Nanfeng Lu and said, "My younger brother does not know any better. Imperial uncle, please don't find fault." Nanfeng Lu was about to speak when Yi Yuan started laughing loudly. "Manor Lord Wan, it's truly a waste for you to not become an actor. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Ha ha ha. The two of you singing and chiming along together really cracks me up." Wan Donghai's face darkened. He was well aware that this brat had a sharp tongue. The more he spoke, the more he would be dragged into the gutter, so he might as well just ignore him. However, Yi Yuan clearly did not have the intention of letting him off. He continued laughing and said, "Manor Lord Wan, you're such a fine dog. The moment you hear your owner arrived, you immediately ran out obediently. Just now, inside there, were you perking up your ears just to listen? Yi Yuan, imperial uncle and eldest princess are present. How can your insolence be tolerated?" Just a few sentences, and Wan Donghai was on the verge of exploding again. Chapter 193. Don't interfere with my posturing. Chapter 193. Don't interfere with my posturing. Haha, Wan Donghai, you're really swhy. You actually dare to talk this way to a tranquil cloud sect core disciple. Yi Yuan suddenly kept away his smile and said icily. Wan Donghai's expression changed when he heard that. He really forgot that Yi Yuan had already obtained the status of a tranquil cloud sect core disciple. A tranquil cloud sect core disciple was even more exalted than a secular world emperor. If there were no accidents, many of those among the core disciples would end up taking on important sect positions in the future. In front of Yi Yuan, what did Wan Donghai even count as? What? Could it be that in Manor Lord Wan's eyes, that master of yours is even more exalted than me, the high sect's core disciple? I've already stood here for a long time, and you don't even know how to come out to greet me. Yi Yuan became fiercer as he spoke. Wan Donghai's old face became like a chameleon, changing multiple colors already. He loathed in his heart, even though he knew that this was Yi Yuan summoning the majesty of the tiger. There wasn't the slightest bit he could do to him. Yi Yuan's present item. 1. Tai was overly sensitive. In front of so many people, How could one Donghai dare be disrespectful to the high sex core disciple? If he really did that, then even if he got rid of Yi Yuan, if the matter reached the Tranquil Cloud sect, Wan Donghai would die 1,000 times over. The power of a sect was simply unimaginable to the secular world. As an alchemy grandmaster, Wan Donghai was naturally even more deeply aware of this point. And could it be that I, the high sex core disciple, is still lacking the status for you to pay respects? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Wan Donghai gritted his teeth and was about to pay obeisance when a voice sounded out. You haven't even entered the sect yet. Junior apprentice brother Yi is really overbearing. Which rule in the sect allows disciples to abuse power and bully others? Everyone turned around when they heard that only to see 3 people arriving jointly, 2 elderly and 1 young. The 2 elderly were not others, but precisely Su Yulin and Su Yubai, and that young one walking in the center could also be considered an old acquaintance of Yi Yuan's. Who could it be other than Yang Hao? That voice just now was precisely uttered by Yang Hao. When Wan Donghai saw Yang Hao, it was like he was granted amnesty. He hastily went forward to pay respects. Wan Donghai pays respect to Mr. Yang. Yang Hao casually waved his hands to motion Wan Donghai to rise. He then said to Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice brother Yi, you're the one in the wrong here. When we, sect disciples, go outside, we have to win people over by virtue. How can we force others to pay obeisance? The current Yang Hao had recovered that sort of high and above ATT. 1. Dude, compared to what happened during their previous encounter. Yi Yuan did not say anything. He just looked towards Yang Hao's back as if he was looking for something. Yang Hao could not help being puzzled. He followed Yi Yuan's sight to the back, but did not see anything. However, he quickly realized what Yi Yuan's meaning was, and his old face involuntarily turned red as he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. This was a threat, a blatant threat. If Yi Yuan were to tell the events of the fire battle in front of so many people, what face did he have left to stay on? Forget about staying here. He could not even stay on in the state of Qin. A high-rank alchemy master battling fire with a low-rank alchemy master, and the result was being burned by him until his behind was exposed. The majesty of him, this tranquil cloud sex core disciple, would become non-existent. Furthermore, a veteran core disciple who actually could not even win a newbie who had yet to be initiated. What kind of gaze would others look at him with? The crowd was uncertain, so they also followed Yi Yuan's eyes to look over, but did not discover anything. They did not know what Yi Yuan was trying to mystify. However, they saw Yang Hao's expression and knew that there was definitely something that happened between the two of them. It was just that Yi Yuan kept smiling like this without saying anything. They also did not know what medicine he was selling in his gourd. Doing nothing but just looking. Yi Yuan, if you dare to speak of that matter, I guarantee that you will die a horrible death. Yang Hao transmitted his voice to threaten. I'm timid. Don't scare me, senior apprentice brother Yang. I have a problem. Once I'm intimidated by someone, I can't control my mouth. If I were to spill the beans, senior apprentice brother Yang mustn't blame me, Yi Yuan replied through transmission. You? Truly despicable. Fine. What do you want so that you won't say a single thing? Yang Hao had no choice but to give in. Haven't thought of it yet. For now, don't interfere with my posturing, and that will do. I had a hard time before I made it through the 9 Heavens Road and obtained core disciple status. You got to at least let me posture here in the secular world. Otherwise, when I arrive at the sect, I'll be at the bottom of the barrel. Even if I want to posture then, I wouldn't be able to, Yi Yuan said. Fine, I won't talk. Yang Hao finally chose to compromise, so he could only come to terms. The crowd also saw that these 2 people were transmitting their voices, but Body knew what on earth the pair were talking about. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face turned frosty again, and he said to Wan Donghai, Wan Donghai, you haven't come to pay respects. Do you really want to slight the high sect? Another large charge clamped down on him. But this time, Wan Donghai did not lose his head like before, because there was still another core disciple around. Wan Donghai looked at Yang Hao with eager eyes, but Yang Hao had an icy face as he said, What are you staring blankly for? Go and pay respects. Could it be that this Yang Hao's junior apprentice brother is not worthy for you to pay respect to? God, what sort of situation was this? Everyone was stunned. Yi Hang, Nanfeng Liu, Nanfeng Ruoqing, Su Yulin, and his brother were all collectively stunned. What the I was this? Wasn't the change in ATTI too quick? Wasn't he still prepared to exchange blows with Yi Yuan just now? Why did the wind direction change in a blink of an eye, and he became apprentice brothers with Yi Yuan? Of course, the one who was the most stunned was still Wan Donghai. He had just prepared to straighten his waist. Now, he had to bend back down. Oh, this old waist. Seeing no action taken by Wan Donghai for some time, Yang Hao said impatiently, "What? Didn't you hear what I say, Manor Lord Wan?" Wan Donghai was so stifled. He fought with Yi Hang for so many years without even paying obeisance to each other. But now, he had to show deference to his son. You hurry up. Are you still planning on holding this pill-grading assembly or not?" Yang Hao said with a frown. Wan Donghai knew that he could not avoid this, so he gritted his teeth and gave Yi Yuan a deep bow. Wan Donghai pays respect to the high-sex core disciple, Mr. Yi. Yi Yuan chortled and said, "Quickly rise, Manor Lord Wan. This bow of yours really humbles me greatly. Finest. Plus-ing." Yi Yuan suddenly turned to Su Yulin and said with a smile, "Su family head, isn't it your turn?" Su Yulin was stupefied. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually point the gun barrel at him. When he reacted, he could not help bursting into a rage. As a matter of fact, his Su family's position in the state of Qin was indeed much higher than the Wan family's. But in front of a colossal behemoth like the Tranquil Cloud sect, the Su family and Wan family were no different. Yi Yuan was using his status as the high-sex core disciple to pay respects now. If he were to not show deference, wouldn't that be willful disobedience? But the problem was that Yi Yuan could very well be the murderer who killed Su Yishan. Asking him to pay respect to the enemy who killed his son? That was impossible. Don't go too overboard, Yi Yuan. I haven't even settled the scores with you about Yishan's matters. Su Yulin roared angrily. Yi Yuan ignored him, his gaze floating over to Yang Hao's behind again. Yang Hao was about to crumble. He said in a low voice, "Su family head, it's just paying respect. You also won't lose a piece of fleas. Plus by right, you should pay respect to junior apprentice brother Yi." Chapter 194. Inciting Public Sentiment. Chapter 194. Inciting public sentiment. Su Yulin's face turned green. He looked towards Yi Yuan with eyes with killing intent, as if he was looking at a dead man. With Su Yulin's relations, he could, in fact, ignore Yang Hao. But what Yang Hao represented was not himself, but Yao Qian behind him. Today's matter was excessively important. To the Su family, it could not afford any slightest room for error. If he were to lose the entire game due to offending Yao Qian, then he, Su Yulin, would be the center of the Su family. Thinking up to this point, Su Yulin simply shut his eyes and gave Yi Yuan a bow. Su Yulin pays respect to the high-sex core disciple, Mr. Yi. Su Yulin deliberately dragged out the Yi to express his displeasure, but Yi Yuan did not mind. He chuckled and said, "Looks like the Su family is still very respectful towards my Tranquil Cloud sect. Not bad, not bad. Hey, it's getting late. What's everyone still standing here for? Standing until my legs are already aching. Manor Lord Wan, is this your way of treating guests?" Wan Donghai was so furious in his heart. Just who was the one making a displaying of might and delaying everyone from going in? Now that you've finished posturing, you even say that your legs are aching? I've never heard of any spirit condensation realm martial artist whose legs ache after standing a while. Mr. Yang, Brother Yulin, please. Wan Donghai shot a fierce glare at Yi Yuan, and then said to Yang Hao and Su Yulin. The group of people headed for the inner hall. Nanfeng Ruoqing's and Yi Yuan's eyes met as they smiled and also went in. The Drunken Star Manor specially opened up an enormous hall just for today's grand event. It was enough to house all the big and small families in the capital. This spectacle was even grander than the imperial family state banquet. It clearly already Serpa S said that. But this time, body was paying heed to these anymore. After today's exchange, there would surely be one side who must withdraw from the stage of history. After Su Yulin and the rest sat down, Wan Donghai went to the center of the Great Hall. He spoke in a clear voice. Everyone, today, the aim of our Drunken Star Manor organizing this pill grading assembly is to promote our state of Qin's medicinal pill business. Next, I would like to introduce a distinguished guest to everyone first. Speaking up to this point, Wan Donghai paused to create suspense. Indeed, those aristocrats looked towards Yang Hao because he was seated in the most prominent position. Everybody was speculating just who this young man was to actually seat in the seat of honor above Nanfeng Liu and Su Yulin. And those two persons' faces were calm, as if they were not at all unhappy. This person hails from the high sect, core disciple Mr. Yang. He represents the high sect this trip to cheer on this pill grading assembly of ours. Wan Donghai introduced loudly. With Wan Donghai's introduction, the audience burst into an uproar. Tranquil Cloud sect core disciple. This ident. 1. Tai was too ill. U.S. Trias. No wonder he could seat above the imperial family and Su family. Don't look at how these people could summon wind and rain in the state of Qin. In all of their years, they might not have really met anyone who came from the Tranquil Cloud sect. No way. The Wan family can actually call down a core disciple from the high sect. There's probably going to be a good show to watch today. A high sect core disciple coming to pay tribute to the Wan family. There is much food for thought involved in this. Could it be that the high sect is already displeased with the imperial family? Originally, today was only to come and view the new medicinal pills. To think that something like this actually happened. I wonder how the Nanfeng family is going to handle this big introduction from the Su family. Who cares? We're all merchants. What we pursue is benefits. As long as there's money to be made, who cares whom the emperor is? My goal of coming here today is to seize the power of agency for the new medicinal pills. I'm definitely getting these new medicinal pills distribution right. Then to each his own. I've already put down an arm and leg for today's pill grading assembly. How could I possibly lose to you? For some time, there were clamors among the inn. Oh, bless. When Su Yulin saw this scene, he involuntarily felt great satisfaction. He planned for so many years. Finally, he could realize his ambition. Once Yang Hao, this big move was executed, it was equal to him winning half the battle. What Yang Hao represented was the Tranquil Cloud sect. If even the Tranquil Cloud sect supported him, there should not be a need for him to waste his breath on which side these people should stand on, right? Su Yulin's gaze swept around but finally landed on Yi Yuan, his complexion turning icy involuntarily. Yi Yuan seemed to have sensed something and looked towards him, even flash. Plusing him a grin. Not knowing why, being looked at like that by Yi Yuan made Su Yulin feel uneasy. Su Yulin had a feeling that the greatest variable today would lie with Yi Yuan. Su Yulin also could not verbalize why he had this sort of feeling, but he just felt that the threat from Yi Yuan was even greater than Yi Hang's. This sort of feeling was very unusual. Yi Yuan clearly only had spirit condensation, realm cultivation. He simply could not join in the conflict between crystal formation realm martial artists. But why was this sort of feeling still so intense? Was it because of Yi Yuan's performance outside? Although Yi Yuan also had core disciple status now, he was simply incomparable to Yang Hao. Even if Yi Yuan flashed his ident. 1. Tai. Su Yulin also had ways to make a comeback. Cough, everyone. Quiet down. Wan Donghai made a silenced gesture with his hands. After the great hall quieted down, he said in a loud voice again, Mr. Yang is the high sect's pill hall elders, Yao Qian's disciple. Elder Yao and Elder Ouyang are bosom friends. Today, for Mr. Yang to come for the pill grading assembly, this one expresses my heartfelt gratitude. Another huge commotion. Even though everyone had some speculations, with Wan Donghai saying it out, it still made everybody draw in a cold breath. In many people's hearts, The scales had already completely tipped over to the Su family side. This was likely the greatest calamity faced by the Nanfeng family since the establishment of the state of Qin. Countless people's gaze looked over to Nanfeng Lu, their eyes filled with sympathy. They were aware that the Nanfeng family also had ties to the Tranquil Cloud sect, but they were totally negligible compared to the entire Pill Hall. No way. What does Wandonghai mean? Could this be the high sect's Pill Hall showing their attitude in wanting to dispose of the Nanfeng family? Unlikely. Without extenuating circumstances, the high sect won't intervene in the secular world's replacement of the imperial authority. If the Su family had the support of the entire Pill Hall, then it probably wouldn't be just one core disciple who came. They would also have no need to host this pill grading assembly. And what you said is right. But even so, this influence borrowed by the Su family is also too strong. Yeah, the Nanfeng family is in danger this time. Just 2 sentences from Wandonghai already smashed apart all the hopes of the Nanfeng family. Nanfeng Lu sat in the position beneath Yang Hao, his expression looking very ugly. Even Nanfeng Ruoqing beside him also did not look too good. This move from the Su family was too ruthless. Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing were seized with a sudden impulse to look at Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan flashed his ident. 1. Tai would be of aid to this situation. The pair exchanged glances, but Nanfeng Ruoqing shook her head slightly. It was true that Yi Yuan obtained core disciple status, but he had not even entered the sect yet. Even if he revealed his ident. 1. Tai would not help things at all. The terror of Yang Hao's ident. 1. Tai did not lie in him being a core disciple, but in the pill hall behind him. Under this sort of circumstances, what should be done? Nanfeng Ruoqing could not but to panic secretly. Chapter 195. 3 New Types of Medicinal Pills. Chapter 195. 3 New Types of Medicinal Pills. Yang Hao sat at the seat of honor in a lofty manner. In his eyes, these secular world people were just a bunch of ants. As his gaze swept through the faces of those in, oh, bless, there were either nervousness, or at a loss, or excitement, all the facets of humanity, so on and so forth. It made him feel like he was overlooking all life. Finally, his gaze swept over to Yi Yuan, who was opposite him, and his face involuntarily froze up. The mood, which just got a little better, instantly vanished with a puff. This fellow was really hateful. However, he most likely would not survive today either way. Thinking up to here, Yang Hao could not help feeling secretly pleased. A core disciple who had yet to enter the sect was killed in a secular world conflict. With the addition of his master and elder Ouyang covering up in the middle, the outcome would just be left inconclusive. Right then, Wandonghai continued. I think that before everyone came today, you've already heard about the contents of today's pill grading assembly. That's right. Today, our Drunken Star Manor will be launching 3 new types of medicinal pills never before seen on the market. The launch of these 3 new kinds of medicinal pills will be the beginning of a new era for our state of Qin's alchemy world. Now, we will be uncovering the mysterious veil of these 3 new kinds of medicinal pills. One had to admit, apart from alchemy, Wandonghai's ability to inciting public sentiment was not something that Yi Hang could compare to. In contrast to Wandonghai, Yi Hang lacked a portion of worldly sophistication and had more personal charisma. Yes, the reason why the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion could still hang on until now under the Drunken Star Manor powerful attacks was due to Yi Hang's personal charisma. From the day Yi Hang took a step back until today, not a single Fragrant Medicine Pavilion employee left the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. If both parties were to swap positions, the Drunken Star Manor would have probably collapsed long ago. However, as the saying went, as virtue rise 1 foot, vice rises 10. Wandonghai's operating methods were inexhaustible. This was also the reason why the Drunken Star Manor could steadily suppress the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. But today, the stirring by Wandonghai's words was no doubt lethal. Wandonghai went to the table arranged in the center of the great hall. On the table, 3 exquisite jade trays were laid out. The jade trays were covered using a red cloth, so the objects on them could not be seen clearly. But everybody knew that what was placed on these 3 jade trays were those 3 new types of medicinal pills. These 3 kinds of medicinal pills captured everyone's hearts. Wan Donghai held the jade tray on the left-hand side of his hands and gently removed the red cloth covering on top of it, revealing 3 gray-colored medicinal pills. I believe that everyone isn't a stranger to the chi-returning pill. To martial artists, chi-returning pills are a necessity. These few medicinal pills in my hands are the new and improved chi-returning pills. Its name is True Chi-Returning Pill. The True Chi-Returning Pill's essence energy recovery speed is 50% greater than the Chi-Returning Pill. When Wan Donghai's words fell, the scene immediately exploded. Oh my god, 50%. If this True Chi-Returning Pill was launched, wouldn't all the Chi-Returning Pills in my shop be unsellable? Sigh, after today, we're all going to become the drunken Star Manor's Virginia S. Sal's. Just one True Chi-Returning Pill already have such effects. I really don't know what the other 2 types of medicinal pills are. Unequivocally, improving medicinal pills was exceedingly challenging. To raise the effects of the Chi-Returning Pill by 50%, as long as the price was not overly absurd, once the True Chi-Returning Pill was launched, it would surely monopolize the market. Coupled with the essence-gathering pill, the Drunken Star Manor could just wait to open their doors and count money in the future. The other forces were basically screwed already. Hence, for these merchants to survive, they could only be reduced to the Drunken Star Manor's Virginia S. Sal's becoming their agents. This way, their stalls would basically become the Drunken Star Manor's branch. Wan Donghai smiled faintly and placed the True Chi-Returning Pill in his hand down. He lifted up the middle jade tray to give another introduction. The medicinal pill placed on this jade tray is not an improved version, but a newly invented type of medicinal pill. Its name is Essence Converting Pill. Speaking up to here, Wan Donghai purposely slowed his words and came to a halt. Indeed, once people heard that it was a newly invented type of medicinal pill, they immediately could not resist. Stop beating around the bush, Manor Lord Wan. Quickly tell us what the medicinal effects of this essence-converting pill are already. Yeah, Manor Lord Wan. Just what on earth is the use of this essence-converting pill? Wan Donghai saw that the time was almost right before saying with a smile, the medicinal effects of this essence-converting pill is to raise the cultivation of essence chi realm martial artists by 1 realm unconditionally. However, a martial artist can only use it once in their lifetime. Consuming it again will not have any effects at all. No way, right? Unconditionally raising an essence chi realm martial artist cultivation by 1 realm? This is too exaggerated, right? You aren't lying to us, Manor Lord Wan. Are you kidding? When martial artists begin cultivation, it has always been about ACCU, mulating essence energy. I've never even heard that there are such medicinal pills. This is too preposterous. And, oh, body believed Wan Donghai's words. People were like this. Once something Serpa S said their boundary of understanding, they would instinctively choose to not believe. Wan Donghai smiled and said, I know that everyone has doubts about the effects of the essence-converting pill. Hence, I'll test this medicinal pill right now, in front of all of you. Right at this time, a 7th-level essence chi realm martial artist walked out. He took an essence-converting pill from Wan Donghai's hands and directly consumed it. At this moment, the entire hall was abnormally silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on that martial artist. Only Yi Yuan yawned lazily and was unconcerned over this. Yuaner, why do I feel like you aren't worried at all? If this essence-converting pill really has such an effect, it's greatly detrimental to us. Yi Hang transmitted. Although Yi Hang was very confident in his son, after hearing Wan Donghai's introduction, his heart was still somewhat drumming right now. This was only the 2nd type of medicinal pill. There's still the 3rd type of medicinal pill, which had not been released, and it had already spell-bounded virtually all of the influences in the state of Qin. This sort of situation was not something he hoped to see. Even though he had the explosive yuan pill in his hands, Wan Donghai had 4 types of medicinal pills over here. Even if he could monopolize the explosive yuan pill market in the future, he would also hold an absolute inferior position in the aspect of true qi returning pill and essence converting pill. Yi Yuan said smilingly, don't need to worry, father. Only these fellows who can't tell good from bad will take this sort of defect good to be a treasure. Defect good? Yi Hang asked in surprise. This essence-converting pill indeed has the effects of raising cultivation realm. But its side effect isn't small either. Wan Donghai taking this stuff out is seriously just scamming people. Yi Yuan said, this essence-converting pill has side effects? This time, Yi Hang was even more surprised. That's right. After taking this essence-converting pill, the martial artist meridians will suffer a certain degree of damage, which will affect future cultivation speed. However, this sort of damage isn't obvious. Ordinary people can't detect it. But when it's time to impact the spirit condensation realm, their success rate will lower tremendously. Instead, it would be much lower than martial artists who cultivate up normally. Yi Yuan explained. Yi Yuan once spent his lifetime to research Tier 3 and below medicinal pills, and among medicinal pills, those with the greatest number of varieties and most widely used was naturally first-order medicinal pills. This essence-converting pill was basically something Yi Yuan left behind. He was naturally crystal clear on the medicinal effects of the essence-converting pill. Chapter 196. Unfurling the map to reveal the dagger. Chapter 196. Unfurling the map to reveal the dagger. If that's the case, then isn't Wan Donghai cheating people? Also, this sort of side effect, it will be discovered sooner or later, right? Yi Hang asked with a frown. Actually, this sort of side effect isn't much to those in, Believe family disciples. As long as they take some meridian recovery medicinal pills, it can completely be repaired. Or, taking medicinal pills which increases the success rate when impacting the spirit condensation realm also works. As long as they break through to the spirit condensation realm, the martial artist's body functions will have a huge improvement. These hidden dangers will naturally also be cleared up then. After all, it's only a Tier 1 medicinal pill. A little side effect isn't insurmountable. Yi Yuan explained. When Yi Hang heard that, he said helplessly, "You said it so easily. External injuries are easy to treat, but internal injuries are hard to get rid of. It's not that there are no meridians recovering medicinal pills, but each one of them is worth a fortune. It's likely even above this essence-converting pill. Calculating this way, the loss outweighs the gain. As for medicinal pills, which increases the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm, although I know many alchemists wish to refine them, but up till now, I've never seen them before." Yi Yuan gave a mysterious smile and said, "If I guess correctly, this third type of medicinal pill is probably something that increases the success rate of spirit condensation realm. Haha, this pill haul planned really well." Yi Hang's face changed, and his gaze could not help plus fling over to that not yet unveiled jade tray. If what Yi Yuan said was true, then this third kind of medicinal pill was going to be amazing. Such a medicinal pill was sufficient to shake the foundation of the imperial family. Putting aside all the martial artists under the heavens, just in the state of Qin, how many martial artists were stuck at the threshold of peak 9th level essence Qi realm, unable to break through? One could imagine just what kind of demand it would face once this sort of medicinal pill was released. Yi Hang himself knew that medicinal pills to assist in breaking through to the spirit condensation realm definitely existed. It was just that in this sort of place like the state of Qin, it simply did not have the capability to issue this kind of medicinal pills. However, Yi Hang also knew that Yi Yuan definitely knew the refinement method for this type of medicinal pills. Yi Hang sucked in a deep breath and said, "Yuan, it's all on you today. Don't worry, father. If I can't even get this done, then I would have wasted master's laborious efforts." Yi Yuan said, perfectly composed and collected. Right at this time, An essence energy storm suddenly howled forth in the great hall. That martial artist testing the medicinal pill really broke through to the 8th level essence chi realm. Marveling exclamations sounded out in the great hall. Her. Everyone has also seen the medicinal effects. There's no need for me to add on, right? Now, let's introduce the 3rd type of medicinal pill. Wan Donghai did not give much of an introduction about the essence converting pill. He believed that the scene just now already gave everyone enough shock. He lifted the 3rd jade tray and unveiled the red cloth to introduce. This 3rd type of medicinal pill is today's denouement medicinal pill. This 3rd type of medicinal pill is called Rising Spirit Pill. It can increase the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm by 20%. What? Increase the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm by 20%? Is there a mistake? There's actually such a miraculous medicinal pill? Manor Lord Wan, how much is this Rising Spirit Pill? I want to buy 10. Manor Lord Wan, I also want to purchase. The more, the better. Oh, right. And also the essence converting pill and true chi returning pill I also want. Everybody could not sit tight anymore. These 3 new kinds of medicinal pills launched by the Drunken Star Manor today simply subverted the knowledge of all the people sitting here. Even though many people sitting here were mentally prepared and knew that the new medicinal pills launched by the Drunken Star Manor today were not ordinary, they could not have imagined that it was so extraordinary. These people all left their seats in succession, encircling Wan Donghai in the center, fighting to converse with Wan Donghai. At this moment, body bothered with the Su family and the Nanfeng family contending for imperial authority. What they were concerned with was how to purchase the Drunken Star Manor's medicinal pills. They all knew that the Drunken Star Manor absolutely would not provide this sort of medicinal pills endlessly. With these 3 types of medicinal pills, what could the Nanfeng family use to hold the hearts of these aristocrats? Yi Yuan watched this scene and could not help sneering as he said, S-N-A-T-C, hing so fervently for stuff weeded out by other people. A bunch of fellows who have not seen the world. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but the surrounding few people heard it loud and clear. Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing were somewhat bewildered, but Yang Hao's and Su Yulin's facial expression totally changed. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of what you just said? You say that these medicinal pills were developed by others? Nanfeng Ruoqing asked curiously. Otherwise, with the likes of Wan Donghai that in, you can be in T.S. Can he invent this kind of medicinal pills? These medicinal pills are clearly formulas that he got from some other place. Other than sect forces, what other places could possibly have these pill formulas? Furthermore, if these aren't pill formulas sifted out by the sect forces, you think that Wan Donghai can get to see them? Would he dare to take over? Yi Yuan said disdainfully. Nanfeng Ruoqing mused over it. This was really the case. However, even if they were pill formulas eliminated by the sect, bringing it into the secular world was also sufficiently startling. With just these few pill formulas, the Su family could already overthrow the imperial family. If the imperial family lost the support of these big and small families, the Su family virtually did not need to make any moves, and they could take down the Nanfeng family without drawing blood. Humph! How much do you know about sect matters? Even if the pill formulas were eliminated by the sect, it's enough to stun the world. Yang Hao snorted coldly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders as if he was too lazy to dispute. Yang Hao's blow landing on cotton made him incredibly depressed. But at this time, Yi Hang could not sit still too. He was just about to go down when Yi Yuan held him back. Don't be anxious, father. Wan Donghai hasn't finished executing his plays yet. Let him play first, Yi Yuan transmitted. And what other means are there? In terms of scheming, Yi Hang was evidently inferior to Wan Donghai. Father will know when you continue watching, Yi Yuan said while smiling. Wan Donghai was presently surrounded in the middle by people, but body really dared to get close to him. After all, He was a crystal formation realm expert. Even if he was an alchemist, these people dared not be you and pee into him. However, the crowd was speaking incoherently, nearly drowning him in spittle. Stop making noise. Not a single one of these 3 types of medicinal pills will be sold to you all. Wan Donghai suddenly shouted. What? Manor Lord Wan, such incredible medicinal pills, and you're not selling. Don't tell me that you want to watch a treasure mountain? That's right, Manor Lord Wan. You didn't organize this pill grading AS assembly just for us to covet it, right? Wan Donghai waved his hands and said, Everyone return to your seats. This one has something major to discuss with everyone. When they heard it, their hearts jumped with a start, thinking to themselves, it's here. They were told by Wan Donghai just now, blindly fighting over the medicinal pills, and forgot about today's feast at Hong Gate. One now, seeing Wan Donghai, said that it was most likely time to unfurl the map to reveal the dagger. Without any accident, Wan Donghai was going to force them to make their position known. Everyone returned to their seats with ugly expressions, weighing out just how they should deal with this front today. Chapter 197. When watching a play, watch the entire show. Chapter 197. When watching a play, watch the entire show. Manor Lord Wan, speak then. What conditions do you want before you're willing to sell us these medicinal pills? At this time, an aristocrat spoke. It was very clear that these medicinal pills Wan Donghai took out moved him greatly. However, his question also voiced out the words in everyone's hearts. Wan Donghai gave a slight smile and slowly said, Speaking of which, these few years, our state of Qin's national strength has always been leaning to the weak side. Among the tranquil cloud 10 nations, we're already in the lower middle position. I wonder if, after so many years, has anyone ever reflected on it? When the crowd heard that, they thought to themselves that it had indeed come. These words from Wan Donghai were piercing criticisms. National strength growing weak, who was to be blamed? Couldn't have been their fault, right? Of course, it was the imperial family's fault. Many people's gazes, plus feeded over to Nanfeng Lu's direction. I keep feeling that our state of Qin's forces are too scattered and does not form an effective alliance. If these forces can ally together to form a synergy, we can definitely make the state of Qin strong. Now, we have the essence gathering pill, true Qi returning pill, essence converting pill, rising spirit pill, so many medicinal pills. It's enough to let even more martial artists grow stronger. Speaking up to here, Wan Donghai paused for a bit. Sweeping his gaze one round across the entire great hall, he said loudly, Therefore, I suggest to establish a state of Qin alchemy alliance. Integrate all the influences together to bring about an even stronger state of Qin. When Wan Donghai's speech ended, Nanfeng Ruoqing could not hold back any longer. She immediately stood up and said furiously, Wan Donghai, are you rebelling? Towards Nanfeng Ruoqing's accusation, Wan Donghai was not overly surprised. He just smiled and said, Why do you say that, eldest princess? I'm only saying to found an alchemy alliance to strengthen our state of Qin's power. Rather, as the imperial family, how many things have you done for the state of Qin these few years? That's because Nanfeng Ruoqing did not know how to answer. It was an irrefutable fact that the imperial family was declining. Not that the imperial family did not wish to grow stronger, but because the Su family's obstruction was too powerful. Nanfeng was overly cautious in taking action, which resulted in the state of Qin situation today. When it came down to it, the Su family was the main culprit. But this was an open secret. All in all, it was still because the imperial family themselves were not powerful enough. In this world, it had always been the strong who reigned supreme while the weak were destined to be eliminated. Because of what? Her. Eldest princess also can't say it yourself. Us, the subjects, provide taxes for the imperial family, leaving the imperial family without the need to care for necessities. But what have the imperial family brought us? These years, the country is prosperous, and the people are at peace. The citizens live a prosperous and contented life. Isn't this all thanks to the imperial family? Nanfeng Ruoqing said crossly. This was just peace on the surface. Even though we are people in the secular world, this is the world of martial artists. In the world of martial artists, it has always been the weak who are food while the strong feasts. Other countries grow stronger while our state of Qin grows weaker. In the future, the outcome can only be being swallowed up by other countries. Eldest princess, tell me whether what I said is correct or not. Wan Donghai said with a cold smile. Nanfeng Ruoqing was speechless because what Wan Donghai said was the truth. However, the Nanfeng family was not doing nothing these few years. Why did Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Zhiro conceal their identity? 1. Tai, and cultivate in the Danwu Academy? That was for the rise of the Nanfeng family. Nanfeng Ruoqing's talent in the alchemy path was incomparable. She had the qualifications to enter the tranquil cloud sect long ago. But she had always stayed in the academy because she hoped to make the imperial family stronger through her efforts. Why did Nanfeng Zhiro train so desperately? She similarly wanted to let herself become strong to protect the Nanfeng family, to protect the state of Qin. However, the Su family pressed on at every step, and now they finally revealed their fangs. Yet, the Nanfeng family had not matured yet. Everybody, as long as you join the alliance, we can enjoy the resources together. The merchants of the alchemy world can represent to sell the medicinal pills refined by the Drunken Star Manor. Families and martial artists who join the alliance can enjoy corresponding discounts when purchasing alliance medicinal pills according to their contribution level. I wonder if everyone is pleased with such conditions? Wan Donghai finally threw out a heavyweight bomb. The allure of these terms was not an ordinary kind of big. One could imagine, with the Drunken Star Manor possessing these 4 kinds of medicinal pills, they would hold a complete monopoly in the state of Qin in the future. If merchants in the alchemy world did not join the alliance, then they would not obtain the channel to get these medicinal pills. What awaited them was only one result: bankruptcy. Martial artists and family clans needed to nurture their own strength/forces. Their requirements towards medicinal pills were extremely huge. Undeniably, the prices of these few medicinal pills would surely be very high, especially the Rising Spirit pill. It would definitely be so high that it would be to quite a ridiculous extent. Even so, there would likely still be countless martial artists going after it in flocks. Even though it only increased the success rate by 20%, how many martial artists were struck at this checkpoint in the entire state of Qin? There were many people who were only lacking just a 5% success rate, which made them unable to break through realms, resulting in years slipping by 20% success rate was enough to let many Essence Qi realm martial artists break through to the Spirit Condensation realm. Even those 9th level Essence Qi realm without any hopes of a breakthrough, wouldn't they wish to give it a shot? Hence, these 2 conditions thrown out by Wan Donghai was too alluring. However, many of these aristocrats were still quite fearful of the Nanfeng family. Many of them exchanged looks and whispered to one another, discussing countermeasures. Wan Donghai was not anxious either. He waited patiently for everyone's reply. Yi Hang was in a big hurry when he saw the situation and wanted to move out again, but was stopped by Yi Yuan again. Father, such a lovely show. How can you not finish watching it? When watching a play, watch the full show. Yi Yuan transmitted. Still watching? Continue watching, and they will all seek refuge from Wan Donghai and Su Yulin already. Of course we gotta watch. Such an excellent opportunity. How can it do if we don't get a clear view of these people's faces? Of course, it doesn't matter to me, but the Nanfeng family will probably start a major cleansing after this incident, right? If we don't let Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing see clearly, how will they know who to clean off when the time comes? Hearing Yi Yuan say this, Yi Hang finally calmed down. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again became somewhat different. Yi Hang really did not imagine that his son had already grown up to such an extent. As a father, he was still looking at the things in front of him, but his son actually already saw the distant future. Looking back at it now, virtually every one of Yi Yuan's actions had deep meanings. Even he, his father, could not quite see through his own son anymore. Right then, someone finally made a sound. Manor Lord Juan, my W.A.N.G. family is willing to join the alliance. The one who spoke was precisely the W.A.N.G. family's family head, W.A.N.G. But he had just spoken when someone immediately voiced out criticism. W.A.N.G. You shameless thing, your W.A.N.G. family received imperial graciousness for generations, yet you're the first one to defect to the enemy today. The one who spoke was a family head who was die-hard loyal to the imperial family. Humph! A fine bird selects its tree. A good subject chooses whom to follow. Go ahead if you want to follow the Nanfeng family to die together. W.A.N.G. said brazenly. With W.A.N.G. stepping out here, it immediately acted like a fuse. There were scores of people expressing their standpoints. My Lin family also joins the alliance. Isong Tauga joins the alliance. In moments, there were actually more than half of the family clans or influences who chose to join the alliance. Chapter 198. Yi Hang makes a move. Chapter 198. Yi Hang makes a move. You all. The imperial family has always been good to you. Is this how you repay us? Nanfeng Ruoqing was so infuriated by these unfeeling wolves that she was shaking. She really did not expect that the imperial family's painstaking efforts in peacetimes were actually unable to withstand this bit of temptation of benefits. Eldest princess, their joining of the alliance is also to strengthen the state of Qin. Why must you be like this? Wan Donghai said hypocritically. Humph, don't get OCKY Wan Donghai. Imperial brother has long made preparations and won't let your wicked plans succeed. Su Yulin, at this time, are you still going to hide behind and watch the show? Isn't it also time to jump out? Nanfeng Ruoqing stared at Su Yulin icily. But Su Yulin was currently resting with his eyes shut with a completely apathetic appearance, as he did not pay attention to Nanfeng Ruoqing. Wan Donghai faced the guests and said, since everyone agreed to join the alliance, it's now time to offer up a portion of strength for our great Qin. Everyone's faces froze as they had a bad feeling as if they had boarded a pirate S.H.I.+P. However, these people were all wily spirits. Since they agreed to join this alliance, they obviously would not be naive enough to think that they could only enjoy the treatment and did not need to contribute. The price they had to pay was to have a decisive break from the Nanfeng family. The Nanfeng family held the imperial position for a long time, but failed to keep forging ahead. Today, our state of Qin is tottering and about to fall into a crisis. This one feels that we should choose another wise ruler to lead our state of Qin onto the road to a powerful nation. Wan Donghai said loudly in clear voice. When he finished saying these words, everyone's gaze looked toward Su Yulin. The wise ruler in Wan Donghai's words was none other than Su Yulin. I feel that family head Su has an U.S. Trius reputation and his martial prowess is unparalleled. He can take the place of the Nanfeng family. Right then, a Su family's devotee opened his mouth to say, Nanfeng family, relinquish your position and abdicate. Family head Su succeeds the rule. Right away, these aristocrats were chiming in together, angering Nanfeng Ruoqing until her lovely body was trembling while Nanfeng Lu's face turned green. Compared to the other party, the imperial family's momentum over here was clearly much weaker. Nanfeng Ruoqing suddenly thought of something as she looked towards Yi Hang and Sun with an unkind face. This father and son pair were too quiet. They had actually yet to make a sound until now. Before coming, Imperial brother already made it clear that today, Yi Hang would be standing on the imperial family side. But until now, there was no movement from Yi Hang at all. It was fine if there was nothing from Yi Hang, but with Yi Yuan and her relations. H.I.+P. Could it be that he was going to watch helplessly as the imperial family was overthrown? Yi Yuan clearly also noticed Nanfeng Ruoqing's gaze and could not help flash. I, plussing a smile as he stood up to say in a clear voice, "Isn't today the pill grating a assembly?" Manor Lord Juan, why did you make everyone digress from the topic? Yi Yuan's voice was released using essence energy, and it immediately blanketed everyone's voice. Seeing that Yi Yuan made his speech, Su Yulin, Yang Hao, and the others' heart involuntarily shook. They thought to themselves, it's coming. What they feared today, here were not Nanfeng Lu and niece, but Yi Hang and Sun Pair. Yet until now, these two people had not even said a word. This was very abnormal. If Yi Hang had given up on the imperial family long ago, then he should not have appeared here today. But he arrived, and yet did not speak nor cause trouble, allowing the pill grating assembly progress until now. This left them somewhat scratching their heads in puzzlement. Wan Donghai was currently pleased with himself when he heard Yi Yuan's unharmonious voice and instantaneously felt annoyed. Yi Yuan, did you jump out at this time to be a clown? Everyone is already clear on the medicinal pills launched by our drunken star manor. The pill grating assembly also naturally came to a conclusion here, Wan Donghai said with a scornful look. Yi Yuan came to a state of realization when he heard that. So, it's only these few medicinal pills? I thought that it was some kind of incredible grand meat. Just these few trash pills, and Manor Lord, one also dares to take them out of showcase? Seriously unabashed to the limit. Listening to the meaning of your words, does the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion have even better medicinal pills than these few types? Wan Donghai asked in laughter. He did not believe that Yi Hang had some trump card in his hands. Or else, why would he wait until now? If he left seclusion a few days later, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion itself would have closed down. But Yi Yuan just smiled and said nothing. At this time, Yi Hang went forward and said, the pill grating assembly this time is also a grand me hard to come by in a decade. Manor Lord One exhibited their drunken star manners several types of new medicinal pills just now to let us widen our horizons. But curiously enough, our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion also developed several new types of medicinal pills recently. Just in time to borrow this pill grating assembly to let everyone appraise it. Haha, I heard that you were in a retreat for over a month. It wasn't to develop new medicinal pills, right? I really want to see just what kind of new medicinal pills Pavilion Lord Yi developed in this 1 month. However, Pavilion Lord Ye's big talk is already said. In a while, it would not be easy to wind it up. Wan Donghai said. Yi Hang said indifferently, you don't have to worry about that. Finest. Plussing. Yi Hang surveyed the surroundings and asked, I wonder if there's any Essence Chi realm martial artist present who just happens to be stuck at a bottleneck, about to break through? This question from Yi Hang made those aristocrats unable to refrain from exchanging glances. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that these new medicinal pills developed by Yi Hang could also break through one realm unconditionally? But finding those martial artists stuck at a bottleneck, this sort of medicinal pill did not seem to have too much of purpose. After all, it was not as difficult as imagined for Essence Chi realm martial artists to break through cultivation realms. As long as they used Essence Chi pills or Essence Gathering pills, they could push past the bottleneck no matter what. A middle-aged man opened his mouth to say, Pavilion Lord Yi, my son is stuck at the 6th level Essence Chi realm bottleneck. He told me that he's only short of that last bit, but kept failing to find the opportunity. This family head was surnamed Huang. His name was Huang Hui. His son was called Huang Xian. Many of those present brought along their younger generations. Such an occasion had absolutely enormous benefits towards the growth of the younger generations. They obviously would not let go of this chance to educate the juniors. Huang Hui brought his son in front of Yi Hang and said with clasped hands, Pavilion Lord, you want to test medicinal pills, right? I wonder if my son fulfills this criterion? Yi Hang swept a glance over Huang Xian and said with a smile, not bad, 16 years old, peak 6th level Essence Chi realm. Family head Huang has a worthy successor. These words from Pavilion Lord Yi overwhelms me. Compared to your family's Yi Yuan, My son is far too lacking, Huang Hui said with a smile. Huang Xian was also a student of the Danwu Academy. Huang Hui had more or less heard his son mention Yi Yuan's performance in the academy. Even if he did not hear before, Yi Yuan's second-level spirit condensation realm cultivation was also plenty to leave Huang Xian far behind in the dust. Yi Heng gave a light smile and did not express any opinion. Yi Yuan's excellence no longer required other people's commendations. Family head Huang, letting your son test the medicine. Aren't you afraid that this medicinal pill of mine has any side effects? I believe in Pavilion Lord Yi. Huang Hui only said this one sentence. All right, since that's the case, let your son swallow this medicinal pill and let us witness the effects. Yi Heng put his hand out. The medicinal pill held, and it was precisely the explosive Yuan pill. Huang Hui reached out to receive it and set it over to Huang Xian, saying calmly, Xianer, take it. Yes, father. Huang Xian actually did not have the slightest hesitation. He directly swallowed the explosive Yuan pill and started to circulate his powers to refine the medicinal strength. Several dozen breaths later, an essence energy storm howled inside the Great Hall once again. Chapter 199. Medicinal Effect of the Explosive Yuan Pill. Chapter 199. Medicinal Effect of the Explosive Yuan Pill. 7th Level Essence Qi Realm. After Huang Xian consumed the explosive Yuan pill, he directly broke through to the 7th Level Essence Qi Realm. The effect was the best when consuming the explosive Yuan pill for the very first time. Hence, Huang Xian directly burst through this minor stage bottleneck. However, this did not cause too much of stir. With the earlier example of the essence-converting pill, everyone was not too surprised by this scene. Yi Heng, the medicinal pill you devoted yourself to researching for a month, was this? Are you thinking of using this sort of trash medicinal pill to defeat me? Wan Donghai sneered incessantly. This Yi Heng entered closed seclusion for a month, closed until he became stupid, right? Did he exit seclusion to be funny? Although this medicinal pill was not bad, compared to the essence-converting pill, it was far too lacking, right? That martial artist just now only just broke through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm not long ago. The essence-converting pill forcefully raised him up by a minor realm. In this medicinal pill, Yi Heng took out needed to pick an Essence Qi realm martial artist on the verge of breaking through. In contrast, it was way inferior. The other guests' thoughts were about the same as Wan Donghai's. Towards Wan Donghai's mocking, Yi Heng turned a deaf ear to it and did not explain anything either. Yi Heng, if you feel that causing trouble like this has any effects, then you're too naive. Don't you know that the Tros H.I. plus or your medicinal pill is, the more it showcases the irreplaceability of my medicinal pill? Wan Donghai continued to reprove him. Too amazing. Simply incredible. This medicinal pill is simply inconceivable. Right then, Huang Xian, who meditated to break through, finally awoken, and his first reaction after waking was a shock-filled face. Towards Huang Xian's exclaim, everyone was somewhat uncertain. Wasn't it just breaking through a minor realm? What's amazing about it? Just now, Huang Hui himself said that Huang Xian had already touched upon the threshold of the 7th level Essence Qi realm, only a step away from reaching the door. This medicinal pill might have randomly caused him to break through. Was there a need to be so surprised? Huang Hui was also unsure and asked his son, Xianer, what's so inconceivable about this medicinal pill? You seem to be on the verge of breaking through anyway, right? Huang Xian nodded and said, I was indeed about to break through, father, but I was ultimately unable to burst past the threshold of 7th level Essence Qi realm. But just now, after I consumed the medicinal pill granted by Honorable Uncle Yi, the breakthrough happened immediately without any extra effort. I've never seen before such an incredible cultivation medicinal pill. The medicinal effects of this medicinal pill are at least 3 times of the essence gathering pill. Huang Xian was clearly very agitated. The impact that the explosive Yuan pill gave him was too big. What? What did you say? This isn't a medicinal pill to aid in breaking through realms? It's just an ordinary cultivation medicinal pill? Huang Hui asked in shock. That's right. The medicinal pill I consumed just now was the same as the essence chi pill and essence gathering pill. They are medicinal pills used in cultivation. However, this is no ordinary cultivation medicinal pill. Huang Xian corrected. Huang Hui and Sun's conversation finally aroused the guests present here. Everyone started to call into question one after another. Everybody only knew now that this type of medicinal pill Yi Hang took out was simply not targeting at the essence-converting pill, but directed towards the essence-gathering pill. If this type of medicinal pill really had the medicinal effects stated by Huang Xian, then forget about selling the essence-gathering pill. The medicinal effects of the essence-gathering pill were only 50% more than the essence chi pill, while the medicinal effects of the explosive yuan pill were 3 times of the essence-gathering pill. The disparity was too great. Cultivation medicinal pill? How is this possible? Consuming a cultivation medicinal pill and you can burst through a minor stage bottleneck? What medicinal pill is so sick? The Huang family didn't collude with Yi Hang, right? Consuming a cultivation medicinal pill and you can break through realms. I won't believe it, even if you beat me to death. Yi Hang, even if you want to act, at least act a little more professionally, all right? This kind of shoddy drama. Do you think that everyone is an idiot? Wan Donghai said with a cold smile. When he heard Huang Xian and his father's conversation just now, Wan Donghai was also impossibly shocked. But he came around very quickly. It looked like Yi Hang was really at his wit's end. Even this sort of R-E-T-A-R dead drama play was used. Yi Hang did not explain anything. He just took out several pill bottles and placed them on the table. Inside were filled with medicinal pills. I have 20 explosive yuan pills here. You guys choose 20 essence chi realm martial artists to come out. I'll give each of them one each. How the medicinal effects are, what I say doesn't count. Only what they say matters. Wan Donghai, if you aren't A.S. short, you choose the people yourself. Yi Hang said nonchalantly. Seeing Yi Hang so calm and collected, Wan Donghai was not so composed anymore. Could it be that this medicinal pill really had such heaven-defying effects? This was impossible. How could there be a cultivation medicinal pill with medicinal effects 3 times more than the essence-gathering pill? Fine. Since you want to play, then I'll follow you all the way. I want to see just whether or not this explosive yuan pill or something is really so miraculous, Wan Donghai said coldly. Very soon, Wan Donghai picked out 20 essence chi realm martial artists. There was even quite a number whose cultivation had reached the bottleneck among them. These 20 essence chi realm martial artists were all juniors of the family clans or influences that joined the alliance. Among them, there were even half who were dead loyal to the Wan family and Su family. Wan Donghai felt that this was a bit more reliable. Yi Hang did not say anything else. He just issued an explosive yuan pill to each person. After these essence chi realm martial artists consumed the pill, they sat down individually to meditate and refine the medicinal strength. Then, everyone's focus was gathered on these 20 martial artists. Whether Huang Xian's words were true or not, it could be seen in a while. After several dozen breaths, Pa S. said, there was no movement from these essence chi realm martial artists. Seeing this scene, Wan Donghai was even more certain that the scene just now was simply a two-party act performed by Yi Hang and the Huang family father and son. In a twinkle, several more dozen breaths Pa S. said, and suddenly, an essence energy storm howled inside the great hall again. Su Yulin's, Yang Hao's, and Wan Donghai's face involuntarily changed. Somebody broke through. 10 breaths later, another essence energy storm raged around. Another essence chi realm martial artist broke through. Then, there were people breaking through nonstop. The essence chi realm martial artists that were chosen just now, as long as they were at the bottleneck, all of them would break through. Without waiting for these martial artists to finish refining, Wan Donghai grabbed hold of the junior, who already broke through, and asked impatiently, "Quickly tell me, is this explosive yuan pill a cultivation medicinal pill or not?" That junior's facial expression did not look too good. He did not know how to answer. He knew that he was on the Su family side, but was he going to admit the explosive yuan pill was a cultivation medicinal pill? You just have to tell the truth. Is it or not? Wan Donghai said solemnly. Cultivation medicinal pills were very easy to identify. It could not be refuted just by these 20 people saying no. Lying did not hold any meaning at all. Yes. Wan Donghai's heart fell, and he tossed this junior aside. Grabbing another person, he asked, "You answer, yes or no. This is indeed cultivation medicinal pill. How is this possible? How can this be possible?" Wan Donghai muttered to himself, appearing somewhat battered out of his senses. From today onwards, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will officially start selling the explosive yuan pill. The selling price of the explosive yuan pill is only 20% higher than the base price of the former Essence Chi pill. Those who want can go and place an order at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion after the pill grading is assembly ends. Yi Hang said calmly. Chapter 200, Explosive Situation. Chapter 200, Explosive Situation. Only 20% higher than the Essence Chi pill? Doesn't that mean that it's even cheaper than the Essence Gathering pill? Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill is actually even cheaper than the Essence Gathering pill. This, Yi Hang isn't joking, right? Hee, this is a compa. Cyanate business. I really don't know how much black-hearted money the Drunken Star Manor earned using this Essence Gathering pill. Yi Hang's words instantly blew up the whole audience. This period of time, the Drunken Star Manor relied on the Essence Gathering pill to haul in quite a bit of money. Although the effects of the Essence Gathering pill was only 50% higher than the Essence Chi pill, its fixed price was twice of the Essence Chi pill. Even though everybody knew that this price was too high, for martial artists, time was money. As long as they had the capabilities to bear the burden, they basically bought quite a number of Essence Gathering pills from the Drunken Star Manor to provide for the family's juniors to cultivate. But now, Yi Hang said that the fixed price of the explosive yuan pill was only 20% higher than the Essence Chi pill. Wasn't this a blatant face-smacking? Those present were wily spirits. They were all quite clear on what this explosive yuan pill meant. Explosive yuan pill was absolutely an epic-making medicinal pill. This sort of epic-making medicinal pill's fixed price was actually so low. Who would come to the Drunken Star Manor to purchase Essence Gathering pills? This move by Yi Hang was ruthless. It directly forced Wan Donghai all the way into the corner of the wall. Wan Donghai was so angry that his face turned green. His gaze when looking at Yi Hang was filled with killing intent. This way, who would come to the Drunken Star Manor to purchase Essence Gathering pills? Humph. Everyone listen well. Whoever goes to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to place an order for the explosive yuan pill will be removed from the Alliance and placed directly inside the Alliance's blacklist. Influences who enter the blacklist can forget about buying a single medicinal pill from the Alliance. Wan Donghai said with a cold snort. Wan Donghai's words were like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguished. Plussing these people's enthusiasm. Yi Hang was ruthless. Wan Donghai was even more vicious than him. Yi Hang only had explosive yuan pill, this one type of medicinal pill. But Wan Donghai launched 3 new types of medicinal pills today. And these medicinal pills were all medicinal pills necessary for cultivation. Who would dare say that they would not use it in the future? Manor Lord Wan seems to be very confident in your medicinal pills. Do you feel that everyone have to purchase your medicinal pills? Yi Yuan suddenly sounded out. Wan Donghai said with a cold smile, "Isn't that so? Don't tell me you guys can still take out medicinal pills, even more amazing than these 3 types of medicinal pills?" Just as Yi Yuan said, these 3 types of medicinal pills were sifted out from the Tranquil Cloud sect. But Yi Yuan had not even entered the sect yet. Could he even know about those new medicinal pills? Yi Yuan chuckled, and a pill bottle appeared in his hand. The medicinal pills inside this pill bottle can double essence energy recovery. Finest. Plussing. Yi Yuan took out another pill bottle and said, This can raise a minor realm for essence chi realms unconditionally and completely without any side effects. That whatever essence converting pill is nothing but an incomplete product. How dare you have the nerve to use this kind of trash to scam people? Following that, Yi Yuan took out a third pill bottle and said, "The medicinal pills inside here can raise the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm by 40%. Well, who's good and who's lousy? There isn't a need for me to say it, right? Now, do you still feel that those junk of yours are very useful?" Yi Yuan introduced 3 types of medicinal pills in one breath. With each speech, Wan Donghai's face darkened a degree. If the medicinal pills within these pill bottles were truly, as Yi Yuan said, wouldn't him hosting this pill grading assembly today become a joke? Not just Wan Donghai. The faces of everyone present were filled with astonishment. Wan Donghai's introduction just now already subverted their understanding. True Qi returning pill, essence converting pill, and rising spirit pill. Each type of medicinal pill was ample to alter the setup of the state of Qin. But then, Yi Yuan casually took out 3 types of medicinal pills and directly knocked down those 3 types of medicinal pills. Compared to Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, the medicinal pills launched by Wan Donghai was basically garbage. What a joke. You think that by casually taking out some medicinal pills, you can say that it's better than mine? If these are the medicinal pills prepared by your fragrant medicine pavilion, then this is also too targeted at us, right? Before today, Body even knew what kind of medicinal pills would be launched at the pill grading assembly. Wan Donghai said in a low voice, "I knew that you wouldn't give up until all hope is lost." Yi Yuan gave a cold SN. 1. G.R. took out a medicinal pill from the 3rd pill bottle and directly threw it to Yang Hao. "Senior apprentice brother Yang, I wonder how is this medicinal pill of mine when compared to the medicinal pills developed by the sect for impacting the spirit condensation realm?" Yang Hao reached out to receive the medicinal pill. A bout of herbal fragrance entered the nose. After sizing it up carefully, Yang Hao's face involuntarily changed drastically. "Yi Yuan, where did you steal this true rising spirit pill from?" Yang Hao questioned. From Yang Hao's reaction, everyone knew that what Yi Yuan said was not false. At this point, those people who happily joined the State of Qin's Alchemy Alliance were currently so full of regrets that their intestines turned green. If they knew beforehand that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion would deal this kind of Civ counterattack, why would they join this lousy alliance? No wonder Yi Hang and Sun watched Wan Donghai's performance leisurely and calmly. They were just watching a joke. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Turns out that the sect calls this true rising spirit pill, huh? Rather fitting. However, don't casually slander fellow disciples, senior apprentice brother Yang. I haven't even been to the sect. Where did the word steal come from? This medicinal pill is refined by myself. If senior apprentice brother Yang don't believe, want me to refine one for you on the spot?" Yang Hao fixed onto Yi Yuan's eyes, trying to see something. But he discovered that Yi Yuan's eyes were very calm, without the slightest trace of guilt. Yi Yuan obviously did not have a guilty conscience. Before coming, Yi Yuan had long predicted the current situation. He refined a round of some commonly used Tier 1 medicinal pills and brought over a pile of medicinal pills. No matter what kind of medicinal pills Wan Donghai brought out today, Yi Yuan would completely crush him. This was still because Yi Yuan did not wish to be overly startling, which was why he only took out some medicinal pills that were inferior by grade. If Yi Yuan took out the type of medicinal pills like the Spirit Surge pill, he reckoned that before long, the sect leader of the Tranquil Cloud sect would head over here personally. Yi Yuan estimated that with the Tranquil Cloud sect's level, it was roughly the standard of the true Rising Spirit pill. That was why he took out these medicinal pills. Yi Yuan, don't get complacent too early. These few medicinal pills are very important to the sect, and now you actually took them out in the secular world. After returning to the sect, I'll definitely report to the upper echelons. You better think about how to face the interrogation from the upper echelons after entering the sect now. Now, are you going to surrender without resistance? Or Are you waiting for me to take you down? Yang Hao said with a cold smile. When Yang Hao said this, the entire great hall instantly cooled down. Su Yulin, who had his eyes shut to rest his mind this whole time, suddenly opened his eyes. Radiant light shone in all directions. Whoa, can't win in alchemy, and decided to switch to fighting, huh? Senior apprentice Brother Yang, I know that you were very unresigned with your loss that day. Thinking to take me down a peg on the martial path today, right? Hee hee, if you have the capabilities, just come at me and try. Yi Yuan's degenerate look seemed to be completely clueless about the gradually tensing situation. Right at this time, the 4 crystal formation realm powerhouses in the Great Hall were already tightly wound up. A great battle was about to break out at any moment.